1990. The World Wide Web and The Simpsons were both just in their infancy. Madonna was still relevant to people under 30, and this douchebag thought it was fine to steal a Queen song.
Ding 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 diggy ding ding. Ding ding diggy ding ding. That little bitty change. It's not the same.
Something else legendary happened in Japan that very year on November 21st, and in North America the following year. Nintendo's follow-up to the video game market resurrector was the Super Famicom, or the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. In Japan, the Super Famicom launched with only two games, F-Zero and Super Mario World. In America, these two titles will be released alongside Pilot Wings, Gradius 3, and SimCity. But there's only one game on this list that I want to talk about today, Super Mario World. Super Mario World was a revolutionary step in the Mario series. While Super Mario Bros. 3 was the first to have a proper overworld to let Mario move around, Super Mario World was debatably the first game to let the player have full control over how they want to play the game in the same exact way that would stay for many future Mario games to come. When people think of early Mario, they probably think of the NES trilogy, but with this game's diverse gameplay and huge success, it was bound to also receive attention over the coming years. The year is 2004. There's no YouTube, there's no smartphones, no live streaming, none of that. So how do people mostly chat with each other online? Internet chat forums. Internet forum sites were made for all sorts of varying communities where people post threads and others can post a reply. Around the same time was the beginning of competitive gaming as a whole. People were duking out the highest score in Donkey Kong, and many people were starting to try to beat games as fast as possible. Both Speed Demo's archive and Twin Galaxies serve as the beginnings of online speedrunning. To this day, many of the original forums are still archived for anyone's viewing. Thanks to this, we can actually find the beginning to speedruns of many games, including Super Mario World. An infamous speedrunner from this era by the name of Scott Kessler touched and uploaded speedruns and high score attempts of every game you could think of, but the most important game today is Super Mario World. On April 28, 2004, Scott Kessler would upload a speedrun labeled as being beaten in 11 minutes and 9 seconds. This run takes the fastest path in the game, which consists of traveling out of World 1, beating the Big Boo in World 2 to unlock a Star Warp, beating Star World to warp to Bowser, and finally, beating the big man himself. So what can we take from this first run? Well, first off, the quality is very bad, but be aware that this was 2004. Modern capture cards weren't really a thing. Many runners from this era used VHS tape recordings before the modern convenience of capture cards and live streaming. Ignoring the video quality, the quality of the actual run is quite impressive for that time. This run uses a few strategies that are still used in one way or another today. The most notable being grabbing a shell in Donut Seeker 1 to swim faster, and flying under Star World 4 to gain flight quicker. Kessler clearly practiced this a little bit before completing this run. While it's impressive for the time, certain parts are definitely quite questionable compared to now. One thing to note about the run's time is that Kessler used a different timing. He started time around the time that Mario started on the overworld, and ended time when Peach appeared. This is important to note because while the end timing may be the exact same way nowadays, the beginning is not. Looking at Kessler's improvement that was uploaded 2 months later, the time is labeled as 11:10, but that doesn't make any sense. Wasn't his previous time in 11:09? Well, in this improved run, Kessler in the comments states that this new run finishes in 11 minutes and 10 seconds according to Twin Galaxies timing rules. So what is Twin Galaxies timing rules, you say? Twin Galaxies says the timing starts when selecting a one-player game on the title screen and ends when you hit Bowser for the last time, which could change Kessler's previous record of 11:09 to around an 11:23 with this new timing. To make everything easier to read though, I want to translate all these times to modern timing, which is, time starts on the first frame Mario appears on the title screen, and ends on the first frame that Peach appears. This would translate Scott Kessler's first ever run to an 11:24. Now that we got that timing mess out of the way, let's talk about Kessler's second run, which with the current timing is an 11:10. So what is better about this run? Well, first, he didn't fumble as much in the water in Yoshi's Island 3, and he also did not collect the Midway power-up in Yoshi's Island 2. Why is this notable? Well, take a look at Iggy's Castle. In Kessler's first run, you can see that he jumps early right here to avoid hitting the Koopa on the cage. If you're small Mario though, you can jump way later under the Koopa to make more distance across the lava. This would score Kessler a faster Room 1 by an in-game second. In World 2, Kessler had a quicker cake grab and smoother ending in Donut Plains 1, which again, gave him an extra game second. Kessler gained 2 in-game seconds in Donut Secret 1 by grabbing the shell in the air instead of letting it fall. In the Ghost House, there was quicker movement through the boo rings and kept more P-speed in Room 2 instead of awkwardly jumping through the boo ring. Lastly, with slightly faster Bowser doors and not getting hit by Bowser, Kessler was able to improve the record by a solid 14 seconds. This would be the biggest time cut in the completion of Super Mario World's any % equivalent category for a solid 10 years to come. With such a time cut, and with how small speedrunning still was, this game would remain dormant for a good 3 years. But 3 years is not forever, and sooner or later, someone else would pick up the torch. But who? Well, taking a look at the original Super Mario Bros., Kessler did a similar thing and conquered the world record in late 2006 with a 5 minute and 5 second time. And who finally rose around to that challenge in early 2007? No other than the legend himself, Andrew G. Andrew was already showing off his skills in Super Mario Bros. By beating every level in the game in a solid 21 minutes back in 2005. But that wasn't enough for him. In February of 2007, he successfully beat every level in under 20 minutes, and just 2 months later took a crack at the any % record with a time of 5 minutes and 600 milliseconds. With Andrew becoming the king of Super Mario Bros., what else could he do? Logically, the next step was to take a crack at another Mario game, and that's exactly what Andrew did. Later in 2007, on November 13th, Andrew would smash Kessler's now old 11:10 record with a time of 11 minutes, 0 seconds, and 800 milliseconds. Yep, that's right. Andrew almost pushed the category below 11 minutes with his new record. But how? One notable minor improvement is in Yoshi's Island 3. You see how Andrew finished an in-game second faster? How is that? It may not be noticeable to the human in the moment. The longer you run on these brown rotating platforms, the further you get pushed forward. The key here is to maximize the amount of time you spend on these platforms. You can save just enough frames in total to squeeze a 259 on the timer. Andrew also had a slightly faster Donut Secret 1. First, it is very understandable why Kessler was worried about losing his shell, due to the fact that your cape hitbox spins every other frame between left and right, as seen here. If you run into a fish and your cape hitbox is on the left side, then your shell will take a hit and you won't have that shell anymore. But if you keep holding right and swim down when coming out of the pipe and spin your cape here, you can get past the fish instead of swimming around. Doing this short sequence out of the pipe to get the same frame roll isn't that hard. It is a lot harder to keep your shell here though, and it is understandable why you would delay. Many runners still do that to this very day, myself included. It looks like Andrew got a good frame roll here, but decided to ditch the shell anyways. He was purely focusing on grabbing that key and not swimming fast with the shell. Andrew had a sloppier Ghost House, but he had more tricks up his sleeve. You may have noticed that in Kessler's previous Star World 1, it seemed like Mario got pushed down a bit here, and you wouldn't be mistaken. Only 4 yellow blocks at a time can be spinning on screen. You can actually use this fact to your advantage. If more than 4 blocks start spinning at a time, whichever block started spinning first will go back to being solid. If you position Mario and spin just right, Mario will be pushed downwards once enough blocks are spun. This strategy allows you to save many in-game seconds versus breaking the blocks normally. Andrew's other really cool discovery was being able to keep flight speed through doors. If you enter a door while being quick enough to still have enough P-speed and then instantly jump in the next room, you will still have flight. This is a lot faster than slowly climbing and jumping across the cage in room 2. These time saves were just enough to save roughly 10 seconds, but sadly the little mistakes throughout the run cost Andrew the sub 11 minute time. Clearly it was going to happen eventually, but when? Well, luckily that answer wouldn't take that long. Just a month later, on December 15th, 2007, runner by the name of Adam Lucidfia Sweeney submitted his first ever Super Mario World run on Speed Demo's archive, which clocked in at a 10:59.1. Yep, the first ever sub 11 minute time. It only took another month to break that barrier. Fia replicated Andrew's World 1 and decided to spin fly through Donut Plains 1, had a cleaner Donut Secret 1 and Ghost House, and had a very impressive Star World 1. This run was pretty much a cleaner version of Andrew's run, and that was enough to break the minute barrier. The only notable mistake that Fia noted was losing an in-game second messing up the end of Star World 2, but other than that, this was a really impressive run for the time. So impressive as a matter of fact, that no one would challenge Fia for many months to come. Months passed, and then 1 year passed, and then another year passed. Faya was still on top, and no one seemed to bite. A new decade was about to start, but not before someone finally stepped up to the plate. Believe it or not, America is not the only place in the world. The Japanese runner by the name Yosuba beat the record by over a second with a time of 10:57.5 on December 9th, 2009. Sadly though, the footage of this run is not available. To this day, there are a few Japanese speedruns that are lost to time. This is mainly due to the fact that the Japanese speedrunning community is very separated from the rest of the speedrunning community. Footage of this 10:57 may still exist on some obscure Japanese forum for all we know. It won't be until multiple years later that others even found out about this time at all. The only current proof of this run today is documentation on speedrun leaderboards and documents. Sadly, it would take another 3 months to get a run that does have surviving video proof. On March 2nd, 2010, Japanese runner Menbu93 beat Yasuba's time with a 10:57.12. So what improvements have been added since Faya's run? In Iggy's castle, the movement on the cages was finally optimized enough to get a 281 instead of a 280 in room 1. Menbu gets this time saved from spending a lot less time on the second fence. Menbu struggles to save time in Donut Plains 1 though, but not in Donut Secret 1. Menbu improves on Faya's gameplay, and times a down input under the ceiling here that allows him to swim forward here without having a delay to avoid the fish. Menbu also decides to spin past the 2 fish at the end here, and gets a good frame roll. Sadly, Menbu loses a lot of time by ditching the shell right away, but he still manages to get a higher 56 time in comparison to Faya. The huge difference in this run takes place in Bowser. Menbu switches to Fire Flower before entering door 5. This allows him to run straight away, take damage, and still be able to have a cape afterwards. This allows him to fly in the dark room, and also adds a new element to the fight. So why is having capes so important in the Bowser fight? Watch how Bowser throws the Mecha Koopas during each phase. The Koopas pop out above Bowser's clown car before landing. What if you could hit them before they even landed? Using Flight with the cape, you can actually time a fly above Bowser's head, and then bounce on the Mecha Koopa above Bowser to instantly get a hit on him. If you do this every time in each phase during the fight, this time save really adds up. Menbu's fight was roughly 6 seconds faster than Faya's. With how much that Bowser fight saved, and how close Faya's and Menbu's times were, Menbu's run was definitely not perfect by any means, because even Menbu knew this at the time, because less than 24 hours later, Menbu beat his own time by over 3 seconds with a 10:53.82. The biggest time save in this run was having quicker hits in Bowser. You can see that Menbu's first run struggled to hit Bowser the second time right away. With having a way cleaner Bowser on top of an already mostly clean run, it was becoming harder and harder to find more time save. At this point, time save would have to come from new strats instead of cleaning up mistakes. So what new strats were in store? Presumably, over the next couple weeks, Menbu looked for new strats to add, and came out with a new run 3 weeks after his previous, with a 10:49.84 on March 25th, 2010. This was a significant time cut, and was also the first sub 1050 time. So what new this time was added? At the beginning of Donut Plains 1, a faster cape grab was implemented. Instead of running towards the Koopa, and then standing still, and jumping to grab the cape, Menbu runs forward, and in mid-air changes direction, hits the Koopa, and turns forward again to grab the cape. While it may not be the biggest time save in the world, at this point, runners are looking to save every little ounce of time. Donut Secret 1 was finally looking a little smoother. Towards the very end of the secret, Menbu quickly throws the shell up in this tight section to move upwards quicker. This is because if Mario holds onto the shell the whole time, he can't swim up as quickly, as demonstrated here. Throwing the shell up allows Mario to move upwards quickly right before re-grabbing the shell. This strategy allowed him to get the first 2:57 in-game time in a recorded speedrun. Menbu had slower Bowser doors, but still managed to save 2 in-game seconds right before Bowser by having a cleaner Dark Room ending. Menbu also had a faster Bowser fight by roughly a second. You can see at the old PB that Bowser moved to the right a bit, but Menbu was so fast that on his newer PB, Bowser didn't even move at all. This was enough to improve the record by about 4 seconds in total. Not much activity popped up over the next few months, but that wasn't going to be the last from Japanese speedrunners. On July 24th, 2010, Yasuba came back with another record of 10:49.2, but sadly, just like before, the video footage doesn't seem to be available anywhere. Not long after Yasuba, on August 5th, 2010, Yappa-san would pop onto the scene with a 10:48.8. More time save comes with more optimizations. In Donut Secret 1, Yappa-san spins the key block earlier, which allows him to grab the key earlier and not swim as low. This allows him to get a slightly faster 257 time. In Star World 3, Yappa-san times his fly in a way that allows him to keep P-speed instead of instantly losing it like Menbu does. Slowing it down will make you notice that Yappa-san got a higher 192 time over Menbu. Yappa-san also saved 2 in-game seconds over Menbu in Star World 4 by getting a better flight speed. Oh yeah, I should probably quickly mention how flight speed works in this game. When you press the forward button when flying, Mario's maximum horizontal speed cycles between values of 47 to 51 subpixels per frame, every frame of flying. When you stop holding forward, whatever the last cycle value was, will stay unless you press forward and initiate the process again. Ideally what you want to do is lock onto a 51 value to get the fastest flight speed. Based off the fact that Menbu got a 270 final time instead of a 272, Menbu most likely had a 47 flight speed locked here. Yappa-san got either a 50 or a 51 flight speed, which gave him a 272 and saved him around a second. Every level that uses flight can vary by 1 or 2 seconds, just based off what flight you get. I recommend IsoFreeze's video on flight speeds if you want to know more. Link in the description. With that advantage in play, Yappa-san clutched the new world record by less than half a second. Things simmered back down for another 4 months, but that didn't mean Menbu was resting. No. On December 10th, 2010, Menbu would rise again with a time of 10:46.51. Another 2 seconds gone. I wonder how that happened. By tightly optimizing the boomerangs in the ghost house, a 386 door is just barely achieved. And with just as great of movement in second room, Menbu gets an impressive 370 door versus Yappa-san's 368 door. The same kind of deal happens in Star World 1. With just the right tight movement while zipping, you can squeeze out a 291 over the traditional 290 zip. The rest of the run is pretty standard at this point. The only other visible improvements is cleaning up the slop from Yappa-san's Bowser, such as door 5 where you couldn't enter right away. The hits in Bowser are getting tighter and tighter as the time is getting lower and lower. And it looks like it's quiet again. Another month passes, 3 months, half a year, and what? Look who it is! The competition is not over yet. Over 8 months later, on August 17th, 2011, Yappa-san would reclaim the world record again with a 10:44.96. Yappa-san cleaned up Menbu's messy Donut Secret 1, which saved a decent amount of time, but had a sloppier Donut Secret house, but that didn't lose as much time as expected. Everything else seemed pretty much the same. Yappa-san got 291 zips, a faster Star World 3, and fast flight in Star World 4. What else was different about this run then? Weirdly enough, Yappa-san decided to go for door 7 instead of door 5. Why? Presumably, Yappa-san thought it was faster at the time, but nowadays we actually know that door 7 is actually just frames slower than going through door 5, and using the Fireflower to deboost. The time difference is so minimal that this wouldn't make much difference in the overall time. It's just interesting to note that different strat. With the implementation of Menbu's previously new strats, Yappa-san clutched out the new and only world record in the category during 2011, and maybe the last world record of its kind. In early 2012, a new glitch would come to the scene, and drastically lower the world record in ways that were never to be expected. What is this glitch, you say? Say hello to the orb glitch. What is that in the item box? That is an orb. The same orb used to complete the level at the very end of Sunken Ghost Ship. If this is obtained in your item box, you can use it to beat any level you want, assuming that you can reach the top of the screen and don't die during the fanfare cutscene. I'm going to do my very best to make a very simplified explanation of why this works. If you want this in detail, I recommend checking this video out by Retro Game Mechanics Explained. So how is this orb obtained? Well, first of all, you need a chuck. This is why the glitch works in Yoshi's Island 1. Since chucks are technically power-ups, if they are consumed, they will update Mario's power-up state in a way that a mushroom will, for example. What you get from consuming a chuck is based on what kind of chuck it is, and what power-up state you are in. If you are Fire Mario and consume a clapping chuck, which is what happens here with this strat in Yoshi's Island 1, you will receive an orb. You need the chuck to be just off screen to the side. You need to do what is called an item swap. An item swap is done by collecting an item off Yoshi's tongue, in this case a coin. Here in Yoshi's Island 1, this Rex is fireballed, which turns it into a coin. With precise timing, you need to jump and collect the coin while Yoshi is swallowing it with his tongue. If your position and timing is right, you will observe that the coin swaps into a chuck and then proceeds to be ate by the Yoshi. Chucks are technically power-ups, so when Yoshi swallows and eats the chuck, you get a power-up in your item box. This is the same concept as if Yoshi simply ate a mushroom with his tongue. The mushroom will go to your item box, and the chuck will too. So you may be wondering, where can this orb be used to be fast enough in a speedrun? That's a good question. It takes a lot of time to go out of your way to first grab a Yoshi in Yoshi's Island 2, and then get to the very end of Yoshi's Island 1 with a fire flower. You then proceed to go back and fall in the hole to die. This is faster than beating the level and dealing with the fanfare, but just think, what generally takes a lot of time in video games? Cutscenes. Between having to defeat Iggy and watching a cutscene afterwards, you are easily spending at least 30 seconds total. Going out of your way to grab an orb and use it instantly to beat the castle and skip both the boss fight and beat the cutscene is roughly 13 seconds faster than beating the level normally. On January 18th, 2012, Yappa-san would be the first ever player to take advantage of this trick and beat the world record by over 14 seconds with a 10:30.49. Even though Yappa-san didn't have the cleanest Yoshi's Island 1, the overwhelming time save and the decent gameplay still led to the record being completely destroyed. One thing to note here is that Door 7 is now back into the picture in Bowser. This is because in a normal glitchless run, you would have a fire flower to switch to right before Door 5 to deboost. But since the quickest way to leave Yoshi's Island 1 after getting the orb is to die, you lose your fire flower. It's about a second faster to go through Door 7 than wait in Door 5 and keep your cape. The reason you don't want to do a Door 5 deboost with just a cape is because cape is majorly important in the Bowser fight with getting early hits in Bowser. Another new change in the Bowser fight is intentionally getting Bowser to throw a third Koopa in the first phase. It was found that if you throw a Mecha Koopa at Bowser during phase 2, right as he is about to throw one of his balls, that animation will skip, which means you only have to wait for Bowser to drop one ball instead of two. This trick is referred to as ball skip. It's faster to grab the third Koopa and skip the animation rather than watching both balls drop. But with a new glitch, there were still many new possibilities. Major time saves always lead to major competition, and this was no exception. Just give Menbu another few months and he would easily strike again. On April 15th, 2012, Menbu improved the record by under a second, with a 10:29.76. Menbu had a slightly cleaner Yoshi's Island 1, but what stands out here is his Donut Secret 1. With being able to keep the shell and spinning the key block as early as he could, he pulled off the first 2:58 time in a record. I think we can finally say that Donut Secret 1 is getting pretty optimized. Menbu also squeezed out an in-game second in the Ghost House just like he did over his opponent previously. All Menbu had to do now was play decently enough to keep the record alive. He lost an in-game second in Star World 1, but gained another in Star World 3. Menbu had a bit of trouble and lost an in-game second in both Door 2 and Backdoor, but his lead was still enough to get the first sub 10 minute and 30 second time. With the time being lowered and lowered between Yotsuba, Menbu, and Yappa-san, it seemed at this point that Super Mario World was a Japanese-dominated speedrun. The Andrew G era was already around 5 years at this point, and Andrew seemed to be mainly focusing on Super Mario Bros. At this point. That leaves the question, what's next? Is there anyone else lurking around that is willing to step up to the challenge? The answer to that last question is yes. In mid to late 2011, Dram55 would start posting videos of strategies and individual level speedruns of Super Mario World to his YouTube channel, and also started doing different Super Mario World speedruns on Twitch. Later that year, Dram would lower his time in the any percent category with a 10:51, which was just 7 seconds slower than Yappa-san's record at that time. He became a pretty active runner in the community, and by the end of 2012 would not just conquer other categories such as 96 Exit, which is the 100% category, but would also eventually come and beat the any percent record as well. On August 13th, 2012, Dram uploaded a run with a time of 10:29.63, beating Menbu's time by just over a tenth of a second. This marks the first time that a non-Japanese player has had the record in over 2 years. If the Menbu vs Yappa-san era was any indication though, both Yappa-san and Menbu were not going to go down without a fight. Yappa-san would return just a month later, on September 7th, to reclaim the record by even less of a cut than Dram's record was, getting a 10:29.57, just 0.06 faster than Dram. Watching these records get tighter and tighter made it harder and harder to see differences between runs. To add on to the massive influx of new records, just another month after Yapelson, Menbu came and smashed the record by just under a second on October 8th with a 10:28.62. Menbu had some minor optimizations that allowed him to shave off a considerable amount of time. Menbu had a faster orb grab and finished Yoshi's Island 1 with an extra in-game second, and also did door fly by entering door 7, which Yapelson did before, but Dram, interestingly, opted out of. With no new strats really coming in at this point, and optimization needed to improve the time, activity was starting to get quite quiet. Menbu didn't care how much harder the record was though. For the following months, everything was just dead silent, but unbeknownst to others, there was a very good reason for why. On January 5th, 2013, Menbu came out of nowhere and smashed the record by over 2 seconds with a 10:26.32. Let's go over the big time saves here. You may wonder what the heck happened. To put it into one sentence, you are able to spawn 2 Yoshis at once, and due to the second Yoshi spawning, it takes half the amount of time it would normally. But how the heck do you spawn 2 Yoshis though? Well, first, you see how Menbu throws the shell up into the Yoshi block right as he jumps? If you hit the block with both the shell and Mario on consecutive frames, you can cause 2 Yoshis to spawn. The more Yoshis that spawn at once, the faster Yoshi hatches. For example, if 3 Yoshis spawned, it would be 3 times faster. This means that spawning 2 Yoshis here causes the spawn to be twice as fast, which ultimately saves 32 frames, or 0.53 seconds. Secondly, Menbu does a mid-air shell jump to completely skip entering the water in Yoshi's Island 4. Getting a mid-air shell jump requires some precise inputs. You need to tap left for a very few frames, and then tap and hold right while releasing the shell. Doing these inputs at the height of your jump will allow you both to jump off the shell and clear enough distance to completely avoid getting into the water. This trick saves about 1/3 of a second and is enough to save an in-game second in the level overall. Lastly, Menbu does a precise jump off the Koopa that allows him to grab the cape quicker and save an additional in-game second. This trick is done by hitting the Super Koopa here on the first frame you leave the ground after jumping. Pulling this off successfully and saving time with it in a run is impressive enough, nonetheless having it in a world record. In fact, being a 1-frame trick that doesn't save very much time at all, this strategy wouldn't be used in a world record speedrun until over 3 years later. Pulling off multiple crazy new time saves while maintaining a clean rest of the run, Menbu rightfully had one of the best pop-offs in Super Mario World history, and marked the end of another era. After Menbu's legendary run, which by the way is still the 3rd fastest orb run to this current date, things went pretty quiet again. After the standards that Menbu set in this run, what else was there to outbeat him? No one really seemed to know. Months went by, and then a year. Menbu really seemed to put this run in the coffin. Something crazy would have to be discovered to outbeat Menbu's run by a decent amount. But orb was already a thing. How could things get any crazier? Let's fast forward to June of 2014, specifically the end of the 2nd week. Within the span of June 13th to June 15th, 8 new world records were set. What? How did that happen? Menbu's run was pretty crazy. Maybe someone could have just barely beaten the record, but not 8 times in a row. Let me introduce you to a new element of Super Mario World speedrunning, the cloud glitch. Do you remember how the orb glitch worked from before? Having Yoshi eat a chuck via an item swap can give you different power-ups based on the kind of chuck and what power-up state Mario is in. It was discovered that if you eat a forward-running lookout chuck while being Small Mario in Yoshi's Island 2, you will obtain Lakitu's Cloud in your item box. When activated, you can ride the cloud, just like a normal cloud from Lakitu. So what the heck is a cloud going to do in this run? It was somehow found that in the Bowser fight that the cloud can skip Bowser's animations in the fight itself when thrown on the left side of the screen. With the right practice and precise movements, this new fight with the cloud can save in upwards of 55 seconds over a glitchless run, or 40 seconds over an orb run. With this new glitch discovered, and no new record to match it, it was an open playing field for whoever wanted to lower the time, and lower the time many did. Dram55 and two new upcoming runners, LinkDead X2 and XPaku5, all had their own share at lowering the record over one weekend. The earliest available cloud time with video is a 10 minute and 22 second time by LinkDead on June 13th. His splits on the video though suggest that he got a 10:26 sometime earlier in the stream. This would make sense why it wasn't highlighted, because it was beaten so quickly. Cloud was such a new trick that had so much new time save, so it wasn't expected for someone to have a completely clean cloud run right away. In LinkDead's run, you can see that he is actually running on the American version, which hasn't been done in a record since Lucid Faya's run back in 2007. Besides the Japanese runners running on Japanese version for obvious reasons, the Japanese version was also slightly faster due to having slightly faster text boxes from less text being loaded in the save prompts. Another thing to note is that in the Japanese version, you don't have to press a button for the intro cutscene to end. This means on the American version, you could theoretically possibly lose frames on the intro cutscene just by not matching well enough. Anyways, the reason why LinkDead is playing on the American version is because at the time, the only known cloud setup worked way more consistently on the American card and not the Japanese one. You can also see that a scroll for the swap here is also required. While LinkDead did get the cloud swap, his run was definitely sloppier. He had slow flight in Donut Plains 1, had a slow ending in Donut Secret 1, had trouble finishing Donut Secret House, failed the first zip, and had a very safe cloud fight. Obviously the new fight was a new discovery, so it was to be expected that the first fight would be slower and safer. The glitch saved so much time though, that no matter what happened in LinkDead's run, he still destroyed Menbu's orb record by a solid 4 seconds here. But that's not all folks. The very next day, LinkDead had another sloppy but still slightly better attempt and scored a very high 10:18 time. But LinkDead isn't the only one here. Dram had a quick spotlight under orb, but he was not done. Sadly, the footage of his first run seems to be lost, but it was recorded the same day LinkDead got his 10:18 on June 14th. Dram got both a 10:12 and a 10:11. The 10:11, which was saved, can be seen here. These rapid time saves were not shocking after seeing how sloppy LinkDead's initial cloud runs were. LinkDead wasn't going to let Dram just one-up him like that though, because later that day, LinkDead came back and based on his splits got a 10:09, and then on video here, got a 10:07. One notable new strat in the cloud fight is implementing ball skip back into the fight using this glitch. When the fight was first played, players opted out of adding ball skip due to how hard the cloud fight was in comparison to the normal one. Ball skip in cloud fight was done by skipping Bowser's animation to make him start throwing the ball. Quickly toss down the Mecha Koopa to skip the ball animation, and then continue going in the top left corner to skip right to the second ball animation. Hold your horses though, because this battle ain't over. The next day on June 15th, XPaku came around and bested LinkDead with a 10:03.5. This is now the third runner in a short period of time to successfully claim the record, even if it wasn't that long. With a time of 10:03, a time under 10 minutes was looking quite tempting, while also looking quite reasonable. With such a busy weekend, it seemed like runners were kinda taking a bit of a break, but don't skip that far ahead. That next Thursday, on June 19th, Artiga Omega would come out with a run just under a second faster with a 10:02.67. While Artiga had many mistakes such as messing up zips and missing doors, Artiga had a really fast Bowser fight to make up for it. Artiga didn't go for ball skip, but this ultimately did not matter in terms of getting a record. The previous cloud times that had ball skip took the fight very safe with slower hits. This means that Artiga really wasn't at a disadvantage since he was getting way faster hits with Bowser. This was enough for him to take a slice of the new cloud record goldmine. That slice was quite short-lived though, because later that same day, Dram decided to take another swing at Cloud. Dram fired up his console, and this is what happened. Fast Yoshi, shell jump, getting a 282 Iggy door with very quick cage grabs. Got a decently clean Donut Secret 1, clean zips, having decent enough Bowser rooms, and even though Dram lost his cape, he didn't break a sweat. He knew what to do. Considering the situation, he still had really fast Bowser hits, and that allowed him to finish with a 9:59.76. Over 6 years later, another minute barrier was broken, the elusive 9-minute Super Mario World speedrun. But that wasn't it. Dram was not taking any names, because the very next day, on June 20th, Dram was back for more. He got Fast Yoshi, failed shell jump, didn't have the best Iggy, but to make up for this, he went for the one-frame cape grab in Donut Plains 1, and nailed it. He struggled in Donut Secret 1, but he kept pushing, he got good zips, had a fast key fly in Star World 3, fast flight speed was on point, and all that was left again was Bowser. The longer cloud fight had been a thing. The more and more runners were getting comfortable with a riskier cloud fight. And this definitely shows here. In Phase 2, Dram was really quick, not even letting Bowser move to the left nearly as much as he did before, and ends the run in style with 2 fast hits at the end. It was clean enough of a fight to secure a new world record with a time of 9:56.73, and was 6 seconds faster than the record was about 24 hours or so earlier. Oh man though, Dram was not over yet. Dram was becoming the new world record king of Super Mario World, and his history shows. Dram started getting that record on the chopping block. We would be here for an hour if I thoroughly analyzed every individual record, because you were going to see how rapidly crazy the record was going down. On June 25th, Dram got a 952.85. On July 3rd, he got a 951.98, and on July 9th, he got a 951.69. By the time Dram got this last improvement, the Bowser fight was getting pretty optimized. Look at how quick each one of his hits are. With how clean and tight the run was becoming, it seemed like Dram was finally ready to take a break. A solid month went by, and finally, at the end of August on August 26, X-Paco would finally come back for another swoop with a half a second improvement of 951.1. A couple new notable strats are in the run at this point. First, to squeeze out even more time in the first room of the ghost house, you can see that Paco does a quick spin jump through the boomerang. While this is a lot trickier than just waiting, with enough practice, runners can get used to very quickly timing their jump. For how tight the record was getting, the reward definitely outweighed the risk. Secondly, you can see that Paco spin flies to get door flight instead of getting the normal jump. The reason why this is faster with quick enough timing is due to the fact that with a normal jump, you can see that Mario briefly scrapes the door here. If you learn the timing with a spin fly, you can instantly get into the door instead of slowing down by scraping that set floor. While this time save is minuscule, with the record getting tighter and tighter, tiny optimizations like this are now making more of a difference. LinkDead came back and took his turn. First on September 22nd, LinkDead barely improved Paco's time with a 951.0, just a tenth of a second faster, but that was not enough of an improvement for him. Give another week and LinkDead would make a more sizable improvement with a 950.1. With so many runners chipping so much time in such a short time period, a new goal was right around the reach already. Sub 950. That goal wouldn't take as long as you would think though. LinkDead kept grinding, and on October 7th, LinkDead would come back and beat his own time with a 949.46. There it was, the sub 950. In less than 4 months, the record had been lowered by over 10 seconds, from over 10 minutes to under 9 minutes and 50 seconds. While this run was pretty sloppy in some places, there is still a lot to look at. LinkDead makes the ghost house even scarier by doing a spin fly through the boomerang in the second room, which while still being doable is still scary and can go wrong. LinkDead has a more aggressive Bowser fight. He doesn't even wait for Bowser to move to the left in phase 1 and 2 and instantly hits him. This fight allowed him to get a big gold split and break a new barrier in the category. Oh, but you thought it was over, didn't you? Speedrunning never ends. LinkDead may have set a new giant standard in Super Mario World, but that didn't mean it was impossible to overcome. You remember how parts of his run were quite sloppy? Clearly there was some room for improvement, but who was going to be the one to do that? Dram? LinkDead? Paco? Ortega? What about none? If you answer the last one, then you're correct. When this record was set, something else was happening, and it's not a new improvement in this run. Well, kind of? Minecraft YouTuber and more recently Super Mario World speedrunner SethBling uploaded a video that would go very viral and completely change Super Mario World as we knew it. Super Mario World Credits Warp 559.6, first time ever on console. What was this? What was a credits warp? Seth's description on this run does a pretty good job at explaining. Super Mario World player Jeff W356 had discovered a new glitch setup that was dubbed Credits Warp. By messing with the console's memory and setting it up just in the right way, you can cause the game to glitch out and make the credits play without having to even defeat Bowser. Back in July of 2014, Jeff W. had been researching the game and its RAM values, and streamed many sessions of himself performing a theorized route that should theoretically allow him to play the credits without properly having to beat the game. A lot of this movement may have seemed completely random, but many of these movements are frame-perfect setups that are being done to manipulate the game's memory in a very specific way. If all of these perfect inputs go according to plan, we may see something that no one else would ever thought would be possible. And on July 28th, the impossible became possible. Jeff W. skipped to the credits in about 5 minutes, nearly 5 minutes faster than ever done previously before by cloud runners. There were so many questions on the line, but before anyone even thought about this run being counted in the first place, this run was done on an emulator, and that raised a lot of eyebrows. Was this run legit? Were there any cheats involved? Was this actually done on the original unmodified version of this game? Ultimately, there was no definitive answer. And to this, the run didn't receive much attention outside of the immediate community, who didn't even know where to start with this at all. It was until half a year later, in January 2015, when Sethfling decided to start learning the route and did attempts on console to try to prove the run's legitimacy. You can see on video that Seth had already done over 100 attempts, and was motivated to prove to the world that this run was what it was. I will let Sethfling himself quickly explain what the run consisted of.
Welcome back, Sethfling here, and today I want to show you an achievement I did recently in Super Mario World. It's called a credits warp, and basically I beat the game, in a manner of speaking, in 6 minutes. Now, the way I beat the game is a little bit different. I didn't go through the game and then beat Bowser and then kiss the princess. Basically I executed a very complex glitch. What you're looking at here, I go through the level and get Yoshi and get a mushroom and die, just so that I'll have a mushroom in the item reserve box. Basically, the idea is that I'm kind of writing code as I play the game. So I go into this pipe here, I grab a block. I need one of these blocks in order to do something later. So the goal here is I'm trying to take one of these holdable, throwable blocks, called a throw block, and put it next to a P-switch, and then grab both at the same time. It's kind of complicated, but I have to do it in order to get the P-switch into a certain sprite slot. My goal right now is I want to grab this shell. And I sort of have to juggle these two items. If they touch each other, they'll break. Well, first, I have to use the mushroom and the vine. Those are for technical reasons. I have to do that. I put the block there, do that, and scroll. Anyway, when the block breaks, it kind of has fragments that break off, and I need to despawn those fragments at certain Y coordinates. Here, I'm taking the new P-switch that I loaded. This is in the correct sprite slot, and I'm putting it in a very particular location, so you'll see me kind of fidget with the P-switch. Now I'm going to destroy some things along the way. This guy. I'm going to load Yoshi, but I'm going to make sure that Yoshi's shell breaking animation isn't on screen. If it was, it would overwrite the data that I wrote by the block fragments earlier. So here I'm placing 7 different shells in precise coordinates. This is really important that they're in the exact X coordinate. It's also important how far they are off the ground when they break. And you can see me shaking my head on camera there because I thought that ruined the run, that it wasn't going to be possible. So for the next 20 seconds or so, I was dejected thinking it wasn't possibly going to work. Anyway, I execute a glitch called the item swap that I'm not going to explain because it would take too long. And it runs the code that I wrote, and you can see I was very surprised that it worked. This is the credits warp.
And that's it. The credits warp was indeed legit. When Seth finished this run, many automatically recognized Jeff's time as being the previous record. Obviously, there was a lot of back and forth discussion and debate, but in the end, the community decided to branch off any percent into 2 different categories, 11 exit and 0 exit. This is based off how many levels it takes for the run to be completed. The traditional any percent route previous runners used takes 11 exits to beat, 4 in World 1, 3 in World 2, and 4 in Star World. Since Credits Warp beats the game in the very first level, hence not having any exits beaten, Credits Warp was eventually dubbed as 0 exit. So what was the true any percent record then? Well, it depends on who you ask. By definition, any percent is beating the game as fast as possible with no restrictions, which makes the Credits Warp run the new any percent record if you look at the definition. Others will debate that Credits Warp is taking it too far, and that you aren't playing the game as intended. No matter what your personal opinion is though, it was probably the best call to divide the leaderboard. Now both sides get to be happy. There was now a traditional any percent record, and a hardcore lowest limit any percent record. Was Seth going to do more with this though? I mean, Jeff technically did still have the record since Credits Warp was now proven to be a real run. Yes, Seth did go further. A few days later, and about 40 attempts later, on January 24th, 2015, Seth would upload another video for the world to feast their eyes on. Seth was now the official world record holder of beating Super Mario World on console in less than 5 minutes using the new Credits Warp method. This was an amazing feat of its own. Something I would like to point out here is yes, the item swap at the very end is very much the same concept as Cloud. Cloud technically is also reaching into the game's random access memory, or RAM, just like Credits Warp. The only difference here being that the game moves to the credits instead of simply giving you a cloud, and instead of seeing a chuck go in Yoshi's mouth, you get whatever this garbage is. Just like with the beginning of Orb and Cloud, a new route meant a lot of time save. A new glitch and/or route isn't going to be instantly optimized overnight. Seth could easily improve this new time, and he did. He would go on to lower his time a few more times, and during the very end of January, he got a 414 on January 24th, a 353.9 on January 26th, and a 307.2 on January 28th. A lot of time between these runs were saved by having a new strat that didn't require grabbing a mushroom, and another strat where you break a block here, instead of juggling that shell back and forth like done before. This was enough to bring the time down very close to the 2-minute mark. You can see that this new route shows Mario in the bonus room before credits even start playing, which is kinda funny. Within a few days, someone else would finally take on Seth's reign. On February 1st, just 3 days after Seth's 307 record, Super Mario World speedrunner Series, formerly known as Dots Are Cool, broke the 3-minute barrier with a 2:44 time. The biggest notable difference in this new route and time save comes from not even needing to enter the sublevel in Yoshi's Island 2 to grab a throw block. With a run that is manipulating code in a game, sometimes new discoveries and strats are found, the more and more the inner workings of the game are researched. To even get this run in the first place was a major feat. It's all thanks to the fact that Super Mario World has been heavily researched over the years, thanks mostly to people in the tool assisting community. Freeze would beat his own world record on the same day with a 2:15 with a new route ending, doing the item swap of a mushroom and a chuck at the very end. This ending strategy would actually become pretty standard for a while in this speedrun. With how many attempts Freeze was grinding, as well as discovering faster movement and routing, it only took another few days for him to beat his time yet again. On February 4th, with the movements getting quicker and quicker and attempts becoming more and more, Freeze broke a second minute barrier within only a week, getting the first sub 2 minute time with a 1:52. Freeze was not the only person to try to optimize this new movement though. Yoshi's Island speedrunner Carl Sagan42 would take a crack himself. It's quite crazy to see how quick a lot of the movement was getting at this point. With how quick the run was getting, adding more risk made more sense instead of playing things really safe. Carl would get riskier and riskier while lowering this record, getting a 146.9 on February 9th, a 142.7 on February 18th, and finally a 141.2 on that same day. Freeze wasn't scared off by new competition at all though. Not too long after Carl's last improvement on February 23rd, Freeze would end up completing a run that exactly tied Carl's. Yeah, you heard me right there. A second 141.2 time. If you want to add even more names to the ever-growing list of runners, then let me introduce you to Pangea Panga, a Super Mario World ROM hacker and tool-assisted speedrunner who would later go on to beat the game blindfolded really fast, and become one of the kings of Super Mario Maker with his ridiculously hard levels. A month after Freeze's tied world record, Panga would pick up the torch and try Credits Warp for himself, making the run look even crazier than before. On March 22nd, Panga would cut a considerable amount of time off with a 138.7, the first ever sub 1 minute and 40 second time. With such fast movement and less margin of error, no one really seemed to want the challenge this time at all. The rest of 2015 would be complete radio silence, and the beginning of 2016 was looking to be pretty much the same. Well, at least until April. Freeze was back. On April 9th, he would demolish the record by 8 seconds with a 130.7. So where did this time save come from? Well, if you've been paying attention to this era at all, it's all in the routing. This route completely throws the P-switch and mushroom shenanigans out of the equation. Freeze duplicates a Yoshi block, hits the other Yoshi block to spawn a 1-up, spends a decent amount of time crushing and spitting shells in specific locations, and finishes up the traditional item swap that was done before. The thing to note here is that this is the first Credits Warp record on the Japanese version, and also immediately cuts back to the middle of the credits like the credits warp originally did. With a new crazy route, that brought new competition. Sethbling decided to take a crack at the new route, and it was pretty crazy. On April 10th, he got a 126.9. On April 11th, he got both a 126.45 and a 125.21. What I forgot to also explain, which is also interesting here, is that these credits warp routes needed more than one controller and required specific inputs to be held down on the other controllers. The route that is used in these last few mentioned times uses two controllers plugged into the console. There is also another route that uses an accessory called a multi-tap to plug more than two controllers into the console at once, and requires 3 controllers into the multi-tap plugged in. We will get back to that route later. Another thing that I want to note is looking at Seth's splits. It says Rolex. Why? Well, to consistently get the item swap at the end to work, it was found that if you press the buttons R, L, and X, and only those buttons while doing the item swap, it will guarantee that the swap will work as long as you set everything else up. Rolex is just a silly term made up to remember the 3 inputs needed to do this swap. The same Rolex setup would become handy in Clad runs as well, since this exact same item swap is the exact same thing. Seth would continue to optimize this 2-controller route with a 122.98 and a 120.65 on April 15th, and was notably drunk during the second run.
Holy crap! What? Alcohol provides good speedruns. What?
Later in the month on April 27th, Seth would best himself again with faster movement and getting the first sub 1 minute and 20 second time with a 119.1. Seth, this time, used the previously mentioned 3-controller multi-tap route, and multi-tap would become the standard going forward. The biggest time save at this point in Credits Warp is saving time by having really quick adjustments with kicking and spinning shells at specific pixel coordinates. One-upping Seth's already fast shell setups, Freeze went even faster and pumped out a 117.7 on April 29th. Not long after though, on May 1st, Seth came back with a 115.71, saving another 2 seconds over Freeze. You know how years ago that there was a Japanese era in Super Mario World speedrunning? Well, let me introduce you to a new era that started coming in. No one really expected this. The Brazilian era. A runner by the name of Furious started doing credits warp attempts, and actually got a time very close to Seth's. But on May 1st, this finally happened. Furious got a 115.66, less than a tenth of a second better than Seth. America finally didn't reign supreme in the newer Zero Exit category. Furious would start taking this category to the extreme, and got a 115.23 not that long after, on July 31st. A big time save that you can see in Furious's run is that he performed the item swap slightly early. The madman that was Furious didn't want to end on that though. With hundreds of more attempts and faster inputs, he clutched out a giant time save with a time of 113.2 half a year later on January 30th, 2017. With how ridiculous Furious's optimizations were, no one really wanted to touch it. Sethbling and Freeze weren't really in sight and had no interest in improving this run, with the current route at least. Fast forward exactly a year, and interest peaked again. I will let Seth briefly explain what this new route is.
Yesterday in a live stream, I completed the world's first ever sub 1 minute speedrun of Super Mario World by warping into credits using a new route I came up with. The routes are actually very similar. The bulk of the time save comes from an alteration I figured out, which allows us to completely skip, repeatedly spitting out red shells at pixel perfect X coordinates. The secret is to utilize a total of 4 controllers and 2 multi-tap devices to input additional code without performing actions in-game. As with the previous route, I manipulate several memory locations by doing various things with a red shell, including duplicating a Yoshi block, despawning Yoshi's egg shell fragments at precise velocities, and making sure certain graphics appear at certain spots on the screen, for example the white splat that appears when you kick a shell. Then, by performing the item swap glitch, I make the game start running code from somewhere other than the game cartridge. This code ultimately puts the game into credits mode and ensures that gameplay continues as normal rather than crashing like you'd expect from the item swap glitch.
If you want a too long didn't read summary, you can utilize more controllers and use their data. You can skip all this shell nonsense, which saves 20 plus seconds and ultimately leads to the first speedrun of Super Mario World in under a minute. There you have it, the glorious sub 1 minute. But since I've already made it this far, it would probably make most sense to talk about what happened afterwards, right? If I didn't, it'd be like running a marathon and not completing the last stretch. I might as well finish it. Just like the previous routes, a lot of time save came from the minor strat optimizations and would be lowered dramatically more. If you want a deeper understanding of how the sub 1 minute speedrun works, I would recommend Seth's video that goes over a lot of this technical junk that is hard to explain in a quick video recap. So let me just quickly mention the world records that happened. January 31st, 51.16 by Seth Bling. January 31st again, 50.53, again by Seth Bling. February 5th, 49.01, again by Seth Bling. February 7th, 45.92. You want to guess who it is? Seth Bling. February 16th, Furious came back with a 45.78. February 21st, 45.48 by Seth Bling again. February 28th, Furious came back with a 45.03. March 1st, Seth Bling decided to come back again with a 44.083. Around March 19th, Seth Bling got a 43.38, and on the same exact day, got a 42.2. And a few months later, Furious came back on June 19th with a 41.866. Record activity for this game ceased to exist after Furious got this 41-second time. The rest of 2018 passed, and then 2019 passed, and then people thought the same was going to happen in 2020. But then, 2020 happened. Everyone started to have a lot of extra free time due to the thing that was the 2020 pandemic, and still is as of making this video. This led to a huge uptick in speedrun activity, and Super Mario World was not an exception. In early April, Seth Bling came back to Credits Warp with plans to finally take back the record that Furious had had for about 2 years at this point. On April 22nd, Seth would finally get a new PB, but was sadly 3 frames off the record. But that didn't seem to really matter though, because not too long on April 28th, Seth finally improved the world record by about 0.2 of a second 2 years later with a 41.65. To insert his dominance even further though, Seth would beat his time again the next day with a 41.35. This record though would stay solid for a full month. But on June 11th, Furious took advantage of his quarantine by trying to best his 2-year-old time and get the record back. Luckily for him, he did. He beat Seth back by a good 1/3 of a second with a time of 41.02, very close to getting a 40-second time, and that is where the record currently stands. With a time this low and a route this optimized, where further can this category go? Many thought it was once over once the Japanese runners optimized the game. But then, many thought it was done once Orb was worked on, and then Cloud, and then the game kept being pushed and torn apart. So what happens from here? That's a story that I will let the future tell, but if the past has ever told us anything, this story may never truly ever end. Thank you for watching. Super Mario World. No matter how familiar you are with the game, you probably know at least one tidbit about it. Whether it's the graphics or the unforgettable tunes, this game would continue to entertain many over the following decades. Ever since the early internet forum era, many communities have formed just around Super Mario World, between simple appreciation of the game, all the way to modifying and ripping it apart. Many people have taken it upon themselves to dissect the game as much as possible. One competition that's been going back and forth over the past couple decades is trying to beat the game as fast as possible, between tiny optimizations and major glitches. Today, we're gonna dissect the human limit of Super Mario World. With such a complex history and long list of names, it can be quite hard to decide where to start the speedrunning story of the game. While I would start from the very beginning, I already did that. If you want a complete front-to-back history of Super Mario World's fastest completion, then go watch my video, The Quest for Sub 1 Minute. Why am I here today then? I'm here to fill in the gaps that are forgotten and never talked about. I am going to fully break down the 11 exit cloud category in Super Mario World by first explaining how we got here, secondly talking about and summarizing recent developments, and lastly deeply analyzing the run level by level, which leads us to what the future has in store. Strap in, because there's quite a lot to unwrap. Since I like every project to be its own separate being, I will briefly fill you in on the history of this run if you're out of the loop. The quickest way to get to Bowser in this game is as follows. First, you go up the right side of Yoshi's Island and beat Iggy's Castle. Secondly, make your way up to Big Boo in Donut Plains and enter the Star Warp that is unlocked after finishing the fight. You then want to find the secret exits in Star World until you find a warp that takes you to the Valley of Bowser. This then allows you to enter and play through Bowser's front door, which leads you to the final boss himself, Bowser. For many years, this path would be dubbed Super Mario World's Any % category. Any % is defined as beating the game as fast as possible, without any restrictions, as long as you can do it in the original, unmodified game. Only 11 levels to beat before taking on Bowser. Not quite a hard task on its own. One of the earliest documented and recorded times with this route was by Scott Kessler with an 11:24 on April 28th of 2004. While every level had minor errors, for the time, it was quite impressive. Over the years, many others would challenge Scott. The legendary Andrew G, Lucid Faya, Yatsuba, Menbu, and Yappa-san would all have their time to shine in the game. By late 2011, the run was looking cleaner than ever and was already down to a 10:44. Unknowingly to others, entering the new year, Yappa-san would end up shattering this record by over 14 seconds. How was this achieved? Let me introduce you to the orb glitch. This weird thing in the item box up here, that is an orb. The same exact orb used to complete the level at the end of Sunken Ghost Ship. Having this in your item box allows you to beat any level you want when activated. As long as you can reach the top of the screen and not die during the fanfare, you can beat any level that you want using this power-up. Just like I have shared in the past, please check out this video by Retro Games Mechanics Explained if you want a more in-depth look. Here's my very basic explanation. This glitch completely revolves around a chuck. Chucks in this game, for some odd reason, are programmed as power-ups. If they can somehow be obtained by the player, it will update Mario's power-up state in the same way that a mushroom will change Small Mario's state to Big Mario. Using Yoshi, what you get from consuming a chuck is based on what kind of chuck is in the level. Your current power-up state is also quite important here. Using this information, if you have a fire power-up and consume a clapping chuck, you will receive an orb power-up. This clapping chuck needs to be just off the side of the screen. What you need to do is called an item swap. An item swap is achieved by collecting an item off Yoshi's tongue, which in this case is a coin. You obtain a coin by fireballing this Rex. You then need to jump and collect said coin while Yoshi is swallowing it with his tongue. If your position and timing is right, you will notice the coin swap into a chuck and then be consumed by Yoshi. This consumption leads to an orb power-up being obtained, since chucks are technically power-ups themselves. So when is this orb used? In Iggy's Castle. When entering the level, you can simply climb onto the cage and activate the orb to beat the level. This is faster than getting all the way to the boss fight and watching the entire cutscene. This overall saves between 12 to 15 seconds based on how fast your orb grab was in Yoshi's Island 1. Players would keep taking advantage of this trick in between Dram 55, Menbu 93, and Yappa-san. This time would get lowered to a 10:26. By this point, we are now in 2013. The rest of the year would be pretty quiet. But 2014 was quite the opposite. In June, the game had 12 new records. Yes, 12. Keeping track of previous records, it took over 7 years for the first 12 recorded records to be achieved. So how did this happen? Menbu's last orb record set the standards quite high, but those standards were about to change with an entirely new glitch. You thought getting an orb was crazy? Let me delve into its mutated cousin, the Cloud Glitch. Remember how the orb item swap was based off the type of chuck and power-up Mario had? Well, it was found that if you eat a forward-running lookout chuck while being Small Mario and Yoshi's Island 2, you'll obtain a Lakitu Cloud in your item box. You may wonder how this would be useful in the slightest. Somehow it was found that when activated in the Bowser fight, you can skip Bowser's animations if you enter the cloud and throw it to the left side of the screen. With further research and practice, these cloud animation skips could save in upwards of 40 seconds compared to Orb. This opened another whole can of worms, and many would quickly scramble to beat Super Mario World quicker than ever before. During 2014, LinkDead, Dram, Paco, Artega, and Green Death Flavor would take their shots at lowering their times using the cloud glitch. This would lead the game to a new major milestone, beating the game in under 10 minutes. Dram was the first to do so in June, and after that, seconds kept being chipped off. How many more seconds could be shaved off of this already short run? For anyone who saw my previous video, you may remember that the last cloud record that I mentioned was a 949.46. Well, why is that? Well, by late 2014, a player named Jeff W456 had discovered a way to go straight into the credits just from Yoshi's Island 2. He achieved this in just under 5 minutes, and since then, the often dubbed Credits Warp run has become the any percent category for Super Mario World. Well, kind of. Once Sethling and other runners started doing this on console, there was a little bit of a dilemma. What was Super Mario World any percent? Going back to the early 2000s, many have dubbed the intended fastest game completion route as any percent. Credits Warp came out of nowhere and completely destroyed the route that was used since the game's beginning. Do we forget about everyone who used Star World, or do we ban these new Credits Warp runs? Well, a compromise was made, and Super Mario World any percent became two categories: 11 exit and 0 exit. Both these names refer to how many levels are completed before the run ends. The term exit is taken from the game itself. Super Mario World has a total of 96 exits between normal and secret ones. The intended any percent route goes through 11 levels before Bowser, hence being dubbed 11 exit. Due to Credits Warp simply going through these credits without even leaving the first level, it got the name 0 exit. From this point forward, these two categories would become two very distinct runs. Both categories would get their fair share of players. I have previously gone through 0 exit's entire history, but what about the cloud history that many tend to forget? Starting in mid-2013, Green Death Flavor would test his skills in the game. By July of 2014, he was able to join the sub-10 club with a 9:56 time. GDF by this point already had plenty of potential to become the next record holder in the game. By that time, LinkDead got his 950.1 record later in the year. 8 players had achieved a time under 10 minutes. It was becoming the hot thing to reach the new minute barrier, but a new group was soon about to form, the Sub 950 Club. As mentioned before, LinkDead would soon afterwards get a 949.46 entering October. And days after that, you will notice that GDF also joined the club, and crazily got close to record with a 949.62. GDF was now on the grind. While I will be analyzing specific level strategies later on, LinkDead had a glaring mistake in Donut Secret 1. Towards the end of the level, he lost his shell to this fish, which cost him 2 in-game seconds. While spinning with a cape, Mario's hitbox goes back and forth, from left to right, every 4 frames. Sadly, LinkDead's spin didn't line up here, and the fish destroyed his shell. Just a month later, entering November, GDF would achieve his desired run. He played every level just as fast as Link did, and actually kept his shell in Donut Secret 1. While he briefly delayed before the keyhole, he still saved an in-game second over LinkDead's previous run. Keeping his composure to the very end, GDF broke a new second barrier, accomplishing a 948.98. Interestingly enough, just 2 weeks later, Dram55, who was the first person to beat the game in under 10 minutes, would do yet another legendary thing. On November 22nd, 2014, he streamed and then uploaded a run that ultimately tied GDF to the exact frame. Yes, that's correct. The world record was now a 948.98, shared between both DRAM and GDF. DRAM would have minor mistakes as well as slight improvements against GDF. Ultimately, it would balance out enough to have his run finish on the exact same frame. With both DRAM and GDF's tied record having different minor mistakes, it's inevitable that the time would be lowered eventually. Entering 2015 on January 20th, GDF would untie the record again with a 948.107, and just 3 days later on the 23rd, went even further and got a 947.687, mainly saving time from a more optimized front door and cloud fight. GDF broke a new second barrier in the process. While this was getting pretty exciting, the category started to slow down. The next second barrier would take a greater amount of work than ever previously thought before. There were minor time saves and optimizations to incorporate, but what else laid past that? If you have paid attention to all these cloud runs so far, you may have realized that all of them have been playing on the American version this entire time. Initially, this may not make much sense. For years, runners had been running on the Japanese version due to saving slight time from faster text boxes. Well, at the time, the only reasonable way to do cloud in attempt sessions was on the American version of the game. The cloud glitch is actually ACE, or arbitrary code execution. This means that when going for this glitch, you are actually directly going into and manipulating the game's memory. This sadly means that the cloud glitch on the Japanese version is possible, but it requires the memory to be set up in a different fashion. While not much happened during the rest of 2015, the following year would store quite a lot. Around March, Sethling would start experimenting a bit more with different ways to achieve cloud between the different versions of the game. By March 31st, he published a paste bin describing a frame-perfect trick that would allow the player to get cloud on both the American and Japanese version without crashing, that also did not scroll the screen. While this was pretty janky, it would lead towards the beginning of major explorations for new cloud methods. The entire community started exploring everything they could, and by April 5th, Seth published another paste bin that would further everyone's understanding. He found a new setup that involved holding the X and A buttons while eating the chug. This setup completely relied on having the correct RAM values, but it wasn't fully understood how these values could be consistently achieved. Well, at least in the same way that it would eventually be. On the same day, IsoFreeze, also known as Dots Are Cool, would publish his own paste bin that published a list of memory manipulation setups that involved powering up a different game, doing something specific in said game, then swapping the cartridge to Super Mario World and holding a specific button combination during the item swap. Yes, there have been periods of time where runners were considering booting up a different game just to get an advantage of Super Mario World. Eventually, there was a minor discussion that involved whether the community should ban manipulating the game's RAM via outside means at all. That discussion wouldn't really go anywhere, and to this day still hasn't had a definitive answer, because something even better was found at the same time. Let me introduce you to the most revolutionary discovery to ever be found involving cloud. The easy scrollless JCloud setup. A setup was found to manipulate the game's memory, just right inside of Yoshi's Island 2. You first want to hit the specific Koopa just at the right frame, that 1, the Koopa flies to the left, and 2, you don't hit the following Koopa. You then get to the item swap just as usual, but when collecting the coin, you want to only hold the buttons L, R, and X. If you perform these steps just right, you just achieve the cloud glitch on the Japanese version without scrolling, a once thought to be impossible feat. The discovery, dubbed B5 due to the memory value it sets, was huge due to how much time it ultimately saved. First, not having to scroll the screen saves just under half a second, and secondly, you save another half a second from just being able to play on the Japanese version again. Each save prompt in the Japanese version is roughly a quarter of a second faster due to less text. This time save is multiplied twice during the run due to having 2 save prompts. This time save was enough to entice many top runners, including Area 51, or Aaron, who had been doing runs since the early 2010s. By this point, he already had a top cloud time and was 3rd place. He started to incorporate scroll-less cloud into runs, and just a couple weeks later, would put the new trick to good use. Thanks to this time save, Aaron broke a new milestone and got the first 9:46 time, beating Green Death Flavor by nearly a second. This wouldn't last for quite long though. Since everyone was spending time with this new cloud setup, most top players were at least experimenting. Just over a week later, on May 1st, GDF would get his record back by over half a second with a 9:46.168. His time save mostly came from minor optimizations in World 1, such as getting a shell jump over the water in Yoshi's Island 4, as well as getting a strategy in Iggy's Castle called Underball that saves an extra in-game second. While he struggled a bunch in doing a Secret 1, he was able to achieve an even faster cloud fight. These minor optimizations were enough to get alarmingly close to yet another second barrier. The scrollless Japanese cloud setup unlocked the 946, but what would unlock the 945? Following the crazy cloud developments that consumed April and May, the game would finally relax for a bit, but the rest of the year wasn't quite over. Looking just a little further down the leaderboard, let's talk about Paco 5. Paco had been running Super Mario World since 2013, and by 2015 had already achieved some world records, including a No Star World and 11 exit No Cape. As I have already shown, Paco would also make his way up the 11 exit cloud leaderboard. Out of nowhere, on October 11th, Paco would make history with the first 945 time with a 945.77. Unlike 946, this didn't require some major breakthrough. Paco's run was very similar to GDF's, besides the fact that unlike GDF, Paco kept his shell to the very end of Donut Secret 1. This was just enough to break the new second barrier. While this new second barrier may seem underwhelming, the 945 progression is quite the opposite. Area 51 was not giving up, and by the end of the year, was back to grinding more attempts. Entering 2017, on January 29th, Aaron would have virtually the same run as Paco, but instead of going for a faster Iggy beginning, he nailed a shell jump in Yoshi's Island 4. The rest of the run was practically the same, and funnily enough, beat the time by just 4 frames and got a 945.700. At this point in time, the run was pretty clean overall. Unlike previous attempts, these 945 times had no obvious mistakes. The rest of 2017 went with no new improvements to the record, but other things were going on in the background. Towards the end of the year, runners such as Lost Core were experimenting with Donut Secret House and seeing if there was a way to perform it faster in 11 exit glitchless. This category was already using a stair clip. Abusing the same mechanic in Front Door that allows you to keep flight, it was found that you can barely fly under the second room in the ghost house and save additional time compared to what is done normally. Things would change quite quickly. Just a week before Aaron's 945 became a year old, Aaron himself would finally beat his time. He would go for both a shell jump and a faster Iggy. While he struggled in Donut Secret 1, in Ghost House, he would do the same exact room 2 door fly strategy that Lost Core had previously demonstrated. This saved him roughly 0.2 of a second just in the Ghost House. With more optimizations between Star World and Bowser, Aaron saved just enough time to beat the record by a way greater amount than previously. The record was now a 945.283, inching closer and closer to the next inevitable milestone. For nearly 17 months, the top positions on the leaderboard would stay almost exactly the same. On June 14, 2019, things would finally spice up when GDF got a second place personal best with a 945.585. The only big mistakes he had was losing his shell in Donut Secret 1 and having a slightly slower ghost house. He very much could have gotten the record if it wasn't for that. GDF kept grinding during this period, and just roughly a few weeks later on July 3rd, he would correct his mistakes from his previous run. His time save was enough to not just smash his personal best, but completely destroy the record and achieve a new second barrier with a 944.367. While this improvement may have seemed like a major category killer, what would ensue not too long after would blow things right open again. Traveling back to 2014 quickly, when Cloud was still new. Towards the end of the year, Sethboing had been doing many live streams, constantly analyzing the game for new discoveries. He was in the middle of making a tool-assisted speedrun that would demonstrate the human limits in the 11 exit category. While parts of this run are already outdated, one big discovery would come out of this creation: stair clip. While this trick was already discovered before this, for over 3 hours, Sethboing did a live stream of him trying to consistently replicate this trick in Donut Secret House that allows you to clip through the stairs at the very beginning of the level. Seth was able to get this trick on console a few times, but after this stream, not too much more immediately resulted from this. It wouldn't be until 2017 when runners were experimenting more and more. A strategy for stair clip would be put together in the glitchless category that involves using the fire flower in your reserve box. The stair clip is quite easy without a cape. You can simply run right and time a spin jump input. Cape on the other hand is a lot harder. Many experimented with the trick over the years, and a few possible ideas were thrown around, including doing a normal fly through the stairs. It wasn't until 2019 that this trick would be fully understood in the way that we know it today. It was found that if you delay or duck for a certain amount of frames and hold a run and jump, you can reproduce this stair clip. Lost Core made a useful chart that shows what kind of stair clip you can get based on different delays. The delay timing axis is how many frames you should be moving to the right before delaying or ducking. The delay amount axis is how many frames you should delay or duck before moving right again. The terms low, mid, and high on this chart represent what kind of clip you will get with these frame amounts. Based on your timing, you can clip on different sections of the stairs. While a low clip is optimal, any clip at all will save time if executed properly. This now means that stair clip can now theoretically be consistent, but due to such tight timings, a human will not realistically get the same result. A lot of it comes down to knowing what inputs to go for, and praying that you did it correctly. Around August of 2019, Lost Core would use this compiled knowledge, and started going for stair clip on high level 11 exit attempts. His first run with stair clip would end up being a 948, which was just seconds off record. The grind continued, and not too later, got a high 945. This put him in 4th place at the time, and was inching closer to record. This made him the only top runner at the time to have a stair clip in their run on this leaderboard. Lost Core's grind continued, and just a week later would make history. On September 3rd, he had a run that started with an average World 1, great pace out of Donut Secret 1, and in Ghost House, nailed another stair clip. He was able to ultimately get a Ghost House 3 in-game seconds ahead of GDF's record. This put him over a second ahead of the run. He kept his composure throughout Star World, and while his Bowser fight was slower by over half a second, the stair clip was enough for him to beat the record by around 600 milliseconds with a 943.75. This run achieved multiple milestones in the category. He achieved not just the first world record with a stair clip, but the first 943. Where do we go from here? What about 942? 941? What lies beyond that? Now that we are fully up to speed with the current record, what's next? Before we continue, I am going to analyze this run level by level. I will be explaining the strategies that top players go for, as well as alternate improvements or variations that could be used in the future. Before we go level by level, let me preface this section by saying this. Unlike Super Mario Bros., where every frame only counts in the last level, in Super Mario World, every frame counts in every level. If you want to get really technical, there will always be frames to save everywhere. And one more tidbit before going into the levels. I will be talking a lot about in-game seconds here. Just like a lot of other games, the in-game timer isn't accurate to real time. Each game second in Super Mario World is 41 frames, or roughly 0.68 seconds. While saving an in-game second doesn't mean you automatically saved all those frames, it's still good to know. Keep that knowledge in your head going forward. Yoshi's Island 2. Ever since the scrollless Japanese B5 cloud setup was found, runners have been consistently performing it again and again. What if there was more to this level though? Remember before when I talked about how it was discovered that you could do things in different games to manipulate the memory? Well, during the making of this video, when inquiring on optimizations in this run, I accidentally brought back the topic of using quote-unquote dirty RAM through different games or other means to achieve the cloud glitch. Shortly after, Lost Core released a video that uses the dirty RAM cloud setup by booting up a custom ROM that IsoFreeze made that sets the right values. He then proceeds to swap back to Super Mario World. Besides not having to do the B5 shell setup in this video, he also achieves a quicker item swap to receive the cloud. Before I continue, what is done here with Yoshi is dubbed as Fast Yoshi. You may have noticed this being performed in the last few records. If you hit the Yoshi block with Mario's head and a shell on consecutive frames, you can cause two Yoshis to spawn at once. The more Yoshis that hatch at once, the faster they hatch out of the egg. In this case, Yoshi will hatch twice as fast and saves roughly half a second. Besides Lost Core doing Fast Yoshi here, he intentionally makes sure to keep the red shell used to hit the Yoshi block. He then grabs, and not long after, spits the shell out. He then proceeds to grab the normally used red shell, but spits it out right after going past the green shell. Afterwards, he quickly grabs the green shell that is now on his left, proceeds forward, and in mid-air, spits the green shell onto the fireball, and immediately does an item swap to achieve the cloud. This setup allows him to instantly perform the item swap instead of briefly waiting, like the strategy generally used in runs. While making this, Dirty Cloud, nor the faster swap, are used in runs. If it were to be used, it could save a third of a second. While it's a bit harder, it is so early in the run, it could be a feasible future time save if someone doesn't mind resetting to it. Yoshi's Island 3. There's not much to talk about in Yoshi's Island 3. The key strategy here is to maximize your running speed on these moving brown platforms. These platforms can push you slightly forward and save enough frames to achieve a 259 time instead of a 258 that would be achieved by simply jumping through. Tool-assisted runs may showcase a crazy performance of doing over a dozen block duplications to achieve Yoshi wings. A human will never get anywhere close to doing this while saving time. Yoshi's Island 4. We have seen a few times previously that runners have performed a shell jump to skip jumping into the water in the middle of Yoshi's Island 4. To achieve this, you need to tap left for a few frames, then tap and hold right while releasing the shell. If you do these inputs at the height of your jump, you will allow yourself to clear enough distance to avoid the water entirely. Optimally, this saves around a third of a second. Iggy. I had previously mentioned in one of GDF's runs that he achieved a strategy in Iggy dubbed Underball. If you have a really clean first jump onto this cage, and consistently time your jumps afterwards, you can squeeze out a 282 in the first room by getting under this fireball. The standard strategy in room 1 gives you a 281. While you can barely get a 282 if you're fast enough without Underball, it's quite tight. On top of this, there is an even crazier strat dubbed P-switch jump. This involves dropping the P-switch in Iggy forwards, in mid-air, while over lava, and getting a frame-perfect jump off it. When performed correctly, you can get a 283 timer on the first door. This can ultimately save around half a second compared to underball. While that may sound like enough time saved to make it worth going for, again, getting a jump off the P-switch is frame-perfect. This is not a strategy recommended for real runs. Realistically for now, underball is the way to go. Donut Plains 1. Entering the beginning of Donut Plains 1, on the first Koopa when you grab a cape, you can actually hit the enemy on the first frame you leave the ground after jumping. This ends up saving you an in-game second. Dubbed DP1 Guy, this has actually been done in some older 11 exit records. While it's frame perfect, it's not a bad trick to try to go for on a really bad run. The only other thing to worry about here is making sure you have optimal flight speed. Flight speed values rotate between 47 and 51, and the value will lock once you let go of right. 51 here is what players should strive for, and runners can roughly tell how fast their speed is based on how much the screen jitters. If a runner thinks they have a bad speed, they can tap right and get a new value. Normally a 51 speed playthrough will give you a 363 for DP1 Guy. Donut Secret 1. Donut Secret 1 is quite complicated. There are two sections that are heavily focused on in this level. First, there is the dry room that is entered to grab a Koopa in order to swim faster. There are different methods to grabbing this Koopa, and you can technically get a 275 pipe entrance instead of a 274. But it is so tight that no human has ever tried going for it in a run. Secondly, more importantly, there is the ending section where you need to avoid having the fish destroy your shell. As mentioned before, when spinning, Mario's cape hitbox goes between left and right every 4 frames. Besides worrying about this, if you want to be fast, you also need to optimize how quickly you can make your way up this vertical section before the keyhole. This involves throwing your shell upwards, and grabbing it while avoiding the fish. Optimally for a while, runners have been going for a 258 in-game time. It has been known for a long time though, that a 259 is possible, with a crazy enough upward section before the key. All the way back in 2014, Lambie achieved a 259 individual level run. This really hasn't been seen since, and while this would be cool to see in runs, the payoff isn't high enough for a 259 to be worth it yet. Depending on how fast you are when attempting normal 258s, this fiercer ending could save between a third and half a second. Donut Secret House. Obviously we talked a lot about this level, and there isn't too much more to say past what Lost Core recently did in his record. As a human, you're not going to get any faster with current knowledge. He got a 374 Boo Door entrance in this run, which is quite impressive. A lot of the time, he will get a 373 due to different flight speeds and other minor factors. Star World 1. You will see in Lost Core and other previous records that they get a 291 in-game timer finishing Star World 1. This level takes advantage of the fact that only 4 yellow blocks can be spinning on screen at a time. If you try to spin more than 4 blocks while already being in the spinning blocks, said blocks will push or zip you downwards. While 291 is the realistic way to do this level fast, for years it has been known that you can get a 292. To achieve this, for the first zip, you can quickly maneuver to the right and perform the zip there instead of just going down straight away. This ultimately allows you to get to the right side of the screen quicker and squeeze out enough frames for a 292. Later on, Area 51 did a faster variant of the strat that requires doing a right side zip on both. The tightness of this in-game second isn't really worth it in runs. At most you will probably only save 1 or 2 tenths of a second. Star World 2. Star World 2 doesn't have much to talk about. Most of the level you will probably just swim at the top to avoid the fish before coming down. You then quickly tap down to maneuver your way through this tiny gap to the keyhole. A 260 is just fine, but if you squeeze out enough frames, you can barely get a 261. The time difference is so minuscule that it ultimately does not really matter. Starworld 3. Starworld 3 is another pretty uneventful level. Being the shortest in the game, it is easily beaten in under 10 seconds. Runners make their way up top with the silver switch, throw the switch into the key block, and quickly get flight and item fly with the key in hand. The standard optimal time here is a 192. A 193 time is possible though if you let go and throw the key forward mid-flight. This allows you to save just enough frames for the next in-game second. This time save is comparable to the last two levels. Starworld 4. Starworld 4 has nothing to be improved upon at all. It fully relies off the player locking in a 51 speed as quickly as possible while flying under the level. Front Door. There is quite a lot to decipher in Front Door. Starting off with entering Door 2, you may notice that Lost Chord does a spin fly into the door instead of doing a normal fly. This is because if you do a normal fly, you can scrape against the floor before entering the door. If you do a spin fly, this is avoided and can save time. Door 2 itself is pretty self-explanatory and is just a fly-through. Entering Door 7 is slightly different, due to there only being one block to use instead of 3. Lost Core instead does a trick where he does a normal fly into the block, but quickly spins his cape to cancel that before entering the door. This prevents him from scraping the floor, while still maintaining P-speed to get door fly entering the next room. Door 7 has slightly more to it. The fireballs that come out of these statues are based on a global timer, but if you have quick enough reaction, you can predict what the later statues will do, based off the statues when entering the room. On the wrong global timer, this one specific statue has been the cause of many failed attempts. Assuming you can get past that, all you need to do is the final dark room. This involves being comfortable with spin flying with a cape, and knowing how to control your height. After some carefully timed jumps, all you have left is the actual fight. The standard Bowser fight in Super Mario World is generally quite easy. Even on a higher skill level, the fight is a little bit under 2 minutes. The Cloud fight on the other hand is a different beast entirely, and takes place in just a bit over 50 seconds. Due to how far ahead Lost Core was with Stairclip, he actually took this fight a bit safer than many previous records. This entire fight relies on how fast you can react to skipping Bowser's phases. The thing is, if you go too fast it won't work, and if you go too slow, you may take a hit and lose a bunch of time. He did end up losing some time between phases. His fight was ultimately around 54.5 seconds. For reference, GDF's 944 was around 53.8 seconds. Due to how much Stairclip saves and how much nerves were probably in play, it's understandable why Lost Chord took it safe. This does mean though that the record can be significantly lowered. If Lost Chord got the same fight as GDF in a fight, he could have gotten ridiculously close to a 942. Due to how tricky this fight is overall, and the amount of pressure runners have at this point, the fight will never be 100% consistent in terms of how fast it is. Between the last 4 records, each fight has varied by at least a third of a second or more. Sethbling's outdated Human Theory task gets roughly a 53.1 Bowser fight, but realistically for humans, I believe that a mid-53 is probably the realistic limit in a real-time setting, but I'd love to be proven wrong. So after all this analysis, what does this bring the best possible time to? This is probably why you clicked on this video. Well, it's kinda complicated. Unlike other runs like Super Mario Bros., Super Mario World does not have an optimized cloud tool-assisted run. The reason why there isn't a high-level cloud task is due to the fact that the website Task Videos that most tool assisters use bans the use of arbitrary code execution in their submissions. To remind you, the cloud glitch is a form of ACE. The close thing we have is Sethbling's really outdated 2014 Human Theory cloud task. This run achieved a 939.1, and be aware, this is on the American version. If we did this on the Japanese game with B5 setup and maybe the new Dirty RAM tech, we may be talking about a high 937. Going further into World 1, if we added in Shell Jump in Yoshi's Island 4, and then P-Switch Jump in Iggy, that is now a mid 936. While the other optimizations are hard to calculate, if you add in a fast Bowser fight like GDF had, that would already put you into roughly the high 935 territory. Is 935 realistically going to happen? Heck no. Is it technically possible though? Sure. An even better time is probably even possible. I'd love to see someone make an updated Human Theory task with all the new developments over the past few years. Until then though, all we can do is speculate and look at the top runners and dream. Heck, the next record may not be done by anyone in the top 10, and we may not even know of a new time save that will break the run even more. While it may take a while for something new to happen, it's safe to say that the story of Super Mario World is constantly in motion. Thank you for watching. The mainline Mario platforming series has quite a wide range to choose from. You got 2D, you got 3D, 8-bit, 16-bit, 64-bit, the list goes on and on. You could also categorize all these games in many different ways, but that's not what I want to talk about today. Each game has much more beyond the actual game itself. Today, I want to talk about ROM hacking. ROM hacking is modifying an existing game in any way, shape, or form, whether it's graphics, gameplay, new level design, or any other element inside the game. ROM hacking is an awesome way to give new life to games people have already played. You probably have played Super Mario Bros., but have you played the hundreds and possibly thousands of hacks made for the game? Stick around, cause I'm not going to simply talk about ROM hacks in general. Today, I want to talk about the interest of modifying my favorite, and probably for a lot of you, your favorite Mario game of all time, Super Mario World. Beyond that, I also want to dig down the niche rabbit hole that has spawned out another niche rabbit hole, speedrunning Super Mario World ROM hacks. Over the past couple decades, many communities have been formed dedicated to just making hacks of different games. Going back to as early as the year 2000, romhacking.com was a notable resource that hosted tons of tools and editors that users could download to make their own hacks. The site would go up and down over the years and also traded between many owners. It ultimately saw its end in 2004, but the torch was picked up pretty quickly, with romhacking.net becoming a new hub for everything ROM hack related. And to this day, it's still one of, if not the biggest resource for ROM hacking. But that's not what I want to talk about. There isn't just a ROM hacking community. There are dedicated communities to hacking specific games as well. And the one that I want to talk about today is smwcentral.net. Being registered back in 2006, SMW Central has become the one-stop shop for everything involving modifications of Super Mario World. It became a centralized host for anyone looking to upload their own assets of the game. Custom sprites, blocks, programs, game patches, full hacks, and many more started being archived on the site. Within its first year, the site added a forum for users to discuss a wide array of things, but it primarily became an essential way for people in the community to ask and document whatever occurred involving their ROM hacking journey. Over 15 years later, the site has stood the test of time and pretty much looks exactly the same. By 2010, the site reached over 10,000 users, and by the end of 2013, new sections were added for Yoshi's Island and Super Mario 64 ROM hacking. The site may look exactly the same, but the community has grown and changed quite a lot. As of making this, the site has over 50,000 registered users, and the forums are full of a wide array of things. Since 2008, the site's forums have also hosted a wide array of level design contests and showcases. I'd really recommend checking some of these out. A lot of the work done for these gets heavily forgotten about. Now that you are familiar with a major core of Super Mario World ROM hacking, let's get into the actual history. We talked about SMW Central, but the creation of the site is not anywhere close to the first instance of Super Mario World ROM hacking, or Mario hacking in general. While I could go down the entire history of Mario hacking as a whole, what I will say is that Mario ROM hacking can be traced back to as early as 1986, just a year after the original Super Mario Bros. I'll link a really good post by GlitchCat7, which goes more in depth and talks about the history of Kaizo. We're here for Super Mario World in general though, and from what I and many others could find, it seems like Super Mario World ROM hacking can be traced back to as early as 1999, which may surprise quite a few people. Both a Spanish and a Portuguese translation of the game were released by a couple authors. It's not too much, but it's cool to know that before the year 2000, people were already experimenting with editing the game. Nowadays, these hacks really aren't too impressive since they're very simple hex edits of the game, just changing the text and really nothing else. But hey, you gotta start somewhere. The beginning of 2000 seemed to be the same, with a Polish translation being released, but by the end of the year, something quite notable would happen. Going back to 1999, a person by the name Fusoya released a map editor for the Super Famicom RPG Sailor Moon, another story. Eventually, entering the beginning of 2000, Fusoya started a new project and wanted to try to make an editor for Super Mario World. Disassembling a bunch of the game's code, they eventually would combine this with a prototype of their previously mentioned Sailor Moon map editor. After a long process of adding in support one by one for different features and developing a proper interface on top of it, Fusoya made history and changed Super Mario World modifications forever. On September 14th, 2000, Fusoya released Lunar Magic, a fully fleshed level editor for Super Mario World. While looking back now, it's very limited versus today. The fact that it was even available for anyone to use on any computer was pretty insane. Approximately 3 weeks later, around October 1st, 2000, Jazz411 made history and to many people's knowledge, published the first proper Super Mario World hack using Lunar Magic. The hack only modifies the first world, and it has very bare bones level design. Has it aged poorly? Most definitely. But is it historic? For sure. By the end of the year, over a dozen different ROM hacks were released, with Lunar Magic getting a few minor revisions in 2000. By the end of the year, hacks were slowly but surely getting more exciting. A couple notable hacks showcased custom graphics, most notably Retro Mario World and Strange Mario World. With Lunar Magic constantly getting updates over the following years, hacks kept getting better and better. By the mid-2000s, Super Mario World hacks were becoming so in-depth that they were pretty much becoming their own full experiences. A few famous examples of this would be the Second Reality Project in 2004, Return to Dinosaur Land in 2006, and probably the most famous hack ever, Kaizo Mario World in 2007. I could say so much about that last title right now, but don't worry, we're definitely going to get back to it. We established the beginning of Mario ROM hacks, we established the beginning of specifically Super Mario World ROM hacks, and we also established the beginnings of some of its communities. So what exactly is next? Well, let me talk about speedrunning. Speedrunning has been relevant in one way or another since the early 2000s, at least when we're talking about the internet. But with Super Mario World ROM hacks being very hit or miss over the years, it's not shocking that speedrunners didn't think or even wanted to run them. On top of the actual hacks across the board being iffy, the ways that they were played back in the day weren't exactly the best either. Most of the hacks were made with the Z-SNES emulator in mind, which had versions released between 1997 and 2007. While Z-SNES was popular at its peak, it's aged quite poorly over time. Nowadays it's considered one of the worst and least accurate Super Nintendo emulators, and in 2015 it even had an exploit discovered that allows ROMs to execute malicious code just simply from opening it. While this emulator is pretty poor now, Back then, it was the go-to for most players and hackers, and due to this, many hacks were designed with the emulator's flaws in mind, and this would end up being a bigger issue than originally thought. This right here would become one of the most important things to be released for Super Nintendo owners in the 21st century, and not this specific version, but I think you get my point. Around 2011, the Super EverDrive by Crix would hit the market, and it allowed you to load any Super Nintendo ROM onto your console via an SD card. Was this the first time someone made a flash card for the Super Nintendo? No, not even close. But was it the first time that there was an easy way to use and easily purchase the flash card for the Super Nintendo? I would say yes. With the rise of flash cards in terms of Super Mario World ROM hacking, one thing was discovered pretty quick. A lot of hacks made specifically for ZSNES around this era ended up being completely broken on both real hardware and really accurate emulators. Over time, ROM hacking tools and utilities would get updated to move past ZSNES and focus on hardware more, but this was for sure a giant roadblock to easily playing any ROM hack on console. I would argue that this is also partially why people didn't speedrun ROM hacks for a while. Could you use an emulator? Sure. But looking at speedrunning as a whole, you'll notice pretty quickly that especially on a higher level, a majority of speedrunners prefer to use real hardware, myself included. Now I'm not going to claim to have 100% found the oldest Super Mario World ROM hack speedrun ever, but I'm pretty confident that I've found some of the oldest runs. Out of all the research I did, the oldest Super Mario World ROM hack speedrun I could find was from Virus6110 in 2013. They did speedruns of their own hack as well as a hack called Super Marina World, and while it's pretty cool to go this far back, there really isn't too much to say about these runs outside of the date that they were performed. Every bit of research that you'll do points to 2014 being the proper beginning of this speedrun era, and no matter where you go, it's going to always point to Kaizo Mario World. And for anyone who's been under a rock for the past 15 years, Kaizo Mario World is a notoriously difficult ROM hack made in 2007 by Takamoto, who is a mostly unknown Japanese ROM hacker. This one hack is widely credited as creating the challenging hack genre known as Kaizo. It also felt like one of the only things that YouTubers did Let's Plays of for a really long time. One of the earliest Kaizo speedruns that I could find was a Twitch highlight dated January 27, 2014 by Dram55, who notably had multiple Super Mario World records around the time, and would also become the first person to beat the game in under 10 minutes. Around the exact same time, Jeff W356, who later that year would become the first person to beat Super Mario World without beating Bowser, also did mini Kaizo runs. His earliest highlighted run was only 3 days after Dram's. Both these players ran any percent, which involves them getting through the game while beating the least amount of levels. This run has 9 levels in total. Both these runs had 2 very notable skips, the first one being in the ghost house. The intended solution for this section is to enter the pipe with the springboard. You then maneuver your way through the room to enter this door and grab the second springboard. Instead, you can bring this first springboard that you get upwards by bouncing off a Koopa. By getting P-speed in this tiny section, you can get just enough height to precisely drop and jump off the springboard, and if done correctly, gives you just enough height to clear this wall and enter the next door. This allows runners to get to the midway in record time. The second skip is in the 6th level named Dead Sea. These runners took advantage of the fact that in water levels by default, you can actually swim under the level. On top of just skipping the level by swimming under, halfway through, they grab a Koopa and carefully swim under a muncher in order to go under the level even faster. Before the level ends, there are even more munchers that you have to avoid. Any completion of a hack as hard as Kaizo is really impressive, but for a speedrun, there was quite the room for improvement. Both Jeff and Dram's runs were full of deaths, and the times were about to get chopped quite quickly. Dram's oldest highlighted run is a 33:16, and Jeff's oldest time, being published only 3 days after Dram, was 10 minutes faster with a 23:23. Kaizo continued to be a pretty popular ROM hack to go to, and by the end of 2015, ended up having 7 different runners. At this point in time, Dram had gotten the record at the beginning of the year, which was all the way down to a 14:29. Another huge time save occurred in the Ghost House. If you grab the midway in the auto-scroller right before, and keep it to the end of the level, you enter the Ghost House as Big Mario. This simple fact is huge. Entering the Ghost House, if you head left, there's a 1-tile gap that you can duck under, and if you spin jump while ducking as Big Mario in a 1-tile gap, you can clip through the floor. This allows you to skip the entire springboard section, which was previously done, and it gets you to the final Boo fight in under 50 seconds if performed quickly. Dram's time would hold up pretty well, and with it being a deathless run, it has only been beaten 3 times over the past 7 years. Calco beat Dram's time twice a year and a half later in 2016, and it took over 5 years to finally be beaten again by Superben 1755, with the first sub 14 with a 13:59. And that is the history of the first heavily speedrun ROM hack, but it's not the only ROM hack to be run in 2014. Mentioned earlier, Return to Dinosaur Land is a full-length hack released in 2006. With 59 exits, many over the years have praised it for feeling like a spiritual successor to Super Mario World. But, opinion warning. This hack is really boring and I really don't get the appeal to it. Fight me. Talking about runs, the earliest runs that I could find of this hack were from December 2014 from Author Blues and Garby the Glitterous. Both these runs are a 100% playthrough of the game, which spans through 7 worlds, and ends up being around an hour and a half. While these runs aren't perfect by any means, Author Blues' second time in the category was notably good for a run this early on. The run was obviously practiced a bunch, and a handful of notable skips were used. Throughout the run, the Cape power-up and Yoshi are abused to skip different parts of levels. In World 6, there are also 2 notable skips. The first is a clip at the beginning of the level. This is the exact same kind of clip done in the vanilla game, where you dismount a Yoshi and hop back on him as he is right next to a corner. Assuming the game and its subpixels like you, dismounting a second time leads you to clipping out of bounds. This allows you to swim under the entire level and skip everything in it. The second notable skip is used in 2 different levels in the same world as before. Slopes in general in this game are surprisingly easy to clip into. It's really as easy as mashing down and A or B against this slope. It may be easy, but sometimes it can take quite a bit to get just the right timing and faulty collision. Author Blues first lost quite a bit of time trying to get this clip originally, but the level is so long and the clip skips a really slow layer 2 section later on that you'll pretty much save time no matter how slowly you do it. A couple levels later, the same clip is done and saves an equally laughable amount of time. I guess speedrunners have similar opinions to what I said earlier, because over the years, this hack hasn't gotten nearly as much attention as Kaizo, and honestly, I say good. Only 5 players have ran the any percent category, and only 1 other person has ran 100%, Akisto, who funnily enough also had the 100% equivalent record in Super Mario World, where the current record is currently within a second of Akisto's Return to Dinosaur Land time. Coincidence? Yeah. Have you been enjoying this video? Well, guess what? If you're into ROM hacks and speedrunning, I got plenty more of that. On my Twitch for the past few years off and on, I've been streaming a challenge called ROM Hack Rampage, where my goal is to beat every non-Kaizo hack published on SMW Central. And as of making this video, I'm nearly a third of the way done. I even recently did a 24-hour marathon where I was able to beat 24 hacks back to back. And if you want to see more of that, head over to twitch.tv/Storster. And if you really like the video content here today, consider liking and subscribing to the channel. Anyways, let's get on with the video. While a few hacks were run in 2015, I'm pretty confident in saying that 2016 is the true beginning of what would become the more serious era of Super Mario World ROM hack speedrunning. 2016 may debatably be one of, if not the biggest years in terms of runs, and you're about to see why. I don't even know where to start, but by mid-2016, a wide range of hacks were being run. Super Mario World Remix, Super Demo World The Legend Continues, Kamek's Island, Janked Up Mario Party, These are just some of the titles to be run around this time. This is what I would like to officially call the normal ROM hack era, and you'll see why I say normal pretty shortly. While I would love to explain every single ROM hack run from here on out, I'm pretty sure this video would be 10 hours long if I continued to do that. The least I can do is share some notable highlights. The first hack I want to talk about is Super Mario World Remix. This was made by the same person who made the smash indie hit Celeste. Super Mario World Remix has 3 main speedrun categories. There's all switches, which requires pressing all 4 colored switches in the game. Then there's 32 exit, which goes through every exit in the hack. And lastly, there's 10 exit, which is the hack's any percent equivalent, and it's the category that I specifically want to talk about more. Entering the second section of the hack, it starts with a level named Gateway. To beat the level, it requires you to unlock all the Switch Palaces. This ultimately isn't required though. In Super Mario World, you can perform what is called a key jump. If you grab a key and jump, drop it below you mid-jump, and then re-grab the key while jumping off it, you can get extra jump height just by using a key. You can hypothetically do this forever, and there are specific hacks that have been made to test out people's skills. Anyways, instead of grabbing the red and blue switches normally required here, you can simply utilize a key jump to bring the key to the keyhole. Only the yellow switch is pressed since you need blocks to get to the keyhole. This ultimately lowers the required amount of exits down to 10. Ever since this run has been achieved, there have been many theories of how possible a run without switches could be. If done, that would lower the exit count to 7. A tool-assisted run in 2017 proved this to be possible by using a very tight key jump. In a later level that requires at least one switch to be activated, in order to activate a key and keyhole later in the level, the task does something surprisingly different to get around the normal design of the level. Utilizing how broken Yoshi and his tongue is, they use a mushroom to spawn both the key and keyhole on Yoshi's tongue. This is as far as I will go to explain it. Yoshi in Super Mario World is debatably one of the most broken Mario features ever, and I can make a full documentary just on that. I kind of almost have already. Anyways, humans over the years have really wanted to replicate this, but first of all, the second key jump is really unrealistic for humans. The author of the task stated, the task uses a frame-perfect 1-frame Y-tap to drop the key after standing on it. This is done to get a specific key position and velocity that makes clearing this possible at all. To sum it up, good luck ever doing this in a run. Next I want to talk about 2 hacks that are probably my 2 favorite ROM hacks of all time. The first one being, this hack needs a name. Yes, this is the actual name of the hack. Released in 2015. This is a long, fully fleshed out hack, spanning 117 exits. This hack makes a perfect speedrun, because while you can do a run completing every exit, the most popular category has been 12 exit, which is the hack's any percent equivalent, which goes through Star World. Star World has quite a wide array of levels, and honestly, I think it's a pretty fun run, but it can get quite difficult the further you grind. This time has been tossed around quite a bit over the years, with others getting relatively close to the record at different points, and if you're familiar with vanilla Super Mario World, you may be aware of a glitch done in some 11 exit speedruns that involves getting an orb power up in your item box by getting a Yoshi to swallow a chuck. This orb allows you to instantly beat a level when grabbed, due to it being the exact same goal orb used at the end of Sunken Ghost Ship. With some messing around a bit with the hack, an orb setup was actually found in Star World inside this hack. There's yet to be a proper run using this orb setup, and that is mostly due to having to reroute the entire run in terms of power-ups. It's a cool thing to think about, and maybe eventually somebody will be motivated enough to do a proper orb run that completes this run faster than no orb. The second hack I want to quickly mention is Mario's Amazing Adventure. Similar to the previous hack, this is a full-length game with over 100 exits, and also has a way shorter any percent route. In the second level of the game, Molten Volcano, there is a really easy way to get to the secret exit that takes you to Castle 7. After grabbing the midway, this room has a pipe on the right that is blocked off by a gate that only allows you to enter it from the right side. With how the gate was programmed though, you can get through it from either side. The gate only checks to see if Mario is facing left. Runners realized that you could just jump and quickly face the opposite direction while going through the gate. It's really funny that such a minor oversight has completely changed a run. What's also cool to note is that the shortcut to Castle 7 wasn't originally in the hack. Mario's Amazing Adventure had an update released to make it compatible with consoles. This console compatible update added this warp to make it more enjoyable as a speedrun. Anyways, this hack got a lot of attention between 2016 and 2017, with yours truly being a part of it. Eventually in May 2017, Garby got a low 15-minute time, and that would ultimately sit for a few years. The run was really good, but still had some little mistakes and improvements. Eventually in the beginning of 2017, SMW speedrunner Ricky would do some runs and snipe the record by a considerable amount with huge time saves. It was just enough to edge out a sub 15. Sadly, outside of this one run, speedrunning this hack has been pretty dead. There's definitely some other really notable hacks to be released and run around this time, such as Janked Up Mario Party, but like I mentioned earlier, for time's sake, it's probably just best if we move on. Do you remember this thing? The Wii U? Yeah, not a lot of people do nowadays. But let me bring it back for just 1 second, because something that came out on this console permanently shifted the entire ROM hacking community for future years to come. Released in 2015, Super Mario Maker made every child's dream come true, being able to make your own Super Mario levels that could easily be shared with others. Of course, there were already ROM hacks being made with Lunar Magic, but Mario Maker was an official product released by Nintendo. That was really huge, and I have one single name to point to for who started an entire era, and that one name is Pangaea Panga. Panga beforehand had been known as a Super Mario World speedrunner, ROM hacker, and tool assister. He notably has released some of the hardest Super Mario World ROM hacks to date, and also at one point had the record in the Zero Exit Credits Warp category. Just 10 days after the release of Super Mario Maker, Panga uploaded Pit of Panga P-Break, and it immediately caught everyone's attention. This debatably started what I like to call the post-Mario Maker Kaizo era. Panga's really hard Mario Maker levels brought a giant new audience to the Kaizo genre as a whole, and that ultimately brought a lot of people specifically to Super Mario World. Of course, a lot of people would play the original Kaizo trilogy, but that's not even close to what would happen within the next year. Some notable Kaizo hacks from this era would be Super Dram World, Super Dram World 2, and Super Foss World, which were made by Panga, as well as Super Panga World, which was a hack dedicated to Panga, and Kurosu Mario World. Just like before, it's really hard to go into specifics for every single run, and that would take forever, but just know that Super Mario Maker boosted Kaizo further into the mainstream, and Kaizo ROM hacks have been a normal mainstay of Mario ROM hack speedrunning ever since. These hacks have had a variety of challenging gameplay, creative level design, and sometimes required background knowledge of how game mechanics and glitches worked. At this point, all the biggest leaderboards were Kaizo. By the end of 2017, the original Kaizo Mario World had 22 runners, Super Dram World had 16, and by this point, none of the normal difficulty ROM hacks had nearly as many runners. This would only be the beginning of the modern Kaizo ROM hack community. While Kaizo would continue to dominate the ROM hack community overall, and still does to this day, I think it's appropriate to take a slight deviation and talk about the rest. Over the past few years, there's been a handful of notable non-Kaizo hacks that multiple runners have run. Let's first talk about some hacks that I briefly mentioned earlier. Super Demo World: The Legend Continues is the third version of the original Super Demo World that Lunar Magic creator Fusoya created. This version of the hack dates to 2003, and starting around late 2015, the hack started getting minor speedrun attention. IsoFreeze first ran the any% equivalent, 14 exit, in December 2015, and over the next half a year, Freeze set multiple records in different categories. In mid-2017, the hack got a little bit of attention, with London B beating IsoFreeze's 120 exit record by 2.5 hours. This category is the 100% equivalent in the hack, with London setting some records in Super Mario All-Stars and the Lost Levels. It's not too surprising that they were comfortable with a long Mario run. In March 2018, we saw Garby finally take down the No Star World record by a decent amount, and just a few months later, I picked up interest in the hack, and I demolished 14 exit, No Star World, Warpless, and 18 exit No Cape, which is the any% No Cape equivalent. I will say right now that I have zero interest to ever play or run this hack again, unless some of my records are beaten. I wouldn't say this hack is bad, but there are definitely better hacks to play in current day, and I personally think that a lot of the level design has aged poorly, and it's really not enjoyable at certain points. Think about it, this hack is a legal adult already. Yeah, just look at the levels in 14 exit and tell me if you think it's fun. I guess one cool strategy I can talk about is in World 2, where normally to get a secret keyhole exit you need a P-switch. Instead you grab a hidden key and a springboard, and close to the beginning of the level there's a blocked off section where the keyhole is, and instead of getting the P-switch required, you can position the key above the hole, stand next to it, and with the springboard facing right, kick it up, and if you hold Y or X while letting the springboard come down, the springboard will clip you through the blocks, and if you're carrying the key, it will give you the secret exit. It's definitely not something that everyone will get first try, but it's a pretty cool way to brute force a secret exit. Anyways, if anyone wants to force me to play this again, feel free to beat one of my records, but until then, I'm good. Super Marina World, which we mentioned earlier, has also been beaten a couple times. Author Blues beat the time by half a minute, and then LinkDead, being a top Mario runner, destroyed that time by another 5 minutes, and while this hack is a little bit newer than Demo World, I'd say it's similar with its level design being quite questionable at times. Hopefully I'm demonstrating some of that questionable design while I'm speaking. Outside of Kaizo, there's also been a bit of a surge of puzzle hacks over the past few years, and there are a couple notable ones that I want to quickly mention. Mario's Catastrophe is a hack where each level is a single screen that requires the player to figure out how to get the key into the keyhole, and there's quite a wide range in creativity. While I personally never finished this hack, it was fun to mess around with, and if that's your thing, I think you'll have fun with it as well. There's a 24 and 37 exit category, which is any% and 100%. In total, 9 people have done runs, and I'd recommend playing it even casually if you enjoy puzzles. Continuing that trend, there's also Super Mario Logic. This hack is quite similar to Catastrophe, which features one-screen puzzles. Each level can vary a bit, such as requiring a power-up to be grabbed, needing switches to be activated, or needing to collect a certain amount of coins. I've also casually played this hack, and I can recommend this too. These two hacks are some of the best puzzle experiences to come out of Super Mario World. Alright, now that we've got some heavy hitters off the list, let's quickly talk about a few hacks that most people probably won't care about, but warning. If I didn't run these hacks myself, I probably wouldn't care either. Just let me express what I have fun with, dang it. The most notable one on my list is, let's just call it Backwards Mario World. Oh, that's a Kaizo hack now? Reverse Mario World? This was made by IsoFreeze, who besides doing speedruns that I already mentioned in this video, he's also notable for doing a lot for the Super Mario World ROM hacking community and speedrunning community. The biggest creation being the Super Mario World Practice Cart, which allows speedrunners to practice anything they want in the game, with gradual quality of life updates coming over the years. This hack is pretty self-explanatory. It's vanilla Super Mario World, but completely backwards. You start from Castle 7 and go all the way to Yoshi's Island. To make this work a bit better, the overworld was altered a bit in different sections, and now when you hit a switch in a Switch Palace, the blocks disappear instead of being unlocked. This hack has probably become my favorite speedrun over the years. There's 3 notable speedrun categories: 7 exit, which is any percent, no Star World, which is basically no Star Warps, and 96 exit, which is 100%. In mid-2015, top Super Mario World speedrunners X-Paco and LinkDead would run this. LinkDead ultimately set an 8:02 time, being on top. And when I picked up this run, I saw how close that time was to being under 8 minutes, and eventually over time, I made it my goal to not just beat LinkDead's record, but also get the first sub 8 in the hack. The route for the category goes to Valley Fortress, which this hack gives you a Star Warp for beating. Just like the vanilla game, you use Star World to get to Bowser, which is now located in Yoshi's Island. I did my first casual 7 exit run in 2016, but it wasn't until 2018 that I took the run pretty seriously. Entering the year, I was already within 10 seconds of LinkDead. I constantly kept practicing and even tried to come up with new strategies and minor optimizations. While I didn't get my ultimate dream goal, I did in June end up finally taking the record from LinkDead, just being a second faster. I copied a lot of LinkDead strategies, and doing just good enough throughout the run, I clutched out a new record with a low 8:01 time. While I was already happy at that point, I really couldn't stop there. My unoptimized sum of best was a 7:58, and there was definitely more that could be done. I was constantly grinding the category, and exactly 2 weeks later, with a sum of best nearly 2 seconds faster than before, it was finally time. What was annoying about this run is that 2 major reset points are in the first world. Room 1 of Castle 7 is really tight, and it's pretty tricky to do optimally. The Magic Koopa can also get in your way sometimes. Going past that, Valley Fortress has a kinda hard fast strat at the very end that requires you to first dive bomb on a tiny part of the ceiling to get rid of the dry bones, then quickly stop running and do a duck jump. While duck jumping, you need to quickly scroll right, which requires you to let go of every other button. This scroll is needed to make sure that the crushers up ahead spawn on the screen later. Assuming your jump was short enough and timed correctly in order to maintain P-speed, you lastly need to resume flight and get under the final crushers. Pulling these 2 levels off really well, I was roughly 2 to 3 seconds ahead of LinkDead just leaving the fort. The run continued being awesome, at least for my standards, saving 5 in-game seconds in just the first Star World level. This was easily enough to guarantee a sub 8 minute pace, assuming nothing went wrong going forward. Leaving Star World, I was over 3 seconds ahead, and all that there was left was Bowser. Keeping my goal in mind, I successfully not just smashed mine and LinkDead's records, but I also got the first sub 8 minute time. I don't care how lame this seems to everyone, but this is still one of my happiest speedrun achievements. Sometimes it's fun to grind something that not many people play or take as seriously. And while later in the year, Fitz decided to optimize this run like crazy and get a 7:54, I'm still happy with what I achieved, and it was a pretty fun ride. Outside of all that, around 2018, 2 new categories were added, all switches and all castles. Pretty self-explanatory names. While I used to have the record in all the other categories, I haven't really ran the hack nearly as much recently, and Venom Play grinded the game like crazy off and on throughout 2020 and 2021, and he took all my times down. But don't worry though, cause someday I do want to beat some, if not all these records again. Since I could go on and on about different hacks that have been briefly run, let me just mention 2 more in the form of little poems. Tsunami Island. There once was a hack made in 2008. Eventually one day, it met its speedrun fate. Sub 10 was the goal. Lime and Storster kept shortening the toll. While Storster was the winner, Kaiser Runner said nope, see you later. As we know some skips that make our runs greater. SMW Arcade. While this isn't truly a hack, this was Nintendo's doing way back. Being basically vanilla, this felt like a snack. According to runners who thought this hack smacked. So many categories, we stopped keeping track. Mainly just saving time against vanilla. Some call this whack. Thank you very much. I'm here all night. Only until 8:30, that's my bedtime. So we've tackled the beginnings, the birth of Kaizo, the rise of Kaizo, as well as the other hacks that have existed alongside Kaizo. But we're still missing one thing here: modern Kaizo. While Kaizo blew up like crazy in 2015, I would debate that it's blown up even more over the past couple years. As basically the only person who has approved Super Mario World hacks on speedrun.com for the last 2 years, I can tell you firsthand how many Kaizo hacks have been run. You want to know how much we're talking here? Out of the last 100 hacks that I've approved on speedrun.com, maybe 5 or 6 of them have been normal rated hacks and not Kaizo. Yeah, I'm not joking. That's how much Kaizo has dominated speedruns. If I had to point at hacks that started this more modern era of Kaizo speedrunning, I would maybe first point at Grand Poo World, named after the streamer who's been notable for playing Kaizo in different Mario hacks. There's also another hack called Super Gracie World that a lot of people started running towards the end of 2017. And not too long after that, you also have Learn to Kaizo, which isn't really a Kaizo hack. It's more of a tutorial on how to execute a lot of stuff typically seen in Kaizo hacks, but I feel like this hack alone helped a lot of people get into the genre. After this specific time period, it's gotten so hard to keep track of Kaizo hacks and different speedruns, as there is basically a new hack being run every week. And I'm really not exaggerating here. Anyone right now can join the SMW ROM Hack Speedrun Discord and look at the leaderboard request logs. On average, I'm approving at least one hack, and some weeks it gets busy enough that I can be approving upwards of 5 hacks in a single week. I even approved a hack right before recording this audio, and I wouldn't be shocked if I got another one by the time this was uploaded. Backwards SMW, Quickie World 2, Elephants and Snakes and Crocodiles, Baby Kaizo World, Echo Gare Mario World, Super Moo World, Cute Kaizo World, Shells Retriever. Alright. I need to stop thinking about things that include the words Kaizo and World in it. Let me just sum this up. If my name was Mr. John Wikipedia, then maybe I could sit here all day and go over every single hack and their speedrun in full detail, but sadly, that's not reality. Maybe someday we can have fun diving into specific Kaizo hacks, but until then, I'm just gonna shut this case. I really can't keep up at this point, and during the making of this video project, I have approved at least 10 new Kaizo hacks, and until I can install that Wikipedia microchip, I'm gonna keep it pretty simple for now. Whether it's something really plain or really vanilla, or some of the hardest Kaizo that you can scoop up, ROM hacks as a whole have left their mark on the original games they use, and they've impacted even more niche communities of those specific games. If you are interested in Super Mario World ROM hacking, I have a few resources for you. First, I have the shameless plug of my own Discord server, where I am more than happy to answer any of your questions about ROM hacks, as I have played them way too much over the years. And also, I do live stream a bunch of ROM hacks myself, so if you ever see me live, feel free to talk to me about hacks on there. Half the time I'm probably playing a hack on there. And lastly, 2 more important resources. Number 1, there's an SMW ROM Hack Speedrun Discord, where there are different channels for different hacks. And like mentioned earlier, you can even request hack leaderboards to be approved. I'm most likely going to be the one that approves it. That server isn't the most active, so there's also number 2. If you are more curious about Super Mario World ROM hacks in general, I will also leave SMW Central's server in the description. I also heavily recommend browsing their forums. Anyways, I appreciate anyone that has stuck around long enough to hear this part, and I hope that everyone that is watching this close to release has a great new year. As always, you can follow my Twitch, Twitter, and join my Discord. Thank you so much for watching. November 21st, 1990. The day of the Super Famicom launch in Japan. It was Nintendo's step into the new generation of 16-bit gaming, back when game companies openly diss each other in their commercials. With variants being released all over the world, it would end up being the king of the 4th console generation. There were 2 titles initially released in Japan, F-Zero and Super Mario World. Today, I would like to talk about the latter, with Super Mario World giving an entirely new spin to the classic plumber adventure thanks to the likes of Yoshi and the Cape Feather. This title has become one of the most beloved in the Super Mario series, and for good reason. Over the last 30 years, this game has been torn apart more than any other Mario title. With this game's less linear approach, people have repeatedly found new challenging ways to beat the game, but there's one specific goal I have in mind. Today, I want to dive into something people have been trying to piece together for years, the entire history of beating every single level in the game at once. This is the history of Super Mario World 96 Exit. With Super Mario World selling well over 20 million copies, it's fair to say that a huge percentage of people watching are familiar with this title to some degree, but I think it's best if I give you a brief rundown of the game. Super Mario World is the flagship Mario platformer for the Super Nintendo that spans across 9 different worlds and 72 different levels. Featuring capes, fire flowers, and Yoshi, most worlds also house alternate secret exits. Many are completed by putting a key in a keyhole, but there are some exceptions such as in ghost houses. With there being 24 secrets, this leads to a total of 96 possible exits to complete. Hence the run I want to talk about today, 96 Exit, being the 100% category in Super Mario World. I already know I'll get a few people trying to pull a gotcha, so let me quickly get some things out of the way. Storter, what about the Dragon Coins and Moons? Well, if you want to go down that route, Lunar Dragon is a category which is 96 Exit, but collects every Dragon Coin and Moon in the game. But that's another discussion. There isn't nearly as much to talk about between its smaller history and the banning of glitches. Two more things. 1. Both front and backdoor of Bowser do not count, as it doesn't go towards your exit counter unless using an unintended glitch, which also leads me to 2. It is possible to get more than 96 exits thanks to how broken this game can get with glitches, but that is an explanation for another video. I could ramble about things all day, please let's talk about the actual game more. Before getting into what 96 Exit actually entails, I want to get some details out of the way. I feel like I should give basic technical explanations about how many things in this game works. Like most standard platformers, the two basic mechanics of Super Mario World are running and jumping. Once you become Big Mario thanks to a midway tape or mushroom, you get one huge bonus, being able to break blocks via spin jumping. This mechanic is huge, as multiple exits in the game require you to do just this. One step up is the Fire Flower. Besides the obvious fireballs that kill certain enemies, it can also be used to finish certain boss fights quicker. Morton, Ludwig, and Roy can be defeated in one hit instead of 3, thanks to 2 fireballs counting as said hits. This mechanic has been used in runs since the very beginning. The final important power-up is the Cape, which is possibly one of the most broken Mario power-ups ever. It gives you the ability to cape pump and spin fly, which makes many stages easier than ever before. Don't get it twisted though, there's a lot more than simply flying at the top of the screen to beat the level. There is a whole science to this. If cape pumping, there is a very obvious variance in flight speed if you pay attention to the in-game timer at the end of the level. Mario's speed while flying can alternate between, and including, 47 and 51. Players can manipulate and lock in a new speed by briefly tapping right while mid-flight. Ideally, you want to lock in 51 speed, and players primarily do this by paying attention to how much the screen jitters while in the air. It is possible to distinguish if you're going slower in the 47 to 49 range, or faster in the 50 to 51 range. IsoFreeze has a short video on the more technical side of this, which I will link below. You may wonder how much this matters, and well, take a look at one individual level. Some can be completed 3 in-game seconds faster with a cape, and for reference, a full in-game second is roughly 2/3 of a real second. This is thanks to the normal run speed averaging out around 48. Saving a second or two may not seem like much, but multiply that by the amount of levels you fly in, and it really starts to add up. Alright, are you still here? Good. I could ramble more about the details in this game, but I think it's best if we finally dive into the origins of 96 Exit. 9 worlds and 96 exits to power through. Where do we start? Well, there's quite a variety to sift through, between fortresses, castles, ghost houses, switch palaces, and much more. Beating every single exit is no simple feat, nonetheless in one sitting. The earliest documentation of anyone documenting a 96 exit time spans back to October 21st, 2004. Twin Galaxies, which used to be the primary source for gaming leaderboards, reported a person by the name Kelly Fluin achieving a 3-hour, 8-minute, and 34-second 96 gate record. Unfortunately, there is zero footage to back up this claim, but luckily that's not the biggest issue, because an even greater announcement was just around the corner. On February 2nd, 2005, Jason Baum, or GameCube04, uploaded a complete deathless playthrough beating every single exit possible, clocking in at 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 45 seconds. Time starts when Mario appears in the intro screen, and ends when Peach appears after defeating Bowser. This cuts the first claim time in half, and it's obvious a lot of work went into this. GameCube stated that he attempted the run a few hundred times over the span of 4 months, and took the time to develop some level of consistency across each level. Additionally, he came up with a route to best tackle all the worlds in the most optimal way seen at the time. Be aware, this is 2005. This run was completed 2 months before the first ever YouTube upload, so good luck easily finding someone else's gameplay online. In fact, by the time GameCube uploaded this run, there were only 2 other publicly documented Super Mario World runs by Scott Kessler. These ran the category that is now known today as 11 exit, the fastest intended way to beat the game. If you'd like to know more about that, I suggest checking out my Quest for Sub 1 Minute video, but that's not the topic for today, which is 96 exit. The route for this first ever run goes as follows. Complete all of World 1, carve out a path through World 2, which defeats the Green Switch Palace along the way, taking the right path in World 3, finishing all of Bottom Bridge and entering Star World, cleaning up half the levels to get to Special World quickly, cleaning up World 2, and then re-entering Star World after defeating Big Boo, finishing the rest of the world and warping back to World 3, and from that point, finishing every world going forward. For a first 100% run of this game, it's quite solid. The simple fact that it features 0 deaths over the course of 90 minutes makes it a very strong starting time. Additionally, it sets up many things that would continue to be used in future runs for quite a while, the most notable being the World 2 Green Switch route. The advantage of grabbing the switch early is getting access to more capes, which are housed in Green Switch blocks. This would go on to be dubbed Early Green Switch Route. The coolest strategy by far, which surprised me, was how the Special World level Tubular was handled. The intended strategy is to use P-balloon blocks supplied throughout the level in order to float across, but you actually don't need those. GameCube very casually was able to hop block to block, and even uses a Chuck football to bounce off at the very end. In Chocolate Island, a Yoshi was grabbed in Chocolate Island 2, which was then used in the following level thanks to a blue Koopa giving you flight ability. This Yoshi is then kept all the way till later in World 7. Speaking of World 7, the Firefly was used one more time to help with the Larry fight, which is then followed by something I was not expecting to see at all. When returning to Valley Bowser 2 to complete the secret exit, GameCube both ditches the blue Yoshi and intentionally takes damage to become small for the sandbar section. The only possible reason this was maybe done was to get through the sandbar section easier. I want to make it clear that you very much can get through this section with any power-up, which is why I'm shocked to see this in the first place. Overall though, this was a great run for 2005 speedrun standards, and I don't need to talk about every little bit of this run because, well, it's about what you'd expect. For both your and my sanity, I'm not going to be overly analyzing every detail in every run, since there's no need to. Since day one, a handful of levels are simply flown over with a cape, but trust me, there is so much more in store going forward. Over the following handful of years, multiple people would take a stab at Super Mario World, including Super Mario Bros. Legend Andrew G, but all of this action was happening with the shortest completion of the game. It's not until 2010 that we can find what would be the next competition in 96 Exit. A Japanese player by the name Menbu93 started streaming and uploading runs of Super Mario World onto the Japanese site Nico Video. Live streaming back in 2010 was quite a messy experience, but fortunately, Menbu did also locally upload personal bests to his channel. One of his first was a 96 exit video claiming a 1:30:30, which is a solid minute faster than the only run notably published before. This run does a lot of the same things GameCube did, except better, obviously. The run is a bit more optimized in a few different places, such as only visiting Star World once instead of twice, and deciding to clear the left side of World 1 after Special World, since you warp back there anyways. There's also some similar strategies, such as using a Yoshi throughout Chocolate Island, and the same exact intentional small Mario approach to Valley Bowser 2. Seeing this suggests Menbu probably studied GameCube's now 5-year-old run at this point. this run still isn't close to clean, with Valley Bowser 1 being the most noticeable time loss. But there's a handful of really cool levels to watch. To access Top Secret area, he did a tight quick fly around the booze, which is an early version of a strategy still used today. Donut Secret 1, Menbu accidentally double grabbed the shell and P-switch while swimming, had one of the most unnecessarily risky jumps in Wendy, and showcased a visual glitch in the Bowser fight by killing Bowser's balls with a ground cape slide. Last of all, the run features one of the most first ever notable level skips, with it taking place in Forest Ghost House. After leaving the tightly enclosed space starting the level, you can immediately fly to the left and get above the wall. This allows you to get to the same exact place you'd be if taking the intended doors. With this level being played twice, it's a very notable time save. Menbu would continue to post a multitude of runs throughout 2010, including in the American version of Super Mario Bros. 2, multiple improvements to the 11 exit world record, and most importantly for this discussion, another 96 exit time, and that time was 1:28:55. This consists of many of the same strategies seen before, such as Small Mario in the sandbar section of Valley Bowser 2. There's also some other familiar sights, such as the sketchy jump at the beginning of Wendy. I really thought this was a mistake the first time, but apparently this was an actual strategy. Another strategy I'm not sure about was in Vanilla Dome 2, where Menbu clipped inside the wall in the middle of the level. For what he was going for, it ended up being faster, but this is one of the easiest places to accidentally clip into, and it may have not been intentional. While this run did shave off a significant amount of time, there were still obvious spots of time loss, with a few K power-ups being lost along the way. Before I go forward, I also want to make it clear that around this period, leaderboards were still not established in the way we may think of them today, and it was not a simple task to piece together history before 2013. A huge reason for this was due to how segmented speedrunning communities used to be in general. While players such as Andrew G and Scott Kessler were sharing times for North America, there was equally as much activity going on across the other side of the world, most notably Japan. While there may very much be earlier history, by 2009 we start to see the earliest easily documented runs revolving around the game, with people such as Yetsuba. Regarding 96 Exit, Menbu, who we already mentioned before, is the one notable player from Japan who tackled this category early on. On the American side, there was equally as much going on, with the most notable player at the time being Dram55. With Japanese and American communities acknowledging each other but not fully interacting, the world record history can be confusing to piece together, but I believe I have put together what is publicly documented. If this is somehow wrong, feel free to whine at me, but I was able to create a timeline using YouTube and Twitch uploads, as well as forum posts on the forum Speed Demos archive. Dram in March of 2012 posted that he had finished a 1:28:57, which was only 2 seconds slower than Menbu's 2010 time. He pointed out this would have been record if he was using a Japanese cartridge instead of an American one. This is due to two things that are faster on the Japanese version: save boxes on the overworld, and Switch Palace cutscenes. The Japanese text leads to quicker overworld text boxes, and the Switch Palace cutscenes fade out earlier. With tons of save boxes and multiple Switch Palaces, this time difference comes out to roughly 20 seconds, which would have been more than enough to give Dram a new record. Fortunately for Dram, this wouldn't be his last 796 exit, but before we talk about that, Menbu was still going strong. Menbu had started the year with a healthy mix of games and categories, but on July 16th he would come back with his biggest time cut yet in 96, 1:26:45, a close to 2-minute improvement. Quite significant for something that had already had a lot of time chopped off of. This run deserves to be analyzed heavily. As early as World 2, we already see a myriad of improvements versus before. In Donut Plains 2, he takes advantage of spin flying and gets in the pipe as soon as possible for both exits. In Donut Plains 3, he immediately runs and jumps right to get flight instead of going to the left. And the biggest by far was in Morton's Castle, where he spin flew throughout the second half. This is the earliest documented version of what players would eventually name Morton Fly. In both Vanilla Dome 1 and 2, he performed a trick where if you time a cape dive bomb at the right time against the ceiling, you can stick to it. This would end up being dubbed Sticky Fly. I know, real creative name here. Vanilla Dome 3 finally saw the usage of the top right at the end instead of squeezing through all the piranhas. Moving to Star and Special World, a completely new route using Yoshi started to be used. When finishing the final exit of Star World 2, the blue baby Yoshi you can grab is fed the power up in your reserve box, and is used to make Special World a lot easier. Even in Star World 5, you can simply grab a Koopa to fly. This made levels such as Tubular and Awesome way easier than ever before. Menbu would then ditch this Yoshi and Mondo since the rest of Special only required flying. After cleaning up World 2, Vanilla Secret was done faster than ever before by carefully maneuvering via spin fly for both exits. After clearing Top Bridge, Ludwig had a heavier cape usage and took advantage of cape cancelling against Spike Balls and Potobos. The item usage in Force Evolution 2 was thought out a bit more than previously and aimed to keep a cape at all times. Starting the level, Menbu switched to a Fire Flower, used it to power through an Urchin, grab the floating cape, grab another Fire Flower in the level, and lastly, scroll the screen to manipulate Urchins later in the level. When playing the level to grab the second exit, the cape is switched back to. Similar to Ludwig, similar cape cancelling was also done in Forest Ghost House, making for a really quick level both times. Chocolate Island had some new things in store as well, such as Ghost House having a simple spin fly maneuver to quickly beat the final room, but more importantly, it did not grab Yoshi in Chocolate Island 2 anymore. In Chocolate Secret, they used the slopes in Room 2 to get P-Speed, which is exactly what is still done now. And Chocolate Island 3 became a flyover level, with the only thing to be aware of was not scraping against the pipes mid-flight. This room became the first to attempt getting P-Speed entering Chocolate Fort, which was successful for the beginning of Room 1. If it wasn't obvious already that the cape was understood more, Chocolate Island 4 became visually more interesting, with Menbu keeping flight through the very tight level. We get to see another attempt at the sketchy Wendy strategy, which fully demonstrates why I thought it was oddly risky to go for in the first place. Valley Ghost House is the most impressive level considering how old this run is, and uses strategies that are optimal to this day. It starts with spin flying in Room 1, and if you time your flight entering the door, you can preserve your flight and immediately start flying. This allows you to skip having to press the intended P-switch, which gives you a platform to run on. Lastly, in the final room, a spin fly is timed where if you're in the right position, you can hold down and slide through the tiny gap where the key is. The two strategies done here are door flying and sexy slide. The most interesting fact about the door fly here is that the strategy was very before its time and wouldn't be heavily messed with in world record runs for this specific level again until 2015. I honestly had to make sure I was watching the correct run multiple times because I was so shocked to see this used so early on. Larry was possibly one of the sloppiest levels, but to make up for that, he finally wasn't intentionally going small for Valley and Bowser 2. Additionally, a trick that was being done in Bowser for 11 exit was seen here as well. By hitting Bowser with a Mecha Koopa right as he is about to throw down one of his balls, you can completely skip this cycle. This is called Ball Skip. On top of this, you may notice the cape is being fully utilized here to get constant quick hits on Bowser, with this concept being dubbed Cape Kill. With everything I have just mentioned, you may see why the record was beaten by so much now. Dram was eager to officially get record, and when grinding more 96, he had switched from the American to the Japanese cart in order to get that 20 seconds of time save. Fortunately, Dram was in a pretty good position since he was going for a handful of strategies that Menbu had yet to use in his record. This starts as early as Donut Plains 2, where he used the same concept done by Menbu in Valley Ghost House. He was able to immediately get flight in the second room for both exits. His World 3 was faster than ever, with 2 flies in Vanilla Dome 3, but skipped having to fully wait on the rafts. Getting flight speed quicker in Vanilla Dome 4, and spinning at the very beginning of Lemmy to manipulate where the Magic Koopa would spawn. In Star World 1, Dram took advantage of a strategy being done in 11 exit called Zips. Only 4 yellow spin blocks can actively spin at once, and by exploiting this, you can simply zip past most of these blocks. A completely different approach to Force Evolution 2 was done versus anything seen before. First off, Dram switched to Fire Flower in the previous level, and then did a damage boost at the beginning, while ditching Yoshi. Further into the level, he goes to a lower spot not previously used, and is able to use a raised corner in the ground to jump off Yoshi, and then re-grab him halfway through the wall, which gives you a clip. That's just the beginning though, because on the second visit, Dram immediately does the same idea, but at the very beginning, which allows him to skip the entire level. These two clips he did have both been dubbed Easy Clip and Hard Clip. Both clips can save the player the hassle of having to navigate the maze of fish and urchins, and the time save you can get out of these really varies on how fast you can complete the level normally. Doing so optimally is very hard, so having these clips is very useful. Easy Clip tends to not really save time due to how out of the way it is, but Hard Clip, if done twice, can easily save you a double-digit amount of seconds. With this clip being new and not understood too well, Dram seemingly only wanted to try it once for this run, but it was still very much worth it since he immediately clipped in. You can see that leaving World 5, he was on a pace that would put him very close to a 125, but unfortunately he had a very costly death in Chocolate Ghost House. Fortunately, he was able to maintain most of his later time save thanks to the slide in Ghost House and doing a faster beginning to Larry Room 2, which was done by scrolling the screen left. While he did lose a cape here, he still ended the room on a pretty good note, easily proving that he could still destroy this even more. With a death that cost 30 seconds sitting halfway through the run, Dram very much knew he had more to do for the category. Unfortunately, that gave us more activity for the end of 2012. Besides not dying in Chocolate Ghost House this time, Dram's next run on October 6 cleaned up a lot of the slop from before. Between not losing power-ups left and right, as well as minor optimizations such as skipping under a Crusher in Valley Fort, he was able to achieve a 125.43, a nearly 1 minute improvement. While there were some glaring mistakes such as losing upwards of 8 seconds in Star World 1, and getting kicked off Yoshi multiple times in Sunken Ghost Ship, this was the exact kind of run that Dram was trying to achieve the month before. But hold on to your seats, because he wasn't completely done for the year. Only a month later on November 18th, Dram came back with a 125.19 and was back with completely new strats. The first was in Vanilla Dome 1, where he entered the level with a Yoshi and used a blue shell to fly under the level. He was able to skip the entire second room, but he ultimately was a bit slower. It didn't help that he bonked while trying to stay under the level. Following that up, he performed a Yoshi clip in Vanilla Dome 2 that is similar to the Forest Evolution. This allows you to immediately reach the area with the key and keyhole. This can save you around 10 to 15 seconds. In other places, he balanced out his time save, such as having a way faster Star World than before, but then losing a little bit of that to things such as falling off Yoshi right away entering Mondo. What saved even more time was Dram going for Hard Clip in Force of Illusion 2 both times finally, but he switched between Fire Flower and Cape anyways, so the time save may not be as much as you'd think. Additionally, he was the first to keep his flight through the entirety of Room 1 in Chocolate Fort, and had a still sloppy, but faster, Room 2 in Larry. Honestly, at this point the run was looking overly clean, and it felt like the main things to do at the moment were to clean up some of the silly mistakes in between. What was Dram supposed to do from here? Inching towards 2013, Super Mario World specifically started to become more properly recorded as a speedrun due to some of the oldest surviving leaderboard documentation appearing around this time. In January 2013, we can see a handful of goals were sprawling with competition, the most notable being any %, or what would be renamed 11 Exit. But on top of that, there was a slew of categories such as beating all castles, finishing without using Star World, and low %, which was using 0 power-ups. This does fortunately mean that going forward, the record history is very well documented, and I am very confident of the accuracy of everything from here on out. Only a month later on February 1st, Dram would replace his 125 time on the leaderboard with another major improvement. The newest major trick added this time was spawning Yoshi wings early in Vanilla Dome 1. It's quite easy to duplicate blocks in this game, and it was finally figured out that this could be used to further glitch different levels. In this case, if you duplicate a block over a Yoshi coin, and then collect said coin, you can then go for another duplication to the right, which will then spawn in Yoshi wings. All that is left to do is simply collect the wings, and it works just like Yoshi wings in levels where it is intended. You immediately move on to the next level. Unfortunately, Dram had a lot of trouble doing this fast, but he still finished 8 in-game seconds faster than this previous run, and additionally, you don't have to go through the level-ending fanfare. The only thing that this glitch changed to the routing was the fact that you had to pick up a Yoshi in Donut Plains 4, which fortunately is not too hard. This was followed up with another quick Vanilla Dome 2 clip, and later on he did both Force of Illusion 2 clips, this time not randomly switching power-ups in between. One more really cool trick was in Sunken Ghost Ship, where Dram was able to despawn one of the boo rings, which makes it less of a hassle to finish the room. The way this is done is spawning in the boo ring while the boo cloud already on screen is despawning. At the beginning of the room, Dram briefly got stuck, but was still able to time it by scrolling the screen. With all of this, he finished with a 124.35, doing way more than simply breaking into the next minute barrier. This run still had some sloppy segments, such as a close call in Roy, and struggling in Chocolate Fort, but that didn't matter. Dram was able to pick up extra time with minor optimizations between many levels, such as a quicker takeoff in Donut Ghost House, cleaner swimming in Vanilla Dome 2, jumping off the head of a Blarg in Vanilla Dome 3 to skip part of the raft section, and using a cape cancel to spin jump off a Boo Snake in Chocolate Ghost House. Dram continued to be on a hot streak in the category after just setting another monumental time, and was still doing attempts right after his 40-second improvement. In fact, just 3 days later, he had another impressive run. He was able to get wings in Vanilla Dome 1 about 10 seconds faster this time, had the fastest Room 1 in Chocolate Fort yet, and didn't need to scroll for Sunken Ghost Ship Boomerang despawn. This netted him a 5-second improvement with a 124.30. So why was this only 5 seconds better with so many major improvements? Well, the rest of the run had a lot of mistakes. Most notably, Dram struggled to clip 3 times in Vanilla Dome 2, and lost his cape 3 times between Vanilla Secret 1, Forest Fort, and Larry. Fortunately, he was able to minimize some of this time loss, thanks to some other time saves, such as having the best Star World 1 zips in any of his personal bests to date so far. The last interesting thing to note is that every run up until now stopped to grab a Fire Flower in Vanilla Dome 1, which is used to have a quicker Ludwig fight. Dram this run experimented and picked one up quickly at the end of Yoshi's Island 1. This wouldn't be done going forward, but I thought that was cool. With Dram riding the high of pushing the category to unforeseen limits, there didn't seem to be any competition to keep up. The closest person was still Menbu, who unfortunately seemed to stop playing around 2013, and was only doing 11 exit and all castles runs. I will say one of the biggest headaches I dealt with while researching was trying to piece together Menbu's last possible personal best and 96 exit. If you go to the Super Mario World leaderboard, you will see a 124.23 by Menbu with no video or date. So how did this get here? Honestly, I've been trying to figure that out. No such video exists on his Nico video, nor a linked Twitch account which I was able to find. Menbu did seem to have another Twitch account under the name Menbu93, but that account has been shut down. He does have a Twitter, but that account has been completely locked, and many mid-2010 Mario World runners even reported being blocked by him for no reason. I even spent way too much time digging through a Japanese leaderboard I was able to find, and Menbu doesn't even seem to exist under 96 exit. I do feel pretty confident that Menbu never got the record again, but I had to vent my frustration sifting through this. Where did this come from? Oh, Dram, yeah. He pursued this run more and had a slightly bigger improvement on April 26. He was 2 seconds faster in Vanilla Dome 1, didn't mess up Vanilla Dome 2 clip this time, and this time decided to pick up the Ludwig Fire Flower and Groovy, which was definitely the best strategy yet, since he virtually didn't have to slow down. 124.18 was the new best time to beat, with this being well over 2 minutes faster than what Dram was able to set not even a year prior. He did have some glaring mistakes such as a slightly slow Star World 1, and lost a ton of time with a missed hit and cape loss in Bowser, but Dram seemed to finally have a time that he was proud to let sit on top. He would over the following 2 years tackle other runs such as 11 exit and low percent, but besides that, it was time to let someone else put in the work. By the middle of 2013, there were a handful of promising new runners, and one that I very much need to introduce you to is LinkDead. Rocking the Super Mario pajama pants since day one, LinkDead started heavily running Super Mario World at the beginning of 2013, and by May, had already achieved a 96 time that would have been record if done only half a year earlier. Entering June, he got a 124.33, which was his closest yet, and with 96 being one of those categories where you can always save time everywhere, he kept pushing to see what else he could do. Only a month later on July 6th, he finally pulled off a run that was able to compete with Dram. A new trick he added was in the Special World level Gnarly, where he went for wings, with the idea being the same as Vanilla Dome 1. Unfortunately, he struggled quite a lot here, and very much did not save time with it. Special World also saw a different spot to grab the Fire Flower for Ludwig, this time in Awesome. He also did a trick in Chocolate Island 1, where with the right spin fly timing into a pipe mid-level, you will then be shot out of the pipe and fly way faster. How much faster? Well, if you remember me saying earlier, the fastest normal flight speed is 51, and this pipe here will shoot you out with a speed of 64. This isn't faster by much, since you have to deal with a pipe transition, but with the drastic increase in speed, it still nets to a second. There was also a slight route change in Force Evolution, where instead of doing both Force Evolution 2 clips back to back, he instead did the first clip, went back to Force Evolution 1 and got a Yoshi while doing the secret, did one of the Ghost House exits, and then came back down for clip number 2. Besides that, he was mostly able to play just as, if not better than Dram. With not having a nearly as slow Bowser fight, he got a 124.17, a 1 second improvement to the record. This really ended up being a case of shifting around where the time loss was. Besides Gnarly Wings, he also lost his cape in Lemmy, had not the most ideal Star World 1, and slightly struggled with Valley Ghost House. The second name I have to tell you about is xPaco5, a player that started right around the same time as LinkedIn. By the time LinkedIn had set the new record, Paco had already achieved a 125 time, and also had a respectable any percent, or now 11 exit, personal best. Later in 2013, he got 2 more improvements to his 96 best, with his second one being a 124.35, what Dram had achieved earlier in the year. He clearly had thrown up some really great times, and his last one I mentioned lost 20 seconds in the final split. This meant that he very much could have just beaten the record if it wasn't for that. Only a day after this run on October 2nd, Paco did even more runs, and did what he wasn't able to do the day before. He was able to keep up the pace in earlier worlds, with really great wings balancing out a failed clip attempt, and was able to do what LinkedIn couldn't do before. Paco was able to finish 11 in-game seconds faster than LinkedIn and Gnarly, thanks to a way cleaner execution. This time Paco very much saved time doing this versus normally beating the level. For the rest of the run, most strategies were the same, such as opting for the new pipe fly, but there were also some glaring issues. There was a mix of minor mistakes such as slight slowdown at Chocolate Ford, as well as major blunders such as Room 1 and Larry. Nonetheless, it was still enough to edge out LinkedIn, finishing with a 124.11. He had more than proved that breaking into the 123 range was more than possible, and if Larry hadn't thrown him off, it would have happened. Unfortunately though, that was meant for another day, and also another person. The third and final new face of the 2013 era I need to introduce you to is Kakusho. He started playing at the exact same time as the previous 2 players, and dipped his toes into a mix of different series such as Final Fantasy and The Legend of Zelda. His most prominent game by far though, I don't think I need to say. His most prominent category by far was 96, and by the very end of 2013 had gotten the record for himself. Kakusho displayed one of the highest levels of consistency so far in regards to the tricks on the run. Awesome Vanilla Dome wings and clip, the fastest Gnarly done in a run yet, and the only notable mistake in this regard was having to wait a cycle for one of the forest clips. There's one trick he did that I didn't mention though, and that was in Valley Bowser 2. In the sandbar section, Kakusho performed a trick which involves ducking and spin jumping at just the right time, which allows you to clip inside and skip an entire cycle of waiting. This is quite risky to do at the very end of the run, as if you spin jump too early, you will get crushed, and it's only a 2-frame window. With it saving roughly 12 seconds, the award outweighed the risk. Sure, this run had some struggles towards the end, such as falling off of Yoshi in Sunken Ghost Ship, and struggling in Valley Bowser 1, but the overall clean execution across the board, and the new sandbar clip, was more than enough to break a new barrier, 123.52. What a way to end the year! After a new minute barrier was pushed using a huge level-breaking glitch, the category was in an interesting situation. There were now a handful of people more than capable of taking it back if they wanted, and it really came down to cleaning up the run even further. Exactly a month later on January 31st, 2014, one person was able to do just that, our pajamaed friend, LinkedIn. This run took Kakusho's lead by adding in Sandbar Clip and minimized all the struggles he had. Sure, LinkedIn did have a slight hiccup in Donut Secret 1, and Larry, as well as missing a cycle in Force Illusion 2, but it still wasn't nearly as much as he was able to end with a 123.37, already pushing towards the halfway mark to the next minute barrier, 122. LinkedIn's run had proved to be something that finally calmed down the category, as the rest of 2014 saw nothing new at the top, and it would take about 18 months for that to change. By the middle of 2013, a new runner by the name Green Death Flavor started to upload some runs across different categories, but it wasn't until the very end of the year that they finally tackled 96 Exit. Their first run was just over 2 hours, and wouldn't touch 96 too much more for a decent bit. He mostly focused on the any percent category that would become Modern 11 Exit using the Cloud Glitch, and then in July 2014, we started to see him really start chomping down on his 96 personal best. By the end of the year, he was able to pump out a lower 125 time, and we can see further improvements into the new year. In fact, the improvement was quite drastic because by March he had already slipped all the way down to a low 124, comfortably putting him in the top 5. It was the perfect opportunity for him to continue climbing up the board. Bit by bit, he continued to chop off time. In May, he got one of the lowest 124 times you could imagine, and in June followed that up by squeezing out a 123. This easily put him in the top 3. If he added in Sandbar Clip and cleaned some other things up, he very comfortably could be the new king of 96. He would continue his journey further into the year, and in July had a run that struggled with Vanilla Dome 1, missed 2 cycles in Force of Illusion 2, missed flight in the following level, and didn't do Sandbar. Yet he ended with a 123.28, a new record. How was that possible? Well, Outside of the few mistakes I just mentioned, this run is quite pristine. Levels that most records previously may have been sloppy with, such as Vanilla Secret 1 or Chocolate Fort, were perfect here. Combine that with two new tricks here, the most notable being in Tubular. It was found that you can use the P-switch in the level to spawn Yoshi wings. By chucking it inside the P-balloon block, it's simpler than you may expect. Sometimes you have to scroll the screen to get the P-switch in the right position, but in this case, it immediately worked. All of what I just said really tied together a clean run, and the category free bit sat in a similar situation as before. A month later, Truman notably became the 4th ever person to get a 123, but the rest of 2015 was pretty quiet. Or was it? Jumping back to 2013, another player across different categories popped up on the leaderboards by the name of Kisto. Unfortunately, their history pre-2015 is basically wiped, but starting in mid-2015, we do at least get a few miscellaneous clips. One in August shows 96 exit splits on the side that show a 124 time, which demonstrates that within the past year, he majorly grinded the category. His first earliest still available 96 exit recording is in December 2015, and would you look at that, it's a new world record. This run is completely different from any run seen before, as Akisto completely came up with a new route for the whole run. Dubbed Akisto route, it aims to get annoying tricks such as the clips in Vanilla Dome and Force of Illusion out of the way as quickly as possible. To do this, he takes a route through World 2 that beats both ghost houses, presses the red switch, and then goes to the left in World 3, completes Top Bridge in Worlds 5 and 6, beats Larry's Castle, enters Special World, cleans out the rest of the worlds 1, 2, and 3, gets through Bottom Bridge and Star World, and finally warps back to World 7 to finish the last few levels. This run has been calculated to be roughly 5 seconds slower, but Akisto has stuck with it. In fact, he has been the only top runner to properly grind out runs with this completely different path. Using this route, he got a 123.24. The route change led to a few different strategies, such as using a springboard at the end of Morton, and using a blue shell to fly over the raft section in Vanilla Dome 3. We also see Akisto finally bringing back the Doorfly in Valley Ghost House that was abandoned since Menbu. The biggest controversy here may be the fact that over 5 minutes of this run is missing due to the capture card feed disconnecting during part of World 7 and Special World. In fact, there is further questionability with Akisto's runs, since his next two records he achieved in 2016 do not have any surviving footage. It does seem that at one point YouTube uploads existed, but are now unavailable. Even asking the source himself, he states he does not have any more footage of his 123.17 on May 7th, or 123.10 on July 14th. Fortunately, he would get one more record on November 10th, and of course once again uses his new route. Moving from his 123.24, he cleaned up a lot of things, such as Vanilla Dome 2 clip, which he previously had a brief struggle with. The most notable new addition here is a new set of wings, this time in Force of Illusion 1. While on Yoshi, you can tongue a green Koopa and use it to duplicate a P-balloon block. It's the same core idea as the block in Tubular. Akisto had actually tried this in his last run with footage, but failed it. This one came out to a 123.04, and would be short-lived, as prior competition was still lurking. I may have been talking about Akisto for quite a bit, but don't get it twisted. Green Death Flavor didn't spontaneously disappear after getting his 123.28. In fact, besides continuing to run Super Mario World, he was also running Mario 1 and 2. At the start of 2016, we can see a ton of highlights from his sessions, with some being a really funny wall jump in Special World, and losing a potential world record all the way in Valley of Bowser 2. Possibly the biggest thing he did in this time period was a new trick dubbed Groovy Boss Kill. To sum this up, you can spawn a Koopa boss sprite inside the level, and defeat it to end said level immediately. I will leave links to a full technical explanation of how this is possible in the description, but two very important components to be aware about are, 1. The double tongue glitch, which requires Yoshi to release his tongue on the exact same frame the game freezes from grabbing a power-up. 2. Stunning a sliding Koopa, which can be used to spawn the boss sprite. This was one of the first times anyone ever did this in a proper run, and going forward this became a trick many players started to mess with in their attempts. With all those achievements, on December 16th, Green Death Flavor finally got what he wanted after many personal bests, and got a new 1 second world record of 123.03. This run introduces yet another new route, which is a lot closer to early Green Switch. The route is actually the same, except you do what Akisto route does in World 2, complete Donut Secret House. What's the purpose of this? Well, watch any 11 exit speedrun. You may notice that the boomerang position is always exactly the same. This is because the boomerang position is based on a global timer running in the game, and is based on the position of wherever the last boomerang was that you went past. This is why previously with Green Switch route, every runner's ghost house here was just slightly different. You may notice some runners having to briefly adjust on the fly to prevent getting hit. This is due to the position being based on how you played vanilla ghost house, which also features boo rings. Getting that out of the way, this run features some other tiny optimizations such as item flying with the P-switch in vanilla ghost house, and also tried to go for the new groovy boss kill, which unfortunately didn't happen. He also got Force of Illusion 1 wings, but earlier in the level was trying to go for a quicker Yoshi grab and lost his cape in the process. Additionally, Sunken Ghost Ship saw another hiccup, with Yoshi getting stuck, preventing a boo ring despawn. Having these mistakes prevented the 122, but at this rate it was very likely going to be the next record time. So the only question was, who would it be? So would it be Green Death flavor again? Maybe a Kisto once more? Or maybe even one of the other 2013 runners? Nope. Let's rewind to 2015. In 2015, No Star World became a pretty popular category to run since there was a tournament being hosted for it starting in June. Heck, that's how I started running the game, and Sten was the same. His initial history is completely littered with the category, but eventually he would touch some of the other runs this game had to offer. And of course, 96 was one of them. You can see one of his oldest attempts being over 2 hours, but by the end of the year was already a 125. He did mix in some other runs such as Mario 3 and Sunshine, but would continue to lower his 96 personal best in April 2016. In April, he got a 124, in August, he got a 123, and then in December, he had a similar run to Green Death flavor. Early Ghost House was the go-to route at this point, and he failed an attempt at Groovy Boss Kill as well. A huge new trick was with Vanilla Dome 3, being able to skip the entire raft. Sure, Akisto was able to easily do this with a blue shell on his route, but that's actually slower than what can be done here. By dismounting Yoshi against the ceiling and immediately getting back on him, you can stick out his tongue to do a cape fly while riding him. Besides needing to stick out his tongue constantly, you cape hump the same way you would without a Yoshi. This can save you a few seconds versus the blarg skip strategy that had been used for quite a while at this point. His run also featured other things you may expect at this point, such as Force of Illusion 1 wings, but sadly did have some choke points such as having a minor mishap in Blue Switch, and accidentally normal flying instead of spin flying in Valley of Bowser Fort. Nonetheless, all of this combined together was just enough for a 122, getting it by half a second. The ways this category had been stretched really show if you think about how it took less than a year to go from a 124 to a 123, but nearly 3 years to go from a 123 to a 122. While the first ever 122 was heavily celebrated, this didn't mean that competition, or the category itself, was completely settled. Sten's 122 would only last for a month, because on January 27th, we got this. First ever record to successfully pull off Groovy Boss Kill. In fact, by this point, the same concept was known to be possible in Cookie Mountain as well, which is why Green Death Flavor tried to execute it, but failed. Additionally, he still went for Blarg Skip instead of skipping the raft in Vanilla Dome 3. On top of that, he had a handful of mistakes in late game. He lost a cape in Chocolate Fort, missed Sexy Slide on his first try, and lost Flight in Larry. To end it off, he didn't even do anything in the Valley Bowser 2 sandbar. He simply wanted to squeeze out a new record. With his early game being really strong with things like amazing zip execution, and of course the new boss kill, he was still able to squeeze out a new best time with a 122.58, being not even a full second faster than Sten. In the span of 3 months, 3 different people had held the record here, with Green Death Flavor being the latest. With constantly grinding the game the month leading up to his 122.58, he decided to keep pushing. The following month, he would improve his record 2 more times in the span of a week, first on February 10th, and secondly on February 16th. The first of the pair sees Green Death Flavor getting a slightly faster boss kill, cleaning up many of his mistakes from his last attempt, and adding back in Sandbar. This led to a ginormous improvement by 15 seconds with a 122.43. Another subtle tidbit you may not notice being done now is something revolving Sunken Ghost Ship. This run gets a score above 1 million before entering the last room in said ship. Why is such a specific thing important? Well, you may notice that the very last room in particular is very laggy due to the sheer amount of enemies popping up around you. Additionally, people were able to put together that game lag can change based on the digits in your score. The higher the digits, the more likely there will be lag you'll deal with, especially in already laggy sections of the game, such as Force of Illusion 2 or Sunken Ghost Ship. The idea now was to reach a score of at least 1 million at some point before entering the Ghost Ship, since that is a pretty reasonable thing you can do with how late the level is into the run. A score of 1 million is going to cause way less lag than a score of 999,999 due to the way lower digits. It doesn't completely matter when you do this exactly, but the exact score of 1 million is technically the most ideal. Moving to the second run, he lost some considerable time between fighting Vanilla Dome 2 Clip and having troubles with both wings and special. Things quickly picked up after that with a faster boss kill, and doing a new strategy in Mondo which allows you to keep running right to grab P-Speed quicker. Previously, everyone got speed by doing a left-right movement. With wings and first try clips in Forest, he was able to put himself back on a pace ahead of record, which sadly weakened after he accidentally spin jumped on the yellow blocks at the end of Larry. Nonetheless, it was still enough for a small improvement with a 122.41. The top 10 is nice and all, but no one here is necessary going forward, at least in terms of the world record. In fact, we need to move all the way down to 77th to find that. Why is Louis with a 77th place time clocking in at 1 hour and 47 minutes important? Well, he started to quickly become a promising player. He ran a healthy mix of categories between 2016 and 17, spanning from the multiple variants of 11 exit all the way up to 95 no cape, which yes, is the no cape version of this category. Louis would also keep working on his 96 exit time, but before I do that, let me emphasize how much potential he had from the very beginning. His 147 was able to achieve the same Cookie Mountain boss kill that Green Death Flavor had previously tried to add, but failed. He chopped his time quite quickly and easily went into the 120s. By July, he was already able to nearly approach the top 20. By this point, he was already mixing in both Mario 1 and 3, but was still continuously lowering his Mario World times as well. By September, he was able to breach into the 96 exit top 10. Back in April, a new top 3 had already formed, thanks to Akisto and Truman, but by November, Louis would sneak into that as well. In the span of a year, he went from not having any times to already being a record contender. In fact, at this point, he had already beaten the world record in all castles by 3 seconds. With how high up he was on the 96 board, he kept going, and on December 3rd, bumped himself up to 2nd, and then on the 9th, 122.21. A 20-second improvement to the category. How did so much time get saved? Well, he had a new arsenal of strats versus Green Death Flavor. First is a minor optimization in Red Switch. Instead of simply jumping over the brown blocks, Louis decides to immediately press the P switch and navigate past the enemies. He also goes for a pipe fly in a similar vein to how Donut Plains 2 works. I should mention by this point it had been normalized to use pipe and door flies in a handful of places, such as Switch Palaces, Chocolate Island 2, and exiting a handful of other levels. Additionally, Louis added back in Wrath Skip, unlike the previous record, and had a way cleaner special world between Wings and Boss Kill. His sloppiest split was in Forest, where he failed to even set up Wings, and missed clipping right away, but then went for a backup. At this point, he still had managed to keep a majority of the time save he accumulated in Special, but leaving Wendy is when the lead started growing more than you could ever imagine. To end it off, he went for a strategy in the last room of Larry that scrolls the screen 3 separate times, and of course he went for Sandbar. This gave him the 20-second time cut. For the first few months of the new year in 2018, Louis mostly took a break from Super Mario World and was primarily running A Link to the Past, and mixing in other games like Mario 3. By the middle of the year, the top of the 96 board included Paco peeking into the top 3, and Sten slightly improving. In fact, in the months after, it changed rapidly with having a 122 now being a requirement in the top 7. We also saw a new record. One of the biggest additions by far was including the previously messed with boss kill in Cookie Mountain, but the most important was probably a route change in Star World. Instead of feeding Blue Yoshi in Star World 2, Louis went slightly out of his way to grab a yellow Yoshi in Star World 5. This route included Louis doing the normal exit of Star World 1 on the way to Star World 5, instead of doing it before approaching Star World 2, which saves a slight bit of time. With Wings and Gnarly turning Yoshi blue, grabbing Blue Yoshi was not necessary in Star World anymore. This route change has been mainly dubbed with the silly name, Yellow Yossi-chan. In Awesome, you'll see Louis grab a Fire Flower early in the level, and try to do something with the red shell. This may make no sense simply watching, but if we rewind 2 weeks prior, it does. A Super Mario World tool assister by the name Bruno Visnati, I really hope I didn't butcher that, had been working on an updated run for 96 Exit using updated knowledge and glitches, and on July 18th had posted a snippet showing his progress in Star and Special World. The biggest thing that stood out by far was a new way to finish the level Awesome. This is a similar concept to spawning a boss for boss kills, but instead spawns a Reznor. While obviously no human in real time would execute this the same exact way as the tool assist, runners immediately took interest since boss kills were already normalized at this point. It only took a few days, and by the 22nd, IsoFreeze, who you may know for a plethora of things such as making the S&W practice card, became the first human to execute this live, and was quickly able to put together an explanation that was easy for others to replicate. This immediately proved to be roughly 7 seconds faster when cleanly done. Unfortunately for now, this was yet to be added into 96, as Louis struggled a little in Special. He most notably failed the flight takeoff starting way cool. While he was behind exiting Special, he gained momentum afterwards. He had a new Best Ludwig segment, and had a clean forest, getting wings and perfect clips. This led him to being very close to a 121 pace leaving the world. He unfortunately cut this lead by a considerable amount, with mistakes such as accidentally doing a normal fly in Wendy, and having trouble killing the final Chuck in Bally Bowser 1. Additionally, instead of going for the sandbar clip you may expect, he went for a backup right after that to save the run. This was enough to still give him an 8-second lead, finishing off with a 122.12. After lowering the 96 exit record by over 3 seconds total, Louis spent the rest of the year mostly grinding out Donkey Kong Country 2 and more Mario 3. Regarding the very tippy top of the leaderboard, the end of the year was similar to the last. The top 3 saw an immediate shift, with Sten and Akisto both getting 122.30 times, but still couldn't rival the large improvement Louis cemented into the run. 2018 saw 2 other 122s, with another from Truman, and a completely new challenger, Maiba. Unfortunately, Maiba is the type of runner who tends to not properly submit times until they get really good, which happens surprisingly quick. We can see in October they had a high 123 time, which then rapidly became the 122 I just mentioned. In the category No Star World, he had already poked into the top 3, easily capable of record here. Already rapidly climbing every leaderboard, 2019 started off on a high note, and Maiba scored top 3 in all castles, 6th place in small only, and most important, 122.16 in 96. Only 4 seconds behind Louis. Maiba became the first person in a year that truly seemed like they had what it takes to dethrone the top. Looking at his splits for the run, he was actually ahead of Louis exiting World 6. Unfortunately, due to failing Sexy Slide and Ghost House, and losing Cape and Larry, it was just enough to keep the record in Louis' hands for even longer. And how much longer? Well, another 122 was added to the already growing list, but it wasn't until May 3rd till truly exciting things happened. Entering May, Maiba was already adopting many of Louis' newer strategies, such as faster red switch, yellow Yoshi, and awesome Reznor kill. He also went for a faster setup in Groovy for boss kill. Exiting Wendy, he once again was on a pace that could have netted him a 121, but unfortunately he lost a bit of time in the last couple splits against Louis, the most notable being not door flying in Ghost House, and accidentally rubbing against a pencil in Larry. This still resulted in a 122.03. In the same month, Louis had made a more proper return to the game, and pretty quickly was able to chip down his own time again. In June, he got a 122.07 and a 122.04. The latter saw a slightly slow World 3, and also bleeded more time with things such as messing up Forest Wings. Even with 2 best segments finishing the run, it still wasn't enough to beat the time 1 second ahead of him now. Forwarding to July, he was able to improve his own All Castles record, and while he was in the zone, had this in the same week. Vanilla Dome 1 wings with a 380 grab, the fastest in a record yet, Cookie Mountain boss kill, a failed attempt at awesome Reznor kill, the faster Groovy boss kill, and of course ended the run with a sandbar. This concluded with a 121.57. This was not only a new minute barrier, but was roughly 50 seconds faster than what the record was when Louis started. He really had come a long way in such a short time. Even with such a big milestone being broken, this run still had plenty to nitpick. Even past the Reznor kill attempt, he failed Forest Wings and lost Cape and Chocolate Ghost House, which led to him doing a backup. Following another new minute barrier, the top of the leaderboards remained really calm for the rest of the year, at least in 96. All Castles was very healthy, with the top 5 being set during the year. Maiba got 3rd, and besides that, there wasn't much until 2020, where he started running a bunch of Mario 3. He got shockingly close to the 100% record there, but let's talk about the 100% record at hand here. Louis went a similar route, and did a mix of the games I already mentioned, such as Donkey Kong Country 2. In March 2020, we did see him touch Mario World again, but Maiba was also putting in some work, and 11 months after Louis, had a clean World 3, a couple boss kills, cleaned up some previous mistakes in Chocolate Island, and finally added in Doorfly to Ghost House, unlike his last run. This was enough to edge Louis out by 5 seconds, with a 121.52. While it was a nice improvement, he also wasted time failing awesome Reznor kill, struggled slightly in Star World 1, and failed Forest Wings. He also had a couple close calls between the endings of Forest Fort and Larry. At this rate, Louis was already back with full force in Super Mario World. He achieved the 95 exit no cape record after losing his 96, and immediately focused on getting said record back afterwards. It would only take a month, and on July 26 had a similar run to Maiba. He had the decent World 3, the pair of boss kills, and missed the new Reservoir kill yet again. He additionally got Forestlings unlike Maiba, but had a couple unsuccessful clip attempts. Nonetheless, it was still enough to barely snag the record back by a single second, 121.51. In the same month, multiple people in the now 122 filled top 10 got new times, but nothing that would challenge Maiba or Louis. In fact, it may seem weird how extra active 96 got starting in June, but it's actually because there was a 96 exit tournament taking place to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the game. Both Maiba and Louis were actively practicing for this, which led to an even higher potential than usual for new times. Louis had already proved this with his 121.51, but would cement this only a few weeks later. For the first time, we finally get to see awesome Reservoir kill added to the rotation, with the rest of the typical tricks going pretty well for the most part. He may have messed up a clip, fought a Chuck and Valley Bowser 1, failed Sexy Slide twice in Ghost House, but after using the backup sandbar strategy once more, he created a greater gap this time with a 121.44. Alright, so at this point we are already into late 2020, and I want to frame where the entire community is at this point. You may have noticed with Maiba competing at the top that they were the first Japanese player in 7 years to dominate the category. In fact, only 10 days after Louis, he got a new personal best that kept him only 5 seconds behind. Starting around this time, many other Japanese runners started climbing up the leaderboards. While the Japanese community had had some of their own unique leaderboards, it wasn't until the tail end of the 2010s that more migrated to speedrun.com, which most speedrunners were already using. The two biggest powerhouses at this time became Daesui and Osui, with both of them dominating the top 2 in the No Star World category by the beginning of 2021. With Maiba slowly lowering the record in all castles at the same time, he was still very much in the mix. He would lower his own new record in the same category only a month later, and just a week after that, was finally able to achieve a 96 exit, what he had been trying to do for half a year now. He had some hiccups between Vanilla Dome 2, Bloodwig, and Forest, but this was no issue with being able to do every boss kill on the menu, and having as good of a World 7 as you'd like to see. His final time? 121.43. Now you may recall, Louis' record was a 121.44. That's a 1 second difference. But how far apart were the two times? How much would you guess? Half a second? A third of a second? A tenth? No, it's just 5 frames faster. It's such a minor improvement, but it's true. No matter how you time it, it was a new record by under a tenth of a second. It may have not been much, but of course it was enough for Maiba to reign supreme once again. Now, I've already established how prevalent the Japanese community was becoming once more, but to emphasize it, by this point in the year there were now 3 main leaderboard categories which had top 10s composed of at least half Japanese players: All Castles, No Star World, and Small Only. If you crank it back only 1 year to the beginning of 2020, this isn't the case at all, with the only noticeable board being No Star World, which was already a favored category in Japan versus Western players who for the last few years were preferring All Castles. With 96 exit, Japanese runners didn't seem to be eager to tackle this leaderboard as quickly. Besides Maiba, there was one other Japanese runner that was able to peak into the top 10. Besides that, there was only one other in the entire top 50. It wouldn't be that long for that to flip though, as only a few months later in April we see a runner we already mentioned slip into the top 10, Osui. He was able to very quickly get a 122 time. Similar to some other runners I've already talked about, he repeatedly was shaving his time down and had a couple more 122s, and in May became the 3rd ever person to get a 121. At this point it was safe to say that Osui was now a main contender. He had already gotten the record in both No Star World and All Castles, where he got the first ever 33-minute time there. In fact, a day after his 33.59 would lead to something far more relevant to our story. With his continuous improvement in 96, you best bet he was still doing more. He had an advantage in Cookie Mountain with a faster boss kill setup, and executed every other major glitch perfectly. He had a couple minor struggles such as Star World 1, but it was enough to finish with a 121.43. The exact same time as Maiba, except Osui was 0.2 of a second faster. It's quite remarkable in a category as long as this with plenty of mistakes that this is now the 2nd time we have seen such an unbelievable close rivalry. Osui was on a hot streak at this point, and improved the No Star World record twice by the end of the month. He also ran a mix of other more miscellaneous categories. His most ambitious was 960 exit, which you may be able to take a guess at. 10 96 exit runs back to back. He actually took the record in that by a slight margin, with Green Death Flavor previously having it. During this time, he was still repeatedly mixing 96 exit into his run rotation, and because of that, our next stop isn't too far away. On August 1st, we see a run very similar to before, with some simple swaps of where time was lost and gained. In this case, he had a slower Cookie Mountain boss kill, and had a slightly slow Gnarly, but made up for it by having an amazing Star World 1. In Forest, he had wings and a good first clip, but sadly missed the second clip. He was able to back this up with a clip on the left side. With the rest of the run being pretty well rounded, it was decent enough to create a bigger gap from Maiba this time, with a 121.39. At this rate, the category was in a similar situation to before: optimize the newest glitches, and clean up everything in between. With previously less significant levels being perfected even further, the run as a whole has visually become more and more interesting, with my favorite from this run being the end of Valley of Bowser 1. Over the following few months, the 96 board remained pretty dormant towards the top, following Osui's latest improvement, but that was quite the opposite in regards to No Star World, which was seeing repeatedly new times towards the very tippy top. While Osui was a part of this No Star World competition, it doesn't mean he 100% gave up on 96, because by the end of the year, on December 27th, we got another sizable improvement. He had a rough beginning with a missed block duplication attempt for Vanilla Dome 1 wings, and struggled a few times with Vanilla Dome 2 clip, but he kept things well together thanks to making up for his previous mistakes. His Cookie Mountain boss kill was as good as you'd expect, with his special world being equally clean this time. The only very noticeable time loss from this point was in Valley Bowser 3, where he briefly lost flight. One cool new level approach was in Valley Fort towards the very beginning, where you can move forward earlier while preserving your flight speed. It looks quite scary. Anyways, the great middle stretch of this run was enough for a 121.33. Hold on to your horses, cause 2021 isn't completely over yet. In fact, it was Maiba's turn to shine once again. He was still grinding 96, and only 3 days after Osui on December 30th had a successful attempt. His run had an interesting mix of strategies, such as opting out of Rastiv in Vanilla Dome 3, and in Force Evolution 1 getting a quicker Yoshi grab by spawning 2 Yoshis at once. In this run, it causes a funny visual glitch where Yoshi doesn't have wings when using a blue shell. His one huge time loss here was in Cookie Mountain, where he accidentally took damage during the boss kill. He was able to improv the end and quickly grab the cape in the process. Using similar strategies as Osui, such as the newest Valley Fort approach, it led to a 121.26, now being closer to the next minute barrier. At this point, Maiba and Osui became rivals amongst multiple of the top categories, and like any rivalry, this would very much continue. Not too far into the year, Osui was comfortably sitting in first in both All Castles and No Star World, but the one he had been missing for over a month now, 96. At this point, you may wonder where we even go. Sure, you can just keep overly optimizing individual levels, but that can only do so much. Fortunately for you, yes you, the viewer, something new was in the works. Remember when Sandbar Clip in Valley Bowser 2 started to be used way back when? What if there was even more to it? For quite a while, people knew that when duplicating this wing block, you could get a key. And what if I told you this one thing would lead to more time save? For years, people already knew that you could use this key to clip into the sandbar section. This was mostly messed with as Small Mario, since sandbar clip is impossible in that case normally. Besides that, no one took the time to seriously investigate if using a key could actually save time. Until now. I should note that this entire time, it was known that you could clip through the sandbar in this room 3 times, but the sheer difficulty of it in a full run setting scared off runners from trying it. Oh yeah, on top of this, it allows you to clip through the ceiling in the following room as well, which allows you to access the keyhole section immediately. This was immediately dubbed Nibna Clip, which seems to stem from a name in the Japanese community. Players immediately were seeing way higher consistency of clipping when grabbing a shell to duplicate a key. One player taking advantage of this was Osui, and I think you can see where this is going. Not too far into 2022 on February 21st, he had a run that very quickly was able to stay ahead of Maiba thanks to cleaning up mistakes such as taking damage in Cookie Mountain. He did have some slight hiccups such as the World 2 clip, but geez, the rest of this run was really clean. He virtually tied his best ever World 5 segment, and I think you can imagine how World 7 looked now. He used the new Nimna clip trick, which led him to pulling even further ahead than he already was. This not only resulted in Osui's best ever World 7 by 4 seconds, but gave him a 9-second world record improvement, ending with a 1:21.17. It's crazy that 8 years after Sandbar clip was first used to get the first 123, it would get completely restructured with a low 121. With what feels like a flawless second half of the run, this time was very strong. In fact, it was strong enough to stay the record for the rest of 2022. It's important to know that the top of the leaderboard in general became pretty dormant at this time. If you want to see any new times after Osui's record this year, you had to hop out of the top 10. I can tell you this was quite the opposite case for many other of the main categories, with Osui improving the records in All Castles, No Star World, and additionally now Lunar Dragon, which I mentioned before as being the lesser played variant of 96. So 2022 is over and we still have the same exact time sitting here. So where next? Well, as of making this, I fortunately still have one more time to talk about. It may have taken 13 months, but on March 26, 2023, Osui returned with a new 96 time once more. Out of World 3, he pulled ahead of his record, and was able to maintain his lead. Having a way cleaner Gnarly and Tubular this time around majorly helped, and out of Special was on a pace creeping towards a 120. He kept this amazing pace all the way till Forest, where unfortunately he spent 4 attempts trying to get wings, which unfortunately cost a ton of time. Nonetheless, his lead was huge enough before that he was able to stay on record pace either way. From this point forward, he really pulled the run together. He even got his fastest World 6 segment here by a slim margin. Exiting Larry, he gained about a second of time save, and the main thing at this point was executing the new Nimna clip, squeezing through the fort, and demolishing Bowser. Doing all this concluded with a 121.10, still a giant improvement considering how tight the run was getting. While writing this is where the record sits, which leads to the question, where do we go from here? Well, if you take a peek at Osui's splits, you can clearly see that a 120 is more than possible. In fact, if he had broken even on his Forest split, it would have been just enough to get a 120.59. Besides just optimizing simple movement from level to level, this game over the years has kept on giving in the form of glitches. In fact, there are a ton of tricks that humans have already done, but have been deemed not worth it in runs yet for one reason or another. The main reason being its difficulty. The first of those tricks I immediately think of is Forest Ghost House clip. By dropping a cape feather, jumping into an Eerie to shrink, and then turning around and jumping with P-speed, you can collect this cape against the wall and do what is an upward corner clip. I just described this in a very simplified way, and it should be very obvious why this hasn't been done in runs. Besides it being very precise, the route would have to change in one way or another due to the power-up usage here. With this level having 2 exits, this can be executed twice, and can save you well in the 10 to 20 second range. This is a big enough time save that people since the very beginning have debated not if, but when will this be added. A cool tidbit I want to throw in is that our friend from earlier, LinkDead, was the first to do this in real time. If you want a trick that has already comfortably been done in top level runs, then I can also touch upon Valley of Bowser 1 Wings. Osui did this in a No Reset run a week before his last record. I think I'll just let the footage explain how ridiculous this trick is for being so late into the run. This trick is very realistic in potential future runs, since Maiba during the scripting of this video set a new No Star World record using this. This can save you over 10 seconds. There are some other potential spots to throw wings into runs as well, such as Star World 3, which may not be as significant as the previously mentioned tricks, but are very possible to add down the road. I could probably keep going on and on about potential future strategies, but the last currently plausible one that I will briefly mention is in Chocolate Island 2. The normal exit requires you to wait for the in-game timer to go below 250 in order to enter the room that leads you to the goal tape. This leads to a lot of waiting. Instead, what if you could spawn a message block that activates the Swish Palace event? To get the most time save out of this, you have to reset the console so that the message immediately ends the level. But even if not doing that, it can still save a ton of time due to how much you normally have to wait in the level anyways. Interestingly, if you decide not to reset, this can only be done in the Japanese version, as this will soft lock without resetting on the American cart. IsoFreeze, who is the person that has experimented with this the most in real time, has stated that the no reset version of this can still save you around 20 seconds. Like many things, there's a whole technical side to this, and I'll keep it to people like him to explain it accurately. Over the last 2 decades, this one specific run of one of the best games of all time has dramatically been transformed many times. For context of how far we have come, the first record with video proof we mentioned from GameCube doesn't even crack the top 100 anymore. To pile onto that, Menbu's last best time isn't in the top 30, the first ever sandbar clip run has been pushed out of the top 25, and the first ever 122 times can't even get you top 15 now. These times will only get pushed lower and lower down the boards. What really has constantly drawn me into the category over the years is how dynamic it is. Whether you're going for a top time or just simply trying to finish a run, you get to pick the strategies you want to go for. With the constant discovery of new strategies, these options continue to grow, and I really encourage you, even if just casually, to sit down and beat all 96 exits in one sitting. It is a rewarding challenge that I suggest everyone should do at least once. This was the history of what I consider to be Super Mario World's most exciting run. Thank you so much for watching. With the discovery of a new major glitch in 2014, Super Mario World's fastest completion time got completely shattered, with it being pushed to under 10 minutes. This glitch, labeled Cloud, caused the record to be lowered a dozen times over the next few months thanks to how much time it saved when abusing it to skip phases in the Bowser fight. This time shot under 9 minutes and 50 seconds, and ever since then it has been a race to lower it to the next second barrier, with people asking, can this be pushed another 10 seconds? Is 9:39 humanly possible? After a decade of questioning, we no longer need to ask that, because on August 17th, 2023, Oil and Water did what was once thought to be impossible, and got the first time under 9 minutes and 40 seconds in the traditional fastest game completion category, 11 exit. This is the fastest route thanks to a star warp that takes you from Donut Plains all the way to the front door of Bowser. Today I want to touch upon what this run actually is, and analyze it by diving into the strategies that made such a time possible. Let's talk about it. The most popular way to both casually play and speedrun every single main Mario platformer is to complete it as fast as possible, no restrictions, with those categories usually called any percent, meaning any percentage. The reason why I bring this up is due to Super Mario World's situation regarding fastest game completion. In the early 2010s, the fastest game completion was called any percent, like most other Mario games, but that was short-lived. Only a month later, after the first ever record with Cloud, Jeff W356 became the first person to completely shatter that time thanks to completing a credits warp, allowing you to skip to the credits in the very first level of the game, Yoshi's Island 2. This absolutely decimated what was Super Mario World any percent and finished in 4 minutes and 59 seconds. With multiple people lowering this record even further, this led to the confusion of what to name both categories. What was any percent anymore? With these two runs being completely different, yet both still being ways to complete the game as quickly as possible, it was broken up into 2 separate categories. These 2 runs were renamed based on how many exits it took to complete in order to finish the run. The traditional any percent run was renamed 11 exit, with it taking that many levels to skip to Bowser, and 0 exit being the name for warping to the credits, since you can do that from the very first level. 11 exit has been separated even further since then thanks to 2 different glitches you can abuse in the 11 exit route. The first is Cloud, the glitch I already touched upon, and the second is Orb, which allows you to complete a stage immediately upon activating an orb sphere that you can get into your item box. While both of these are achieved by performing an item swap which allows you to eat a chuck with Yoshi in order to gain a power-up, the time saved from Cloud is roughly 40 seconds faster than Orb thanks to skipping all the animations in the Bowser fight, with a normal fight being about a minute slower than Cloud. In the case of Orb, you can use it to skip the Iggy cutscene, which ultimately only saves you somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 15 seconds depending on execution. This is from the fact of having to go so far out of your way for the orb in the first place, which is at the very end of Yoshi's Island 1. You may remember I said there's a third 11 exit category too, which is glitchless. It does allow exploits such as clipping and zipping, which I'll talk about later, but bans both Cloud and Orb. Anyways, while every category split I've mentioned today has had plenty of competition, the most actively watched and celebrated runs by far in regards to 11 exit is Cloud. With there being 11 exits, plus Bowser's front door and fight, there's plenty to talk about. The first is the time of this new record, 9:39. I really want you to realize how much the specific time has been talked about over the last decade. Probably the biggest example is a human theory tool assisted speedrun that achieves a 9:39 thanks to emulator tools and being able to create the precise inputs frame by frame. What's funny is that this isn't close to being optimal for a human theory run, with this using an outdated Cloud strategy on the American version of the game, which requires scrolling the screen. Besides not needing to scroll anymore, the Japanese version saves a quarter of a second per text box. With there being 2 total and 11 exit, this means a total of half a second to be saved. With other strategies in this toolset being outdated, this theory run was still really impressive, with the record still being at 948 when this was made. This is where a lot of the initial 939 speculation came from, with it growing further and further as the record decreased over the years. Without further ado, I want to go level by level to show you the grueling combination of strategies that led to this being a 939 versus the 940 range times that were set over the many years. Starting with Yoshi's Island 2, this is where the beginning of the cloud glitch occurs. For the sake of time, I'll be oversimplifying a ton of the complexity that goes behind both this glitch and many other strategies in this run. With cloud being what is considered arbitrary code execution within the game, or ACE, a considerably easy setup was found on the Japanese cart. This leads to runs consistently getting past the Chuck item swap, which gives you the cloud, which can notably crash if you aren't set up correctly. The second to last Koopa is hit while dropping the shell Mario is holding, and is dropped far enough in order to not destroy any other Koopa. The Koopa you bop can only pop out left, with it doing the opposite, completely ruining the setup. The second Koopa is then used to hit the message block, with Mario in the consecutive frame hitting the block by jumping. You may wonder why he did that. Well, the record actually failed doing this correctly. Let's refer to the previous record of 940. You'll see that in this case, the Yoshi spawns a lot quicker. In fact, doing what I just described spawns 2 Yoshis at once, with one being invisible. With this causing Yoshi to spawn twice as fast, it saves half a second. Going back to the 939 though, he actually lost this time save, which is shocking because many previous records did get this. Anyways, time for the item swap. To achieve this, you want to spit out the red Koopa to spew out a fire at the correct height, and then grab the following green shell. In this case, Oil and Water does a faster version of this, where he kicks the green shell forward and then grabs it. This allows him to do the item swap slightly faster than what was being done for a long time previously. Showing them side by side, you can see how minor, yet better this is. Regarding the actual item swap, you want Yoshi's tongue to be sticking out to grab the coin. While Yoshi is tonguing the coin, you want to spin jump off the Yoshi at the same time. While doing this consistent setup requires you to simultaneously press X as well as the L and R triggers at the exact same time. Assuming you time this correctly and press the right buttons, this fast setup will make Yoshi swallow the running lookout chuck, which will give you the cloud power-up. This is because chucks are technically programmed as power-ups in this game, and Yoshi was able to swallow it just like he can with normal power-ups in the game, such as a cape or a fire flower. At this point, the glitch is done, with the rest of the level being your standard platforming to the goal tape. Yoshi's Island 3 is a lot less complicated in comparison to the previous stage, but still has a tiny bit to talk about. Most people when casually trying to speed through this level will get a 258 on their timer, but you can actually do slightly better. By maximizing your running on the brown platforms, they can slightly push you forward and save you enough frames to get a 259. Anyone that starts running this game for even a little bit tends to get the hang of this, and is a standard in runs. Yoshi's Island 4 in the middle of the level has a gap that typically requires you to briefly enter the water and jump out of it, except it doesn't have to be that way. By taking the red shell just before the gap, you can quickly press a left, then right, while throwing the shell mid-air in order to do this. This only saves up to 1/3 of a second, but it's still huge for such a short run. Typically, to get past the first room in Iggy, you have to briefly grab and jump off this cage in order to clear the lava gap, but not for this record. Oil and Water grabs the P-switch, lets go of it below him mid-air, and proceeds to perform a frame-perfect spin jump off it while it's entering the lava. This ultimately gets to a 283 in-game time entering the door, compared to a 281 normally, or a 282 with an intermediate strat named Underball. You'll notice that midways and power-ups are completely avoided, and this is because if you get the midway and then grab the fire flower in the block here, the cloud power-up will be overwritten. This leads to needing to do 3 well-timed jumps in order to defeat Iggy. There are 2 main objectives for Donut Plains 1, grabbing the cape and optimizing your flight speed. When flying, your flight speed can fluctuate between and including the values of 47 and 51. The way you lock in your speed is letting go of right and only pressing left to cape pump. At any time, you can press right to get a new value. Optimally, you want to lock in at 51 as soon as possible, and players can tell how fast they are going by how much the screen jitters. Time and time again, I have recommended a video by IsoFreeze if you'd like to understand this a little bit more. Link in the description. This is also the first secret exit in this run, and fun fact, every single stage after this grabs a secret in order to beat the game. The main thing to be mindful of when grabbing the secret here is being aware of flying as high as you can at the top of the screen. You need to fly above the pipe and time your cape pumps just right so you can land to put the key in the hole. Donut's Secret 1 is the first water level in the game, and in regards to beating it quickly, holding items is your best friend. This is why a Koopa is grabbed in the sub-level, which majorly increases your swim speed. Once exiting back into the water, the main thing is being mindful of how cape spinning works. When spinning, the cape moves from left to right every 4 frames, which can be tricky when trying to keep your shell past the fish. Fortunately, you can get past the first one consistently by immediately spinning upon leaving the pipe, and from there it gets a bit trickier. It's possible to make it past the following section unscathed using well-timed spins and D-pad inputs, but you'll see in this run he briefly bonks. To rectify this, the D-pad is briefly let go, which makes sure that oil and water can spin into this next fish without any trouble. Pressing the P switch while still holding the shell, the last obstacle is getting past this final group of fish. The first is generally not an issue to get past, but the next two can be quite tricky. To do this optimally, you need to not only spin through them while keeping the shell, but also immediately throw the shell upwards twice at the same time in order to gain enough height to the keyhole section. Ending this, you'll see he gets a 258, which is the realistic optimal in-game time to reach for, meaning overall, this execution was really clean. With how demanding the last room is, there have been plenty of records in the past which have had at least one slight hiccup here, with this record's slight adjustment being nothing in the grand scheme of things. Donut's Secret House has become one of the trickiest levels over the years, with the strategy required becoming more and more demanding. Nowadays, you'll see that immediately upon starting the level, you can clip through the stairs to skip through the boo ring. This originates back to 2015, when Sethling figured out a clip was possible when slightly delaying. Over the years, this was researched and understood even further, with people figuring out that 2 things matter for this. 1, how many frames you hold right before you delay, and 2, how long you should delay before continuing to run right. A delay can be done by either letting go of the D-pad or ducking, with the latter being the more common choice. People have produced multiple charts to highlight what combinations makes clips possible, and you may notice there are actually different types of clips: low, middle, and high. If you take a look at the first ever 11 exit record with Stair Clip from Lost Core, he got a way higher clip. The lower you can get the clip, the better, because you want to reach the ground and start running again as quickly as possible. Getting a middle clip is the most common by far. You'll see also with the controller camera that when running up the stairs to clip, he holds both the run and jump button, with him letting go of jump immediately upon clipping in order to reach the ground quickly. There is so much more to this level though. After briefly jumping through a boo ring, oil and water enters the room by timing his flight in just a way that he is able to preserve it when entering the next room. This is a trick used throughout the game and is simply labeled door fly. In this case, he immediately jumps to enter cape flight, and times a cape pump where he bumps this item block and starts moving under the level. Carefully pumping under the boo ring, he then needs to gain just the right amount of height to perform a cape cancel against the specific boo, and tap spin jump to quickly grab the switch without running on the platform it is on. There is so much that can go wrong here between accidentally hitting the boos, or gaining flight too early or too late. Anyways, all that is left is to fly back to the right where the switch is used to enter the Big Boo fight, with that being way simpler than what was just required previously. Defeating Big Boo leads us to Star World, with this route requiring 4 quick secret exits in order to reach Bowser. The first is Star World 1, which abuses a trick called Zips. By abusing the fact that only 4 yellow blocks on screen can spin at a time, you can zip through all of these. This is due to the fact that when you spin more than 4, the blocks that were spun first will stop spinning and can push Mario downwards. Without zips, you can optimally only get a 285 time for the secret exit, with top runs being able to get at least a 291 with zips. Star World 2 is a lot less complicated, with the only goal here keeping Yoshi to keep your faster swim speed, timing a down input to perfectly clear an opening to reach the keyhole, and then swapping to the key for said keyhole. Star World 3 is the shortest level in the game. Within 6 seconds, Oil and Water uses this gray switch to hit the key block from below and immediately enter cape flight in order to item fly with the key to the hole. You can see he briefly lets go of the key to let it drop down before quickly re-grabbing it. This allows him to squeeze out a 193 time versus the standard 192. Star World 4 has a lot of similarity to Donut Plains 1, except instead of flying over the level, you fly below it. This is why here you start your cape pumps as quickly as possible in order to achieve the fastest flight speed value. With a couple of these mushroom platforms being quite low, you simply need to know when to start gaining height, which is not horribly long before the platform that houses the key and the keyhole, with a simple spin and jump ending the level. All the main levels are over, and now it's time for what Bowser has in store. Before reaching Bowser himself, you must go through 2 doors. There are 8 in total, with you having to pick between 1 to 4 and 5 to 8. In the case of 11 Exit Cloud, the most optimal is 2 and 7. Like Ghost House, you want to perform a door fly to make both of these rooms a breeze. The only worry spawns from door 7, where the Bowser statues can spit fire at different times based on a global timer built into the game. Fortunately, that wasn't an issue, which allowed him to reach Dark Room. Using carefully timed spin flies, the only thing left is Bowser, which is possibly the trickiest part of the whole run. This is where the cloud glitch at the very beginning finally comes into play. Upon starting the fight, the cloud is immediately dropped and you want to get in it immediately. By using the top left corner of the screen, you can skip animations in the Bowser fight by timing jumps with the cloud. With this skipping a majority of the waiting in the fight, this cuts the time of it down by roughly a minute versus properly playing it. As someone who has put many hours into getting a decent time using this glitch, I can tell you that getting a world record level fight is far from easy, with the tiniest mistake being a complete run killer. On top of the major nerves that pop up on such a good run, finishing this run cleanly after all the other tricks were done is an absolute miracle, which makes this 939.916 in my opinion the best ever achievement in Super Mario World speedrunning. So where can this category go from here? Well, I did already explain a couple tiny things Oil and Water could have improved on, which can also be backed up by the fact that its record is a 939.9, but its sum of best is a 938.0. First, there is the fast Yoshi trick I mentioned, which saves half a second, and secondly, the very slight slowdown in Donut Secret 1, which is minuscule in comparison. I did also mention that in Ghost House you can get a lower clip, but that is way less consistent and realistic for a human to grind out, especially when the fast Yoshi time loss is still in play. Speaking of fast Yoshi, there's a roughly as huge time save that people don't really go for in runs yet in Star World 1. You'll see that Oil and Water does a left zip to get to the keyhole, but you can actually do a faster right zip that gets to a 292 instead of a 291. This allows you to immediately put the key in the keyhole instead of having to do a right-left movement. Depending on execution, the time save is in the ballpark of half a second. Additionally, if we are getting down to the frames, there will always be time to save across different levels. Oil and Water has been able to just barely squeeze out a 260 in Donut Secret 1. After this category being absolutely torn apart in 2022 and 2023 thanks to Oil and Water and Suake, it's really hard to say what the future of this category will be. As of scripting this, I seriously think that the only person that can beat this time is Oil and Water himself, with him now having a 2.5 second lead over second place. He has been the only person so far to not only just get a 939, but also a 940 and 941. That's insane. I think it's safe to say that no matter what, this record will sit for quite a long time. No matter what, this specific run has become solidified as one of the most impressive Super Mario World speedruns of all time. What do you think will happen to this run in the future, and how much further do you think it can be pushed? Until it's improved upon, that's about all I have to say about this amazing feat. Thanks for watching. After 5 years, 9 months, and 30 days, the oldest record in Super Mario World was finally dethroned. What was the record, you may ask? Well, it was in the category 11 exit no cape, which is beating the game as fast as possible without a cape and not allowing the infamous credits warp glitch. Today, let's dive into why this record stood for so long and what was done to finally take it down. Time and time again at this point, the more popular 11 exit category using cape has been ripped apart and analyzed, with me doing it as recently as a month before this upload. But I promise, not being able to use a cape completely changes this game. It's not like the community would split up no cape runs for zero reason. While yes, the record may be roughly 30 seconds slower due to the lack of cape, the top of the leaderboard wasn't touched for a good reason. This in a lot of aspects is a lot more challenging of a category than its caped equivalent, with it as of 2023 having just over 20 runners in the fastest variant in comparison to cape having over 130. Oh yeah, for anyone that may be new, I'll explain this really quick. Category variants. In 11 exit, both cape and no cape have 3 major variations to beating the game. There's glitchless, which, well, is self-explanatory, orb, which exploits a glitch in Yoshi's Island 1, which allows you to collect a gold spear that makes you immediately beat a level when collecting, and lastly, cloud, a similar glitch to orb, except in this case spawns a Lakitu cloud, which can then be exploited in the Bowser fight to beat it in half the intended time. Just like I've done in the past, I feel like it makes sense if I break this record down level by level. With there being 11 individual exits plus Bowser, let's rip into the 10 minute and 11 second record from Okashi, which beat Lost Core's 5-year-old record that was just under a second slower. Starting off with the first world in Yoshi's Island 2, things start off on the same page as Cape, with Capes not coming to the equation until World 2, except there actually is a difference if we go to Lost Core's record, that is. First, him and Okashi start off setting up the game's memory for the Cloud glitch, but when obtaining Cloud, you'll see Lost Core hop back onto Yoshi before continuing. This may be confusing to anyone who has watched a run of this game previously, because in typical 11 exit, Yoshi is known to only be useful for obtaining an orb or a cloud. He did this due to a later level, Donut Plains 1, requiring you to put a key into a keyhole, which is most easily done through either flying with a cape or using a Yoshi to jump off him. But let's not get too far ahead, let's get back to World 1. When Lost Core grabbed a
Yoshi at the beginning of the stage, you'll see Yoshi briefly spazzed out. This is due to him hitting the block with the red shell and Mario's head on consecutive frames. Doing such causes 2 Yoshis to spawn at once, with him hatching twice as fast. The result is half a second in time save, which Akashi in his new time actually didn't get. On an individual level standpoint, the new record still did finish 2 in-game seconds faster, because he didn't get back on Yoshi like his predecessor did. Yoshi's Island 3 is the same type of action you'll see in any other Super Mario World speedrun, with the only difference being the previous record still holding onto Yoshi. This continues into Yoshi's Island 4, where Okashi tried to go for a quarter of a second time save with a shell jump over the water gap, but unfortunately failed. Lost Core did not have this option with Yoshi. Moving to the first castle of the game, Iggy, both went for a way tamer Room 1 than what is done in the Cape records due to this run not being nearly as optimized. Oil and Water, who has the record with Cape, may have used a 1-frame P-switch jump to clear the lava cage gap, but for No Cape, a couple quick climbs and jumps did the job, with both No Cape runs looking the exact same throughout the entire stage. The main thing I'll note here is the fact that both runners stay small exiting the world. This is due to the fact that they do not want to overwrite the cloud item in their item box. After clearing the first Koopa Kid, Donut Plains 1 is where No Cape truly breaks apart from Cape. Normally, runners would jump off the first flying Koopa to steal its cape, but that's not allowed here. Instead, precise platforming is done to get to the required secret exit, with both of the records at hand today being considerably different due to one having Yoshi, and one not. Due to Okashi not getting back on Yoshi earlier, he has to briefly take time to hit a Yoshi block present later in the level, which makes him finish 2 in-game seconds slower than Lost Core. Donut Secret 1 is the first water level in the run. Instead of entering the sub-level pipe to grab a Koopa like Cape does, this run completely ignores it, since you can't grab said Koopa capeless. This leads to the fastest option being to grab a blue throw block present in front of one of the dragon coins. It's possible to squeeze through this gap thanks to staying small. This is followed by hitting the required P-switch, and to clear the final gap before the key, both runners throw the block up multiple times to gain height, and destroy the fish without losing the block. When comparing, you'll see both players had slightly different strategies to this level. Lost Core grabbed the block by doing a left-right movement to distract the fish, and then throwing the block up twice to get to the end. In comparison, Okashi did a brief up-down movement with the same fish, and then ended with 3 block throws, which led to him saving an in-game second versus Lost Core. Over the past few years, the most infamous trick by far to be added into top level runs in 11 Exit Cloud has been a stair clip entering Donut Secret House, and I am happy to say it is equally as present here. Unlike Cape, No Cape has actually featured a stair clip for way longer. The first ever Cape record to feature it was in 2019, with No Cape seeing runs flexing this off all the way back to 2014. Both of these stair clips are based on subpixels, but greatly vary. In the past, I have explained for Cape how there's a plethora of possible setups that give you multiple possible clips, but No Cape is a different story. In this case, you simply have to press and hold A on a frame perfect spot, which happens to be the 3rd step on the stairs. This leads to runners praying they do it correctly in runs. Even though this is frame perfect, runners have seen way higher success with this clip versus the Cape variant, which is why it has been featured in top level runs for way longer. This is followed up by multiple tight jumps between 2 different boo rings, and before entering the boo fight ends with a jump that can be quite tricky. This one specific jump from the yellow blocks to the top floor has been considered a luck jump. It is subpixel based and is completely determined by your speed. Mario's running speed in this game oscillates between the values 49, 48, 47, 48, and 47, in that exact order. If you jump on a frame where the speed is 47, you'll fail this jump, which leads to this having a 60% chance of realistically working in runs due to 2 out of the 5 values not being enough. If you get past this jump, what lies ahead is a standard Big Boo fight, and from there, you're on your way to Star World. Star World 1 is a very brief level, with the only thing to do here being to break yellow spin blocks in order to get to the key and keyhole. This level is normally a lot faster with a cape due to being able to zip through blocks. This abuses the fact that only 4 yellow blocks can spin at once. Without a cape though, there's nothing to do. You'll see no cape runners get a 285 in-game time here versus the 291 time typically gotten with cape, and even a possible 292 if you're feeling really spicy. It's also important to note that not grabbing any midways up to this point was critical. If you grab a midway tape, Mario will become big, and if Mario was such entering Star World 1, he would have grabbed the beginning mushroom and overwrote the glitched out cloud in the item box. Star World 2 isn't too eventful either, with the main notable strategy being a timed down input in order to swim up at just the right time between a gap before the key and keyhole. You'll see that Okashi cleared it perfectly while doing a very quick left-right tap for safety, while Lost Core bonked and had to back this up very quickly, throwing Baby Yoshi upwards. Star World 3 has a completely different approach due to the lack of flight, with runners having to immediately grab a throw block and push it upwards to destroy Lakitu and steal his cloud. Top runs also quickly steal a second block, which is used to instantly instantly hit the key block, which leads to a fast finish. Both the new and old record pulled this off no issue. Star World 4 intends for you to get to the keyhole with either a cape or finding 2 colored switch blocks to access it, but that's not required. Instead, runners grab the red baby Yoshi at the beginning of the level, and quickly gather back P-speed while eating enough Koopas to make the Yoshi big. This is followed up by tonguing a blue Koopa, which gives you flight ability. All that is done from here is hitting the key block from below and finishing. Both players have approached the beginning differently, with Lost Core taking a brief loss in P-speed and regaining it from the approaching platforms. On the other hand, Okashi does a very quick left-right maneuver on the mushroom platform, which allows him to continue forward with speed. With Star World being over, all that is left is Bowser and his front door. This starts off with the player having to select 2 different numbered doors to get to the fight. The Cloud variant of this run is long established at this point, doors 2 and 7 being the fastest, but No Cape has been different. For a long time, No Cape players have stuck with door 5 instead of 7 due to it being way easier and barely being slower. In fact, Lost Core's run opted for door 5, but Okashi pulled out the big guns here and went for door 7 for the first time in a record. With this requiring risky jumps that have to worry about statue flames on an iffy global timer, you may wonder how worth it door 7 really is. And well, he only saved roughly a quarter of a second versus Lost Core here. Yeah, now you may realize why such a risky room was avoided for so long. This leads to the final stretch of the run, with the final dark room not being a big challenge, but the same can't be said for the final Bowser fight. Instead of simply playing the fight as intended, runners finally release the glitch Cloud power-up and are able to skip Bowser's animations by positioning the Cloud in the top left of the screen thanks to jumping. This Cloud fight is a bit slower than Cape due to having to wait for Bowser in phase 1. No Cape runs had to wait for Bowser to release the first set of Mecha Koopas, which give you just enough height to finally reach into the Cloud. Either way, this fight still leads to the Cloud record being faster by over 40 seconds. This fight is beyond hard at top level, Cape or No Cape, and it's expected for times in this fight to majorly vary record to record. While Okashi would have gotten the record either way, it's a good thing he went for door 7 because that time save was about the same amount of time he ended up losing against Lost Core in the fight. So with that is the new 11 exit No Cape record that was finally able to dethrone the previous after 2,129 days by 838 milliseconds. With this finally being destroyed, the oldest current record on the leaderboard as of uploading this is the 0 exit record, which is the infamous credits warp category. This sits at a 41.022 by Furious, which was set on June 11th, 2020. With how short and optimized this run already is, it's not a shock to see this time sit. But hey, this run is looking closer to being possibly dethroned, with second place being set in late 2023. With the Cape version of 11 exit being the default go-to category in the game, and No Cape requiring more precise platforming skills, it's not shocking to see the 11 exit No Cape record sit for way longer than others, but it's still mind-blowing that it took closer to 6 years for someone to finally step up to the plate and beat it. Before Okashi hit the scene with this category, the top 4 runs were from 2017, 2019, 2016, and 2014. Yeah, no one really wanted to play this, but someone finally decided to do it, and absolutely shatter one of the main Mario World records that no one tends to talk about. In fact, in the same month, he got the records in the Orb and Glitchless variants too. Until another record gets beat, that's all I have to share, so thanks for watching. Super Mario World, the hugely successful platformer title that demonstrated how the Mario franchise could evolve into the 16-bit generation, with it picking up many elements from the previous Super Mario Bros. 3, such as the overworld map. Super Mario World is an even more fleshed-out offering that provides a variety of ways to explore and beat the game. Over the years, players of all types have taken advantage of that specific fact, with speedrunners in particular having a field day with the different possible routes and variations across the varying world maps. Most traditional speedrun completions of this title take advantage of the Cape power-up in some way. This is due to how much of a breeze this makes things in comparison to exclusively using the other traditional Mario power-ups. This simple fact has led to many people thinking, how different would a no-Cape Mario World speedrun be? With there being many different ways to traditionally beat the game, ranging from warping to Bowser, all the way to clearing every individual exit, runners category by category would develop a no-Cape equivalent of their already beloved runs. There is one specific no-Cape speedrun that caught my eye the most over the years, beating every single normal and secret exit without grabbing a single Cape power-up. I've already talked about 96 exit in the past, but what about its no-Cape cousin? Today, let's talk about how speedrunners perfected the 100% completion category of Super Mario World that bans the most broken power-up, 95 exit, no Cape. So we've already established that 96 exit and 95 exit no cape are two different goals, yet kinda similar. They both require you to complete all 72 levels scattered throughout the game, as well as every single secret exit hidden in between, which happens to be 24. Alright, so that's pretty simple to comprehend, but why is the no cape version of this 95 instead of 96? Well, there's one specific exit that is impossible to beat without a cape. Donut Ghost House normal exit. If you're not familiar, this exit entails flying above the level through a gap in the ceiling, which allows you to enter a hidden door, an unlocked top secret area, one of the few non-proper levels in the game, simply giving you access to a few power-ups. Now you may be a bit confused. I said the impossible capeless exit was the normal exit, except this is the hidden path that unlocks a secret bonus area, so it's actually the secret exit, right? Wrong. This secret exit was actually programmed as a normal level within the game, with the normal exit actually being the secret. Here's an easy way to prove it. Using a glitched orb power-up, this is the same item that is used to end the level Sunken Ghost Ship, and when activated from the item box does the same exact thing, immediately end whatever level you are in. Since it was only initially programmed for the Sunken Ghost Ship level, it always completes the normal exit no matter where you are. So using this knowledge, we can activate the orb power-up in Donut Ghost House. And boom, it's actually the normal exit. But that happens to open up an entirely new rabbit hole. You can now beat this exit without a cape, so why isn't the category 96 exit no cape instead? Well, this is because most speedrun categories of Super Mario World have banned the usage of glitched power-ups, due to how much the run would completely change if such was allowed. Sure, there are a lot of levels where it'd be faster to get an orb and then use it to skip past, but do you really want to constantly use this throughout the entire run, rather than just actually playing through the levels? Just saying it out loud makes such a run sound boring and tedious. Due to such, only the shortest categories 0 and 11 exit allow such things to be used. I will also state that a glitched cloud power-up can also allow you no cape access to this exit, but of course with what I just said, that is not relevant for today's story. With the biggest question out of the way, I also want to tackle possibly the second biggest question: what are the general overall differences between 95 and 96 exit? Well, obviously the lack of cape power-up leads to players being a bit more creative due to not being able to fly over levels, and this leads to the second most broken thing in the game being used: Yoshi. Mario's dinosaur friend not only gives you an extra layer of protection and maneuverability, but most importantly has flight abilities too. Any colored Yoshi can gain wings when tonguing a blue Koopa, but a way more overpowered feature is specifically grabbing a blue colored Yoshi, which can gain flight with any colored Koopa. Now that I've laid down the groundwork for what this run actually is, let's get into how this category was established. Now, when I've pieced together record history projects for Super Mario World in the past, it's been pretty straightforward, but today's story is quite different. This is because unlike anything I've covered before, 95 exit no cape wasn't always considered an important main category. In fact, there isn't a trace of this run being done until the early 2010s. The first place I immediately went to look is an old archived capture of the Super Mario World Wiki leaderboard. This is where runs were documented in the early 2010s, before the rise of speedrun.com, which made things way more centralized. The oldest surviving capture of this board is from January 8th, 2013, and we can see that 95 exit no cape is nowhere to be seen here. This then led me to dig through another popular speedrun site from the early 2010s, Speedruns Live, a place where players came together to simultaneously race the same speedrun category. Scrolling through hundreds of pages, I was able to find the earliest instance of the phrase 95 exit no cape, January 23rd, 2013. I was also able to find two other races over the following couple of days. Using this as our baseline, you could argue that one of these times by Artega Omega and Deathwing were the first ever records in the 2-hour range, but still feels kinda weird to start off that way. If we go to the second oldest capture of the wiki, dated November 30th, look at that. At the very least, it can be pieced together that between January and November of 2013, it became a serious enough category to get an established leaderboard. The record listed is a 139.42 by LinkedIn. This is a great start to piecing together the verifiable record history, but this goes one step further. On LinkedIn's layout, we can see that he was 12 hours into a marathon he dubbed World Recathon, where he seemingly tried to beat as many records in a single day. Thanks to this, we can see on stream that there was an already existing record before what LinkedIn said on this leaderboard, a 139.56. Cross-referencing this with said leaderboard, it's very easy to piece together that this was set by Deathwing, who would end up moving down to second. There's an archived Twitch link, but unfortunately this video seems to be completely gone now, and I personally struggled to get into contact with him. There are 3 other details I was able to piece together though. 1. This was set on September 11th, 2013. This is known thanks to the Twitch URL having an archived snapshot of the page thanks to the Wayback Machine. 2. Deathwing published a pastebin on the same exact day that outlines a ton of details about the category such as his record, a Q&A, and an overview of his route. 3. I found a paste bin thanks to Deathwing's archived profile on the Super Mario World wiki, which mostly states he played on a keyboard, via emulator of course. I'll let you debate in the comments about emulation and speedrunning, but let me tell you, as someone who has speedrun Super Mario World for a long time, trying to speedrun the game with a keyboard is a million times harder. I really advise against it, but if you can do so successfully, it's really impressive. While there isn't surviving footage of Deathwing's run, there are a couple of brief highlights. The first is struggling in the Special World level Outrageous, which is notably one of the hardest levels without a cape due to the large amount of enemies and layered levels of platforming. The second clip is also in Outrageous, but showcases a glitch that happened in the middle of a run. Late into the level, Deathwing lost Yoshi, and when beating the level is on a glitched Yoshi which happens to be gray when entering Funky. This is due to the bullet bill launching and Yoshi falling off the screen on a specific frame. If we slow down and pause the footage, you can see a glitched out sprite, and the bullet teleports to Mario's position. This leads to giving you a Yoshi with a switched color palette. Anyways, to get a proper idea of what was being done towards the beginning of this run's creation, I feel it makes the most sense to dive into the first record with surviving footage from LinkDead. Let's first do a basic breakdown of the route. LinkDead started by going to the left of Yoshi's Island in comparison to traditionally going right for every other run. This is to get Yoshi's Island 1 and Yellow Switch Palace out of the way. After clearing the rest of the world, the focus in World 2 is to get both Donut Secret 1 exits out of the way, and additionally clears Donut Secret House so Donut Secret 2 can be cleared as well. The right side of World 3 is done, which allows you to make your way down to Star World. LinkDead enters Star World 3 to feed and hop on a yellow Yoshi, which he uses to clear the second Cheese Bridge exit and Cookie Mountain. He once again enters Star World with a now blue Yoshi, which sadly doesn't last long thanks to multiple deaths. He ultimately ends the world with a blue Yoshi he acquires in Star World 2, which becomes useful for both Star World 5 and Special World. Plowing through Special, the rest of the worlds are pretty straightforward. Worlds 2 and 3 are cleared, which ends with maneuvering through the top bridge in World 4, and then from there it's clearing up the last of the 3 worlds before Bowser. All in all, this run was quite messy, but it was enough to beat the first established record by Deathwing. The run has multiple deaths like the ones I mentioned in Star World, and later in Forest Fort where he fell in a gap that doesn't get covered till you beat Blue Switch Palace. There are additionally some silly mistakes such as accidentally entering Donut Secret House again after Special World. A notable level that sticks out in this run is Tubular. The P-switch is immediately pressed and a mid-air ditch is done in order to bring him forward far enough to eat a red Koopa for flight ability. Additionally, this run has one notable glitch in Force Evolution 2, where you can use Yoshi to clip out of bounds and swim under the whole level. This was also being done in cape categories with it acting the exact same underwater. Unfortunately, after moving past this run by LinkDead, we sadly hit another major roadblock. Continuing through save snapshots of the Super Mario World wiki, we start to see another competitor hit the top of the board by the end of 2014. I'm just gonna call him Waz for short. There's one big issue though, a lack of leaderboard and video preservation, with Waz not being seen in the slightest on the October 15th snapshot, but having the record on the next one, the 24th. We know the record was at least added during the time, but still does not solidify an exact date for when this 131.58 was set. Sadly, the same thing cannot be done like Deathwing's run, and there is zero archival of the attached video link, with Waz's profile being completely blank. To further add onto this confusion, if we fast forward to November 8th, Waz seemingly beat the record by even more, getting under an hour and a half with a 129.40. If we peek into a snapshot a month later, we can see that this time was adjusted to a 129.39, with an additional note stating this was set on October 24th. And yet another now erased video. Let me slow down for a minute and let it sink in that Waz very quickly took 10 minutes total off of LinkDead's former record, and we don't even have video footage to look at to analyze such a thing. Fortunately, I was able to get into contact with Waz, and he says he was a quote-unquote big dummy for deleting all his former times back then, but was more than happy to share details on how he conquered the category. He started his journey by running 2 other no cape categories in the game, No Cape No Star World and All Castles No Cape. Both category names are self-explanatory for what they entail. He claims he put a good 200 hours into routing and strategy searching, which led to a way faster time. His original routes were taken from the 96 exit runs at the time, with his 131 majorly focusing on making the general level by level movement as decent as possible. Once getting a 131 time, he looked into more major time saves across different levels. This led to strategies such as bouncing on saws in Cheese Bridge area, fuzzy bouncing in Way Cool, skipping a cycle in Castle 3, and other general piece Yoshi's strategies across many more levels. He names Lambie as a major inspiration, someone who most notably has posted tons of optimized individual level runs over the years. In terms of more advanced glitches in the run, he went for the same Force Evolution 2 clip, but also opted for a block duplication glitch in Gnarly and Vanilla Dome 1, which allows you to spawn Yoshi wings after duplicating blocks over a Yoshi coin and collecting it, which means you can immediately beat the levels using Yoshi. On top of this, he is also able to perform a sub-pixel based stair clip in Donut Secret House, which requires you to press and hold A on a frame perfect spot, the third step in the stairs to be exact. If these runs are completely lost, then what am I currently showing you to explain these runs? Well, while his first two records are completely lost to time, his next record is still completely intact due to it being the last time he ever set in the category. On March 29th, 2015, he completely smashed his previous times with a new minute barrier broken, 1:28:59. A major note about this route is efficiently grabbing a blue Yoshi to help in Forest, in particular Forest Secret Area. Woz does part of Star World after Donut Secret House in order to get a blue Yoshi, and keeps it all the way to Forest Secret Area. This is followed by going back to Star World from the Star Warp next to Forest Fortress, and cleaning up both Star and Special World from there. Woz credits fellow runner Author Blues for coming up with such an idea. With a more optimized route in comparison to Link Dead, his only major time loss in this run was a death in Funky, which cost 40 seconds. Due to this death, he decided to go for some more advanced strategies, with probably the most impressive being a mid-air Buzzy Beetle bounce of Vanilla Dome 3. This allowed him to enter and immediately exit a bonus room section, which is faster than trying to get through the level normally. I noted earlier that Woz before 95 had also dabbled with other established no-cape categories at the time, with him comfortably having multiple no-cape records. You may notice that when peering to the cape categories that he is nowhere to be seen. This is because over the years, a majority of runners have separated themselves as cape runners or no-cape runners. The cape categories by 2015 were mostly dominated by runners such as X-Pac-05, Link Dead, Green Death Flavor, and Dram55, with the no-cape side being prominently held by Woz. While some runners did dabble with both, this separation trend in runners has been prevalent in many different ways over the years. In the following months after Woz's 128 record was set, there was another no-cape runner that steadily seemed to start making a name for himself, Calco. For a decent bit, he was purely focusing on No Cape No Star World, and got himself as high as 3rd place before 2015 was over. With him not stopping in the slightest, by February of 2016, he not only crept up to 2nd, but not that long after was finally able to dethrone Woz by a couple seconds. With Woz at this point being done with Super Mario World, the era of his no-cape dominance was nearing the end, with his records hanging on for dear life as new competition rose. Within a month of getting the No Cape No Star World record, Calco was trying to tackle 95 as well, and very quickly put up a 133 as his first ever personal best on the board. With the category still not being too popular, this chucked him up into the top 3. He did the same exact thing as the previous category, and very quickly kept chopping his time, easily creeping up into 2nd, and then on March 27th did this, 1:28:57, just barely beating Woz's now year-old record by 2 seconds. While he may have only beat the previous best by 2 seconds, this run is far from the same. In fact, he took a completely different route. He opted to get through most of Star and all of Special World before beating Castle 2. He then takes advantage of Special World changing not just the palette of Koopas, but also making more of them blue. With a green Yoshi, this makes the rest of World 2 and 3 way easier. He ends up doing the right side of World 3 first, and cleans out the bottom bridge. After beating Soda Lake, he enters Star World for a second time, and clears a level he didn't previously, Star World 2 normal exit. This is because he feeds a blue Yoshi while he is here, which like we mentioned before, makes many upcoming levels way easier thanks to Flight. The route isn't the only thing that was completely shaken up, with him adding many more glitches. He may have struggled with Wings and Gnarly, but was also able to do a similar thing in Tubular by chucking a P-switch into the corner of a P-balloon block housed next to the pipe. The switch gets stuck and jitters back and forth, which can then duplicate the block to produce Yoshi wings. This skips having to do the previously tricky level. In World 3, he is also able to keep up the same Vanilla Dome 1 wings as Woz, albeit slightly slower. Quite possibly the most intense glitch he added into the record for the first time was towards the end of the run in Valley of Bowser 2. In the sandbar section, he was able to perform a clip through the sandbar, which allowed him to completely skip a cycle. This saved around 12 seconds versus Woz, with it impressively only being a 2-frame window. While he did add in many new things, this run was far from perfect. In Force of Illusion 2, he struggled with the clip that is done twice, losing multiple cycles between them. He also majorly struggled in Larry's Castle, in particular the second room, which becomes way more challenging capeless due to relying on the Magic Koopa to break yellow blocks and spawn shells. There's plenty more cool strategies to boast about here though, with two of the most notable being Roy, where he deboosted through the spikes just like Woz, but also scrolled the screen to help, and Outrageous, which for the first time in a record was executed perfectly, an impressive feat considering it's one of the most demanding levels. The same week he set this, Calco was simultaneously on a rampage in yet another no cape category, small only. Just a few days before his 95 record, he set a second place time in the category, only being behind Dream 55, one of the most notable runners from the early 2010s, with this being his last standing record. Following this, Calco additionally going into April would also put some time into Kaizo Mario World, a notable ROM hack of the game full of very challenging levels. He was able to get into the top 3 out of 9 people that had submitted runs by this time. While he may have been on a streak getting top times in other runs, this doesn't mean he completely disappeared from 95, because he was far from doing that. Between competing in small only and getting closer to the record in Kaizo, he would set 2 more 95 times before the end of April. The first was on the 18th, and had a way cleaner start thanks to better gnarly and tubular wings, which led to a 20-second lead out of Special World. He was able to keep this pace until his brief return to Star World, where he struggled to feed the blue baby Yoshi. This would lead to his pace being virtually tied out of Castle 4. Fortunately though, both clips and forests played in his favor, being both first try. This not only led to his best ever forest segment, but a lead of over half a minute. While he would bleed some time in the following world, he was able to keep the same pace out of World 7, even though he got quite unlucky. The Magic Koopa happened to spawn a Thwimp, which only has a 9 out of 256, or roughly 3% chance of happening. He also last second backed out of the Sandbar clip in Valley Bowser 2, but with his lead, he was still able to demolish the record by 22 seconds, with a 1:28.34. Throughout the following week, he pushed this even further, which isn't surprising considering how much this run could obviously be lowered by. Exactly a week after his last run, he was on another that started out a bit shaky. He had a close call in Tubular, and also Vanilla Dome 1. What happened not too long later would put a major blow to the pace, with Calco dying to the initial Boo Ring in Vanilla Ghost House. While this could have been a simple mistake, there's also a major reason why runners across the board may struggle specifically with Boo Rings. This is because they run on a global timer. Whenever you encounter a Boo Ring in the game for the first time, it is always in the exact same position. While this may be great, Boo Ring's positions are stored whenever moving away from them. This saves across the entire game, and that means that Boo Rings can be in completely different positions depending on how fast you got past the previous set. This specifically is really easy to see in 95, as runners go for the stair clip in Donut Secret House I mentioned previously. The Boo Rings can be in multiple positions depending on if you get the stair clip once, twice, or not at all. With Calco having a varying streak of stair clip attempts, it's safe to say that the Boo Rings of Vanilla Ghost House are not always the same. While he was decently behind out of Castle 3, he was able to pull it together leaving Castle 4, even though he lost his Fire Flower, which is a major blow considering he can skip hits in the boss fight. This is due to the rest of the split cleaning up some of the previous mishaps, such as feeding Blue Yoshi in Star World 2. With 2 first try clips in Forest once again, he achieved his best ever Forest split, but sadly things would sway once more, between losing Flight in Chocolate Island 3 and Valley of Bowser 3. Ending World 7 with some more Magic Koopa shenanigans, he was 10 seconds behind. So you may think, this run is 100% dead, but that's actually far from the truth. Remember what happened at the end of last run? Yeah, not this time. He got Sandbar clip once again, which gave him just enough of an edge to just barely beat his own record by a single second, 1:28.33. Lowering the record not once, but twice within the same month, Calco once again took a little mini break from the category and was juggling the 2 runs I had already mentioned. He took back the record that was taken from him in small only, and repeatedly lowered his personal best in Kaizo Mario World until he finally claimed the record there as well. No matter what though, 95 Exit was a category that still had plenty of future potential, and while he still may have been the only one currently competing at the top, he took the time to come back time and time again to chip it down further. Entering June on the 5th, he had an attempt that started out a bit rough. He struggled a bit between Special World, tricks like Vanilla Dome 1 wings, and losing P-Speed in Vanilla Dome 3, but avoiding his Ghost House death like the previous run allowed him to stay on an already enough pace. He may have been 8 seconds behind leaving World 3, but simply keeping his Fire Flower for Castle 4 this time was huge, and helped him pull 5 seconds ahead entering Forest of Illusion. He did have some further hiccups like briefly falling off of Yoshi in the first forest level, but 2 first try clips was more than enough to keep him ahead still. Continuing to clean up his wrongs from the record he had last set, he was able to completely swing this run around, being 18 seconds ahead approaching the final world. He had a slightly frustrating moment in Valley Ghost House where you need to guide the coin snake up to the secret exit using the D-pad, which is then used by hitting a P-switch. He aimed the block slightly too low and had to readjust, but even with that, everything else was still generally clean, which allowed him to wrap up 20 seconds ahead, boasting a 1:28.13. With such a major time cut to the record, Calco was nowhere near close to done with Super Mario World, but did start to pivot in different ways. His new major focus over the following handful of months was shift to a similarly named, yet very different game, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. Over the following few months after getting his last 95 exit record, he would achieve a top 10 time in this game, which is really impressive considering how competitive it has been over the years. While doing this, he was still surprisingly juggling new times in both Small Only and Kaizo. Around the same time, he achieved a personal best in Yoshi's Island that only put him a few minutes off the record. He additionally put some work into defeating the one record Woz still had, all castles no cape. On September 20th, he got a time that put him only seconds away from the top, with him only 3 days later absolutely demolishing his previous. This 100% established himself as the no cape king of Mario World. Following this, his stream of new personal bests would slow down for a few weeks, but rest assured, he was still at work on multiple new runs, in today's case specifically 95. On October 28th, he had a new attempt that for quite a while was pretty neck and neck with his personal best, until Vanilla Secret 1, where he got hit and fell off of Yoshi not just once, but twice. This really shook things up, because he further let more time slip before the level was over. This sadly led to a pace 24 seconds behind, exiting Castle 4, except that's not entirely accurate, as it seems he was comparing against a 1:28.24 during this attempt. Either way, his forest was more than good enough against this comparison, because he shockingly ended up being 13 seconds ahead of it exiting Boy's Castle, even though one of his clips took 3 tries to conquer. He continued this parade of clean gameplay over the following 2 worlds, and with Larry's Castle being decent enough, was on a pace that would give him a 1:27 time. Unfortunately, once again, he did not get Sandbar clip in the second to last exit, but fortunately his pace was still great enough that he didn't need it in the slightest for a new improvement, a 1:28.05. So close, yet so far from a new barrier. With no one still getting even slightly close to any of Calco's no-cape times, it was really only up to Calco in the moment to dictate how things would be pushed going forward. He continued his cycle of lowering his small-only time once more, but was still equally focusing on 95 as well. Only a few days after he set his new small time, on November 7th he had a run that was giving a bit of deja vu, with him dying in Vanilla Ghost House. While he may have been in the red due to this, he was easily able to get back into the green thanks to avoiding some of his mess-ups, like juggling Yoshi in Vanilla Secret 1. He continued this with 2 first try forest clips with yet another best split here. He had another mishap of aiming too low with the coin snake in Valley Ghost House, but with a well-rounded out world, and Larry's Castle in particular, he was still 13 seconds ahead, more than enough to break the barrier he should have previously. He happened to miss Sandbar clip once more, but that was perfectly fine, considering what he previously just set did the same exact thing. While he bled even more time due to losing P-Speed in Valley Fort, all he needed was just a handful of seconds to break a new minute barrier, which he more than did, sporting a 1:27.57. With him setting yet another record with a notable death in it, among other multiple glaring mistakes, there's no way Calco was going to end on that note. He continued to push through more sessions over the following couple of weeks, and while it may have not immediately happened, he would strike gold once again only 2 weeks after his new record, on the 22nd. He had another run start up that seemed quite promising after he achieved his best ever World 2 split, which allowed him to stay within a second of the record. This time around in World 3, he avoided the death previously experienced, but he did wind up miscalculating a jump in Lemmy, which led him to missing the typical cycle skip. Avoiding the Ghost House death was more than enough though, because he was happily back ahead of the record leaving World 3. He immediately threw away this lead in Cookie Mountain, as he happened to fly with Yoshi too high above the ending goal tape, which caused the level not to end. This can easily happen in tons of levels across the game if you are not paying attention. This turned to the run being virtually tied with the record, with that trend continuing leaving Forest thanks to clips playing nice enough, and having a Fire Flower to use with Roy. He wasn't able to truly claw back until World 7, where he corrected his mishaps, with a clean enough castle on top of it. Being ahead, he once again made this a clipless run in the sandbar, with him being able to scoop up further time save nailing Valley Fort this time. Overall, this run was a bumpy ride, with many things to still clean up, but it was still easily enough to be a sizable record, 127.45. With multiple notable time cuts in a short period of time, Calco would step away again and would tackle the second Kaizo Mario World hack, and continuously lower the time until he got the record there. He also still was focusing on vanilla Super Mario World during this time too, lowering both his No Cape No Star World and small link times. With him additionally tackling Yoshi's Island, he was on a hot streak of new personal bests, and snuck into the top 3 in the main warpless category. We can see by this point that Calco's layout had changed, with his Sum of Best segments now being visible. It showcases that this run very much could still be improved by another minute. This specific run had a really clean start, notably getting the Lemmy cycle skip he previously misjudged. This put him ahead by a double-digit amount, with this continuing over the following split, even though there was notably a slight hiccup in Vanilla Secret 2, where he didn't grab the initial Koopa. This trend would continue with all in all decent clips, being able to get a left side backup when failing one. Before visiting Roy's castle though, he had another rough patch. He failed to bounce off a Goomba that lets him breeze through the end of the level. On top of this, he also didn't have a second Fire Flower to finish out the castle due to getting hit in Forest Ghost House. All of this resulted in a very minor lead entering Chocolate Island. He fortunately was able to balance this out with a really clean World 6, but wasn't able to catch a break in World 7, specifically Larry. He once again has unlucky Magic Koopa spawns, and gets flimped one more time. This causes him to be tied with his personal best, leaving the final castle. With that, you may be able to see where this is going. In order to realistically improve his time, he nailed Sandbar Clip, which easily put him in a position to improve his time 10 months later on September 14th, 2017, with a 127.34. At this point, it's pretty obvious that Calco had a reign over the No Cape categories, and for today's topic, specifically 95 exit No Cape, but things were slowly shifting whether people realized it or not. As we get further and further to the end of the 2010s, some of the runners I had mentioned earlier throughout this video were steadily running the game less and less, and slowly but surely were being replaced by a completely new generation of runners. 2017 is the year I would pinpoint as the start of a new era in Super Mario World. It marks the first notable beginning of the era I would like to dub the modern adaptable runner. You may wonder, what could I even mean by that? Well, if you go back to the early 2010s, and even earlier than that, pretty much anyone that ran the game tended to pick up a wide variety of categories across the game. Some of the biggest examples being Dram55 and LinkDead, who I've already mentioned. These guys got records across so many different types of categories, but then, as you get to the mid to late 2010s, it started to shift towards different types of runners. Those that would run only one category, like 11 exit, or exclusively run no cape or caped categories, just like the two main runners we've been talking about so far, Woz and Calco. There's one specific runner that I want to talk about that I would argue was at the forefront of this modern adaptable runner era, and his name is Louie. He first started throwing up times at the end of 2016, but 2017 was when he truly made his mark. By the time Calco achieved his 127.34, Louie achieved a wide list of impressive leaderboard placements, such as a top 5 time in No Cape No Star World, top 15 in 96 exit, and the most impressive by far, the world record in all castles. On top of this, by the end of 2017, he achieved top 3 in both No Star World and No Cape No Star World. He also collected yet another record time in 96 exit, and was also chipping away equally as much in 95, being the third person to get a time under an hour and a half. In fact, going forward, Calco is not relevant to the rest of 95 Exit's story at all, with him going back to other games I've already mentioned, as well as plenty of other types of runs. Instead, a plethora of new runners started scouring the leaderboards. While 95 would stay generally dormant over the next couple of years, that can't be said for other categories I have mentioned today. Runners such as Louie, Lost Core, as well as many new Japanese runners like Maiba and Daisui started to clutter top 10 positions with new times. These trends would continue further and further into the 2020s, with Calco being the only exception, trying to hang on to his No Cape No Star World record multiple times. And yeah, you heard me correctly, I'm already mentioning the 2020s, because virtually nothing happened to 95 in 2018 and 2019. The only thing was a 7-second improvement from Louie, but Calco's record happily sat there for months and months. In fact, it wasn't until May 7th, 2020 that we really started to see things pick up. Louis got a way larger improvement, getting a 128 time that was just barely good enough to beat Waz, poking into second place. He clearly had put a ton of work towards learning this category further, because a few days later on the 10th, he would suddenly peak even further, sporting a 127.55, a full minute improvement and a time that would have beaten Calco during his 2016 Rampage. With him already having no-cape experience of other Mario World runs and Mario titles like Mario 3, it's not terribly surprising to see how quickly he was able to knock down yet another category. After his 2 back-to-back improvements in 95, he was still eager to push this one step further, with him being right behind Calco. At this point, he already had some of best segments that would give him a time a full minute faster than the record. Knowing this, on the 20th, Louis was able to make even further progress. Even though he was over 10 seconds behind Calco for half the run, he was able to maintain this distance, and even got neck and neck by the time he left World 5. Unlike Calco, he had a backup flower for Roy, and had less hiccups throughout the world. He additionally sprinkled in other new strats that previously had not been seen in 95 among runners like Calco, such as using a Buzzy Beetle to Yoshi jump off of to reach a pipe quicker in Donut Plains 2, and doing a faster Room 1 in Red Switch Palace. On top of this, he had Vanilla Dome 1 wings that were faster than anything previously seen in the record. Keeping the streak up of new strategies, he went for a different approach to Chocolate Ghost House, where he scrolls the screen to time bouncing on the boo line without taking damage. While he may have ended Chocolate Island with a brief hesitation in Wendy, he was still able to save 3 seconds of Calco on his way to Sunken Ghost Ship. Speaking of the Ghost Ship, he goes for a different approach here. Previously, every other record went for a quick Yoshi deboost, which would line them up perfectly to despawn a boo ring that is normally supposed to show up before the final room. In Louis' case, he got through the beginning of Room 2 faster by avoiding the deboost, and was able to be in a position to despawn both boo rings. Without scrolling though, the boo cloud that normally despawns was still present, which caused Louis to briefly fall off of Yoshi twice. World 7 is where Louis ultimately shines, because he back-to-back has multiple levels that are clear as day, way cleaner than Calco. His Ghost House, Valley Bowser 4 exits, and Larry's castle performance helped him exit the castle a full 14 seconds ahead of Calco. With his recent personal best not doing a sandbar clip, he opted doing the same thing, which majorly tightened his lead, ending in what was a new, but very minor 1 second record, 127.33. And the first time in 4 years, someone finally put the time in to rival Calco, with Louis being on an absolute hot streak at this time, with his new records still having plenty of improvement such as his slower beginning, and other hiccups such as failing to clip in Forest. He had plenty of more work to do. Over the following month, he would quickly dabble with other runs, such as stealing the record in the self-explanatory category extension named Longest Path, but he was still juggling 95 as well. His sum of best was a solid 12 seconds faster than it was the month previous. And on June 19th was cooking up another promising run. He was able to completely clean up the beginning of his run, doing things such as having the best tubular wings in any run mentioned today so far. Leaving Morton's castle, he was over half a minute ahead, with the conquering of the following castle leading to a nearly 40-second lead. With 2 missed clip cycles in Force Evolution 2, this gap got squeezed a bit, but was still quite large, being 27 seconds ahead still. His Chocolate Island ended up barely being his best world split ever, which still put him on a pace that flirted towards a potential 126 pace. He did the double despawn in the Ghost Ship, but this time scrolled the screen to remove the boos, and not too long after did a new strategy that would completely change Valley Ghost House. Instead of using the Coin Snake and P-Switch to climb up to the secret, he instead spun back and forth off the boos multiple times to gain enough height off screen to squeeze into the gap. While this would have saved time, he sadly did the opposite due to messing up so much on his first attempt that he had to re-enter the room to reset the boot positions. This lost at least 15 seconds overall. All in all, he had a really clean Larry, which was able to minimize a tiny slice of the previous damage, but he still lost a lot of time in Valley of Bowser, being less than 20 seconds ahead now. This may have seemed like the end of a potential 126 pace, but remember, he skipped clipping into the sandbar last time. This time was different, with him wanting to push ahead of his record as much as possible. Between a successful sandbar clip and a more successful Valley Fortress, he just barely accumulated enough time save to break past yet another major time barrier, ending with a 126.59. This was not only a new milestone for 95 exit, but was also the biggest record improvement since Waz in 2014. with Louis not only rapidly improving his time here, but also being able to beat the record twice with a major broken time barrier. It's more than understandable to see that after this record, he was more than happy to hang the category up on the shelf. In the following months, he would switch back to 96 Exit to push it to new limits, and further pursue other games such as A Link to the Past and Mario 3. In fact, the rest of 2020 was very tame for 95 Exit, with the only other notable thing at the top of the leaderboard that year being Mario snagging 3rd place in May. Pushing forward into 2021, there started to be yet another shift for the game that piggybacks off the new era I had previously started to mention. Multiple of the Japanese runners that had previously made a name for themselves were now starting to properly infiltrate the no-cape categories as well. During 2021, they may have continued to dominate the main cape categories, most notably No Star World, but by the end of the year, they would take over half the no-cape No Star World and small only top 10, as well as the top 3 in all castles no cape. Well, initially it seemed like 95 Exit was the one no-cape category to be ignored by such a trend. That's very much not the case. Runner ZZZPC had been putting a bunch of work into the run, and while this isn't reflected on the leaderboards, he got a high 127 time by the end of March, a time that would put him in 3rd place. He pushed this even further by May and got a mid 127. This in a lot of ways is similar to Louis, with the fact that ZZZ was already a runner quite accomplished in many other regards, and was able to rapidly improve upon anything new he wanted to tackle. Just like Louis, he kept pushing time after time, and in June would show off his skill even further. He had a run that was sprinkled with some minor setbacks such as losing his shell for Gnarly Wings, and grabbing an extra mushroom in Vanilla Ghost House, but was able to consistently keep things together, and believe it or not, was able to put together a run that proved to be a 126 pace, leaving Forest of Illusion. He opted for some different strategies compared to Louis, such as the previous Chocolate Ghost House deboost strategy, and doing a single boo despawn, but this still happily worked out for him as he maintained his pace. He would have some late game hiccups such as messing up Room 1 of Valley of Bowser 2, but would happily make up for this most notably by doing the same Ghost House boo spin strategy as Louis, but nailed it first try this time. He easily saved 20 seconds versus Louis around here. With a safer Valley of Bowser 3 and sloppier Larry, all he needed was a sandbar, and he could more than easily not just beat his own personal best, but the world record as well. Doing just that, he successfully improved one more time, getting a 126.49, a solid 10-second time cut to the record. This run wasn't perfect between the minor choke points I mentioned, and other tiny things such as missing a jump in Valley Bowser 2 that is practically luck, but either way, this was still a major improvement to 95 Exit after it was quiet for an entire year. Quite a similar thing would happen like before, and this record would make the category sit for a bit longer. By the end of 2021, Pitman, who notably knocked down the All Castles No Cape record multiple times, would successfully land a time right above Woz. But besides that, things still sat. At least, that's if you only look at the leaderboard. By the end of the year, there is notable documentation that 2 different Japanese runners were doing practice to try and become the new leader of 95 Exit. The first I would like to mention is Maiba, someone who I've already brought up, and for good reason. By this point, he had already achieved a world record in more than half of the categories I have mentioned today, and at the very end of the year, there is a highlight showing that he was practicing to conquer 95 as well. At the very beginning of 2022, on January 2nd, Maiba had already started doing attempts, and had another that no one wanted to miss. His run started out as a mixed bag, with him having a struggle with Yoshi and Lakitu in Star World 3, but was able to balance that with really clean gameplay and levels such as Tubular. Continuing with Special World though, he would very quickly start doing things that no one had previously done. First of all, he grabbed a Fire Flower in the level Awesome, and you may wonder why he would do this when all the other runners never bothered to do such. This is because he was getting set up for a trick in the upcoming level Groovy that had already been added to 96 Exit, but had yet to be properly established in its no-cape equivalent. By initially spitting a Koopa off screen, scrolling, and taking damage, he sets up for what is a boss kill. He does 2 notable things here. First, he performs what is a double tongue glitch with Yoshi grabbing the Fire Flower, but while doing this, tongues and stuns this blue Koopa, which allows him to spawn a boss sprite. When properly setting this all up, you can fireball this sprite and the level immediately ends, exactly as if you defeated a boss in a castle level. While my explanation of this was heavily oversimplified for many reasons, this trick is called Groovy Boss Kill. Comparing ZZZ and Maiba's runs, Maiba saved about 9 seconds doing this. Plains. He follows this up in the next splits with many glaring mistakes, such as P-Speed troubles in Donut Plains 3, losing the shell in Vanilla Dome 3, and falling off of Yoshi in Vanilla Secret 1, but was able to keep it somewhat together with other factors such as getting 2 first try clips in Forest. He also mixes back in other strategies ZZZ didn't do, such as damageless Chocolate Ghost House, but even Chocolate Island still continued with minor mishaps such as accidentally going over the gold tape in Chocolate Island 3. While his pace-airing Valley of Bowser may have not seemed enough to compete with ZZZ, he had even more things up his sleeve, most notably in Larry's Castle. In Room 1, instead of waiting for the block snake like runners previously did, he scrolls the screen and preserves his P-Speed to do a precise jump off the ball and chain without needing the block snake in the slightest. Even with having to grab the midway, he still saved roughly 10 seconds just from this trick. With a faster Room 2 here scooping up even more time save, a sandbar clip was all he needed to push forward towards his wishes, with him being yet another person to improve in this run quicker than anyone else could ever expect. This run concluded with a new person being able to boast the record, with Maiba ending this with a 126.43. You may recall that I quickly said that 2 different Japanese runners were starting to throw their efforts into 95, and you're completely right. The second person I wanted to introduce is Ricky, a runner with a history spanning back to 2018, and by 2022 he was able to achieve top 3 in the categories small only, and also dabbled with other runs such as No Cape No Star World and 96 Exit. With him also touching 95, his earliest traceable history goes back to early 2021, where he was already able to accomplish a 133. By the end of the year, he was able to push this as far as a very low 127, making himself yet another competitor for the top of the leaderboard. With his last personal best of the year being a 127.04 on December 26, he continued this journey into the new year, and on the 3rd was pushing this even further. At this point, he was able to keep up with runners like Maiba and ZZZ, thanks to also going for tricks like Groovy Boss Kill, but did also approach some things differently. In Vanilla Dome 3, he performed spin jumps off blargs while still juggling the Buzzy Beetle, which allows him to do a shell jump even earlier than previously. In Force Illusion 3, he was able to perform a wall jump off a pipe due to landing on said pipe on a specific pixel. And lastly, in Valley of Bowser 4, goes for a different strategy with the Yoshi and Koopas. While he would lose some time here, and in other places such as Lemmy and Valley Bowser 3, this was also complemented with some really great backups, most notably in Larry, ending with a final Valley of Bowser segment that you would expect for top level runs at this point. Ricky was able to clutch this out and achieved a 126.37, beating the record Maiba just got by 6 seconds. And when I mean just got, I really mean just got. When Maiba submitted his record, he left a comment stating, "This is a world record of only about 10 hours. Congrats, Ricky." This means that the 126.43 was easily one of the shortest held records in this game. In fact, there's a high chance it may be the shortest held record of all time if we exclude the 2 fastest completion categories of the game, 0 and 11 exit. While this may be the final mark that Ricky made on 95 Exit, I can reassure you that his competition, Maiba, wasn't done in the slightest. In the month following, Maiba would continue pursuing multiple Mario runs, including No Cape No Star World, where he took the record there for the first time, appropriately taking it from his sudden rival, Ricky. Skipping 1 month forward to March, he mixed in both Small Only and Super Mario Bros. 3, 2 places where he could also brag about having top times. But with where I'm going, of course that's not all. On March 20th, he was trying to piece together a new time, and this time wasn't playing around in the slightest. He was aiming to add a couple of new major time saves that, if executed correctly, should majorly lower not just his personal best, but also the world record. Firstly, he was going for a different power-up route in World 3, where he kept both of his Fire Flowers Vanilla Dome 2, instead of damage boosting through like other runners did previously. And ultimately, this is done to set up for yet another new glitch in the run. Remember the boss kill in Groovy? Well, the same concept can be done in Cookie Mountain 2. This trick was already being done in 96 Exit, but runners had now also messed with a no-cape version of this trick long enough to now finally be comfortable with it in runs like 95. Between Ricky not doing this, and additionally having a sloppy level, Maiba saved around 14 seconds against the record just in this level alone. The second new trick of the bunch was all the way at the end of the run in Valley of Bowser 2. Remember our good old friend Sandbar clip? What if it was possible to do this multiple times? Well, you actually can. A completely new approach to the level makes it even easier than before. By grabbing a shell in the first room, you can use it to duplicate the Yoshi wing block at the beginning of room 2, which ends up spawning a key. This can be used to clip through the sandbar just like before, and thanks to this, Maiba doesn't just clip back and forth through the sandbar once or even twice, but does it 5 times. It's used to clip 4 times in room 2, and 1 more time in the final room housing the key. This trick, that has been dubbed as Nibna Clip, saved closer to 10 seconds against the record here, which led him to being on an absolute killer pace entering Bowser. Thanks to these new strategies, he got not just a major new personal best, but a time that almost pushed towards another minute barrier already, getting a 1:26.05. While these tricks did allow him to completely tear apart 95 Exit yet again, this run was far from perfect, and is littered with minor mishaps such as getting hit in Star World 3, failing to grab and then stomping the blue shell needed in Vanilla Secret 1, and probably the worst being what happened in Forest of Illusion. He lost both his Fire Flowers and Forest Fort, and while he was able to do quick backups to gain these back, time loss further ensued with a Hammer Brother hit before Roy. With such a major blow to the record, it's not surprising to see the trend of the category going quiet happening once more. In fact, if you fast forward the leaderboard to the end of 2022, it may seem like the only top activity in 95 came from Toro with a 127, but that is far from the truth. There was someone over the previous year who very much made a name for himself in the community, spanning impressive times across so many different categories and ROM hacks, and his name is Schwartz. Sadly, these runs have become a bit buried and disorganized since this player suddenly in late 2023 wiped all of his leaderboard uploads for seemingly no reason. Fortunately though, every run of his is still available, and I am thankful for that because he is the last new runner in the story I need to introduce. While his resume in Mario World speedrunning was very spread out, it's very clear that Schwartz heavily shined in no-cape runs. By the end of 2021, he was able to get a low 127 time in 95, and during 2022 would keep shipping his time down with 126 runs, which makes it very apparent he was becoming yet another person that could rival Maiba. By the end of August, he achieved a 126.11, which was eerily close to the record, with him having zero signs of stopping. In fact, just a couple weeks later in September, he had a run that got really close to breaking the new tantalizingly close time barrier. In Valley of Bowser 2, he tried to duplicate the Yoshi wing block to attempt Nibna Clip, but immediately failed. To still save the run, he also tried to go for normal sandbar clip, but quickly messed that up as well. Keeping this going, he would have another 125 attempt entering October that died right after attempting a faster room 1 beginning in Larry via deboosting. With 2 very promising attempts having died at the very end of the game, he kept chucking attempts into this category, and only a few days after his last close attempt, he would have another promising run on the 5th. His run would start out with a mix of things that would keep him behind Maiba, such as a close call on Morton, getting hit in Lemmy, and also not opting to go for Cookie Mountain boss kill. This time loss was easily evened out though. If you remember, Maiba had a particularly bad forest segment, which allowed Schwartz to easily catch up. With him going for the quicker Larry strategy and Nibna Clip, he was easily in a position to finally be at the tippy top. He did get hit in Valley Fortress, but no matter what, he pulled ahead just enough to simultaneously get the record and set another time milestone, ending with a 125.58. With Schwartz already being in full force grinding 95, he continued this motivation, and following his record would post in-depth tutorials world by world for 95, and would also post some really cool individual level strategies such as Roy, where he spin jumps off multiple potobos followed by a wall jump, and Larry, where he also performs a wall jump to save time. Obviously, these were unrealistic strategies that simply wouldn't be thrown into the category overnight, but it was pretty clear he wanted to push the category to further heights. He was still doing sessions to try and further beat his record, and on November 28th had a pace that immediately allowed him to pull ahead by a decent margin thanks to his previous mistakes. Even though he got hit in Lemmy, he was still 12 seconds ahead leaving the world. He was able to juggle the same pace all the way to Valley of Bowser, but sadly he did have some mistakes that would bleed a solid chunk of his time save. He got hit by the Magikoopa and Larry, but then more notably also misjumped in Valley of Bowser 2, which also led to him getting hit. While he did lose a bit of time, he still was able to keep things together that allowed him to accomplish a second record in the category, finishing off Bowser with a 125.52. Schwartz may have been able to slightly polish up this run, but it's clear that there was still plenty of room to optimize things. For major starters, he still didn't go for the major new time save in Cookie Mountain, and also opted out of other strategies that add up, such as Damageless Ghost House and Chocolate Island. While these times were being set, his closest rival, Maiba, was majorly focusing on doing tons of different runs in Super Mario All-Stars, but this would eventually shift. With Maiba being good at every category in Super Mario World that you can think of, in 2023, he would set top times across the leaderboards. And yes, I am shifting to 2023 already. Once again, with 95 Exit having a more limited number of top players, its activity completely flatlined for months as both Schwartz and Maiba primarily ran other things. In fact, this 125.52 would sit for over an entire year. Right as the anniversary approached though, Maiba had switched plans, and was finally putting his effort back into 95. In late November and early December of 2023, Maiba was continuously doing sessions to once again try and compete in the category, and on December 17th was on a 4-day daily streak of streaming these attempts. In order to catch up and beat this time, he not only kept going for things that Schwartz opted not to do, but also had some new major things to add in. The most notable by far is an outrageous. By scrolling the screen, he was able to fire the Hammer Bro and get on the platform to clear the pipe. This is the first time a runner went for a damageless strategy in a record level run. This isn't to say the beginning of the run was perfect though. He lost some P-Speed in Donut Plains 3, and accidentally got hit in Vanilla Dome 2 by a shell. No matter what, he was able to stay decently far ahead entering Forest, and even though he lost some time to Forest clips, he was still easily ahead, thanks to his previous record losing a ton of time in this world. There were still some more hiccups in the last couple worlds though, as he lost his power up in both Chocolate Ghost House and Chocolate Secret. Even with all these minor mistakes, he saved so much time earlier in the game that it didn't matter if he bled a bit of time. To compete with Schwartz, Maiba notably went for the D-Boost Larry strat, which was also complemented with a clean room too. With a constant lead throughout the run, he was easily able to wrap it up, concluding with a 125.37, completely destroying Schwartz's time. Needless to say, Schwartz took notice of this, because his activity in 95 would immediately shoot up towards the end of the year. In fact, in the span of a week, he improved from a 125.52 to a 125.40, which was done across 3 new personal bests. With him continuing to grind this basically daily just like Maiba did, just before the year was over on December 31st, he was doing one more session and had another promising attempt 20 seconds ahead of his 125.40, leaving Morton's Castle. A major big difference versus previous records here was a strategy in World 3 to grab 2 Fire Flowers in one level, specifically Vanilla Dome 4. He ditches Yoshi while simultaneously spinning out a shell, which he grabs. This causes the item to turn into a Fire Flower when beating the level, and he also perfectly lands back on Yoshi. He went out of his way to do all of this because he finally embraced Cookie Mountain boss kill. Unfortunately though, he failed this due to messing up the double tongue glitch. With World 3 in general being messy in different places, his pace completely flipped and was 8 seconds behind leaving Ludwig, but he was about to have an amazing next world. In Force Evolution, he not only got 2 first try clips, but also got the beginning Force Evolution 3 wall jump not just for one of the exits, but both of them, a first in any of these times. This shrunk his negative pace, being only 4 seconds behind, leaving Chocolate Island. He immediately follows this up by finally embracing damageless Chocolate Ghost House. Even though he hit a Chuck and Chocolate Secret, he was able to poke out into the green, and was 3 seconds ahead leaving Wendy. In fact, he was virtually tied with Maiba leaving the castle. Being able to keep his composure across Thalia Bowser, he was able to squeeze just enough time save out that he barely beat Maiba with a 125.36, a time that was just under a second and a half faster than Maiba's now previous record. With him day after day pushing to be on top again throughout December, entering the new year in 2024, Schwartz kept this up even though he had the record now, and this is because he was not done in the slightest. On January 1st, he started up an attempt that for the first handful of worlds stayed behind what he had just set. In Special World, he had trouble with Gnarly Wings, and after this would gradually build up more time loss. Leaving World 3, he was 11 seconds behind, but was immediately able to pick up more time, as he finally had a successful boss kill in Cookie Mountain. Keeping things tied together between Top Bridge and Forest, he was roughly on the same pace as last time, being only 2 seconds behind, leaving Roy's Castle. This time around, he would lose his power up at the end of Chocolate Ghost House, but would balance this out by opting to remain small until grabbing the midway in Chocolate Fort. Immediately after this, he had a surprising new trick up his sleeve. A new set of glitched Yoshi wings. He hits a P-switch block, which he then uses to duplicate a Yoshi coin like the other levels that do this, and is able to do the final duplication by dropping the P-switch with Yoshi. While he may have seemingly only saved 2 in-game seconds here versus normally playing the level, it saves even more time due to the fact that instead of dealing with the level end fanfare, you just quickly leave the Yoshi coin heaven. It's important to note that this is the first and only glitch I will talk about today that has exclusively been done in a 95 exit record and is very much not a thing done in 96. Overall, this Chocolate Island added up to him finally being ahead, 3 seconds to be exact. While he did have a notable fumble in Valley Bowser 4, he kept things together with an impressive Larry, and was still a second and a half ahead. Skipping up minor time save in the final stretch, he wrapped things up with a 1:25.34, just being under 2.5 seconds faster than what he had just set the day previously. While scripting this, the record keeps repeatedly getting broken by Schwartz, with him being on a continuous rampage in the category and getting multiple minor improvements since. When wrapping all of this up, the latest I can tell you is that as of recording, is that he got a 1:25.30 on January 20th, and a 1:25.27 on the 22nd, with his sum of best still being a full minute faster. I know for a fact that sooner than later, this record will probably get dramatically lowered even further, and with Schwartz still lowering this time, and the potential future of other runners getting it back such as Maiba, things are bound to evolve. A lot of the current time save comes down to cleaning up general mistakes and sloppiness, combined with things he has yet to add to his run, such as the outrageous strategy that Maiba did in his record. On top of this, there's still plenty of potential time saves that could be taken from 96 exit, but obviously, things had to be adapted for the harder no cape element. Even though this category is very new in comparison to its caped equivalent, 95 exit still has such a rich history with plenty of different eras housing a wide selection of talented speedrunners. While categories like 11 and 96 exit will always take more of the spotlight, I think it's important to acknowledge this challenging category is equally as important in many ways, with it truly showing the skill and determination of the Super Mario World speedrun community. Until further developments happen, that is the conclusion of this jam-packed story. Thanks for watching. Super Mario World. I'll cut to the chase. There's a lot of ways to explore and beat this game. I've already covered some of the shortest and longest completions of this 16-bit Mario experience, but that still only scratches the surface of the things you can do in this title. To make gameplay easier to manage both casually and competitively, Mario platformers have been known to have a consistent set of power-ups such as mushrooms and fire flowers, with Super Mario World also introducing the Cape Feather. Some of the videos I just mentioned already touch upon the harder challenge of not grabbing a cape, but what if we took it one step further? Over the years, people have endured the challenge of trying to beat the game as fast as possible with 0 power-ups, which means no capes, no flowers, no mushrooms, no Yoshi. This category is called low percent. Sorry, low percent, small only. I guess, actually, small only. Yeah, the name of the fastest completion of Super Mario World without power-ups has had quite a unique and very split history. This has had dire consequences for their run as a whole, with the biggest notably being a handful of records being completely deleted. You may wonder why something as silly as the name of a speedrun category would even be controversial at all, and it's quite a bit of a heated story. In fact, this run as a whole has so much to explore, so strap yourself down, because today, let's talk about the entire history of small only, low percent, or whatever the heck people want to call it now. To start this story, let's rewind back to 2005. Pretty much every form of modern social media was yet to be made. Heck, YouTube itself was getting its start around this time. Due to this, most communities tended to gather around online forums, and speedrunning was very much a perfect example of this. For a handful of years at this point, there was already Twin Galaxies, which kept track of general gaming high scores, but Speed Demo's archive would also come along and had a greater emphasis on specifically the slowly but surely growing speedrun community. Thanks to sites like these, we know that Super Mario World had 2 notable speedrun categories by 2005. The first was simply a fastest segment completion of the game. At the time, Scott Kessler was the only person to document any runs, sporting a low 11-minute time in 2004. Eventually, this would be dubbed any percent, and nowadays would be labeled as 11 exit, referring to the fastest intended route to get to Bowser. The second was 96 exit, which is beating every single normal and secret exit in the game. The first ever documented run of this was a 1.5 hour time by GameCube 04 at the very beginning of 2005. These two runs are great and all, but what if we look at modern Super Mario World? Looking at the leaderboard, there's clearly more than just two main categories. While most of these others were not established till later years, Small Only is the third category out of this batch that started back in 2005. Most people may not realize how far this run goes back, but thanks to Speed Demo's archive, we were able to dive into the earliest origins of what is now today called Small Only. On August 12, 2005, user Jim's Friend made a post asking, "I've been playing Super Mario World a lot recently, as well as watching speed videos and tool-assisted time attacks, and was just wondering if a separate category would be allowed for beating the game small." He immediately pointed out that such a run would have to have a different route in comparison to the already existing fastest completion of the time, which for those not familiar goes as follows. In World 2, you have to make your way to Star World thanks to two secret exits in the levels at Donut Secret 1 and Donut Secret House. From here, you need to beat the secret levels of each Star World level up to the fourth one, and from there, gives you a warp leading to Bowser's front door. So why would a run with 0 power-ups need a route adjustment? Well, because of Star World 1 not being possible to clear thanks to the level being full of yellow spin blocks. Unfortunately, Small Mario cannot break these. This means that the next best option was going up to World 3, where you can then take the second Star Warp, which skips Star World 1. Jim also shared that he was relying on a few Yoshis to beat multiple levels that looked to be impossible without such. Donut Plains 1, Vanilla Dome 1, and Star World 4. All of these have secret exit key areas that are tricky to access without a cape feather. On top of this, the possibility of using different colored switch palaces came into play. When pressing these, corresponding colored blocks will become active, which makes tons of levels easier between extra power-ups and allowing easier access to different secrets, with this second factor being the most important here. With this being ground zero for planning out such a run, there were so many proposed routes within a certain period of time, but by the end of this same day, it seemed like there was a clear route to try and tackle this. It was eventually pieced together that Yoshi wasn't needed at all, with the plan instead to use the green, red, and then blue switch palaces. This meant taking a slight detour in World 2 for green, taking the right path in World 3 to get red switch, which would then take you to Forest of Illusion to pick up the final switch of the bunch, blue. Doing this, Jim then mentions going all the way back to Vanilla Secret 1, with blue switches making the secret exit really feasible with a spring. From here, the only other major concern, Star World 4, can easily be accessed with switches, making a platform next to the key. When everything was said and done, this route was estimated to be around 33 exits, 3 times what it took with a cape. Fortunately, the amount of required exits rapidly went down, with Jim only 2 days later coming back to say that the blue switch in Forest wasn't needed anymore. He discovered that he didn't need this colored switch for Vanilla Secret 1 due to him, quote-unquote, figuring out a trick that will save tons of time. While he may not have footage to accompany what he discovered on the forums, nowadays it is pretty easy to piece together that he found a way to reach the pipe with only the springboard, and with that, the run was now down to only 20 exits. With there being so much work to piece together such a run, this forum post steadily got more and more attention, and within the first week, a decent set of eyes were eager to see how this developed. Things did suddenly go quiet for a month, but then in the middle of September, things revved up once again. Jim came back on the 17th and said, "After much trial and error and trying over and over to find faster ways to beat the levels, I believe it is possible to beat it without getting any switch palaces. I have not actually successfully completed 2 levels without the switch palace, but I believe it is possible and will keep trying to do it." These 2 levels were the secrets for Vanilla Dome 1 and Star World 4. We can see at the end of this same post that he came back and edited it, sharing that Vanilla Dome 1 very soon after was cracked. This was thanks to figuring out that Buzzy Beetles here could help assist to gain height. While there is 0 footage from the time, we now know that the strategy he was eventually able to piece together for runs looked like this, using 1 Buzzy Beetle to bounce off of, and a second to jump off of mid-air. By this point, there was also a second notable person that was helping to assist Jim's friend, Sotios. Both him and Jim were mostly at this point trying to crack Star World 4, and you can see that Jim had initially lost hope with what was known at the time. There was also an eagerness to try and beat the secret of Donut Plains 1 small only, because this would allow allow you to avoid the long Donut Plains 2 auto-scroller level. While StarWorld 4 was still being pieced together over the following months, in November, Jim pursued further with trying to make this run a reality, and on the 17th had some really exciting news to share. He finished a run that was just over 20 minutes long, a 20:49 to be exact. Unfortunately, at the time, it seems like Jim did not properly record and upload footage. With this still being 2006, obviously there was less options to do such. To really truly contextualize the era this story takes place in, we can see previous posts in this thread discussing what VCR and tapes would be appropriate for recording such a run. Even with a lack of footage, this is still the very first ever documented time in beating Super Mario World without a single power-up. At the very least, we know that this run had a death that cost around 20 seconds in Donut Plains 3. Also, Jim still needed Switch Palace blocks to get through StarWorld 4, so no matter what, this time could definitely go down a significant amount based on what may be possible. Fortunately, it would not take that much longer to figure out because on January 18th of 2006, new discoveries would completely change this run going forward. By this point, Fabian, a person who made Super Mario World tool-assisted speedruns in the 2000s, started contributing towards the fight of solving StarWorld 4. He originally found a tricky way to beat the level with a jump off Yoshi, but later that day, it would go an extra step further. After having unsuccessful attempts at beating the level without Yoshi, he publicly complained about his frustrations, and surprisingly quickly, another tool assister, JXQ, uploaded a file that held something really important. This file is a .smv, which is used to play back recorded inputs in the emulator's SNES 9X. While such files can still be very useful today for piecing together a tool-assisted speedrun, back in the mid-2000s, this was the easiest way to share gameplay discoveries, as the overall internet, and specifically video sites such as YouTube, were still really limited in how easy it was to share and record footage. So what is this file? Well, after finding a compatible version of the emulator from the mid-2000s, I was finally able to play it for myself. Let's fire it up. Yep, StarWorld 4 was finally found to be completely possible with 0 switches, and 0 Yoshis. By making this red Koopa fall out of his shell and walk into an empty green shell, you can time walking off the platform with the falling Koopa and get just enough height from bouncing to reach the platform. Slowing this down, you can see how close Mario is to not even reaching said platform. Having a red shell in hand, the key can be accessed. While it may seemingly not be the easiest strategy in the world, this was an amazing feat. The thought to be impossible was now possible, and if you thought that was impressive, this JXQ person was on a roll, because only 3 days later, he cracked open another major discovery, this time in Donut Plains 1. Using Super Koopas and a shell to jump off of mid-air, this was now another success for a previously thought to be impossible small-only secret exit. With all of these discoveries, the total required exit count for small-only shrunk down to 15 exits. Within a month, Jim was able to execute both of these tricks in real time. Donut Plains 1 became consistent for him and was still putting in the work to get used to the tricky StarWorld 4. With these tricks being feasible now, Jim estimated that once properly putting this run together, the time could get as low as somewhere in the 15 to 18 minute range. Due to being in school at the time, Jim over the following few months would have very limited time to push forward with his small-only endeavors, but every so often would give a further glimpse into his work. In early June, he would make a post stating all of the best in-game times he got in each level so far, and the most interesting thing to note here is that he hadn't been able to successfully get past StarWorld 4 in a run yet. With his time still not being the most ideal over the following months, he would continue to put in as much effort as he could, and only a month later, on July 25th, made another huge announcement. He was finally able to finish a run with the StarWorld 4 discovery. His final time was a 15:39, a roughly 5-minute improvement versus what he had been able to do the year previously. This run also had a depth, this time in Castle 2 featuring Morton, but either way, this run was huge. Sadly though, we still have zero video proof from Jim. The video was not posted at the time, but it's immediately clear he did record this due to him saying, "We'll edit back with details after I finish watching it." While things once again did quiet down a lot for a handful of months, Jim very swiftly returned once again, entering the new year. Many people were eager to hear from Jim once more to see if anything new had occurred, and on February 27th, 2007, Jim returned with this, a link to a Google video. And, yeah, this isn't available anymore, thanks to where this is hosted. Not to be confused with YouTube, Google launched a completely separate video service, Google Video, that predates their YouTube acquisition by a solid year. With YouTube being such a hit, uploads on this older platform ceased in 2009, and due to this, the service became completely inaccessible a few years later. Fortunately though, only 3 months later, this was uploaded to archive.org in quote-unquote higher quality, and is still easily viewable today. While this was posted in early 2007, this footage is the exact same run that Jim wrote up in 2006. This is the first time such a run has had video proof attached to it. How do I know this? Well, this run is actually a 1556, which may not make sense. Jim said he got a 1539 in 2006, but Jim timed this run completely differently versus how everyone does it nowadays. Jim started timing the second he gained control on the overworld map, but runs now start timing the frame Mario appears in the intro. If I time this video using Jim's notes from 2006, I get a 1539, exactly what he said. On top of this, we can reference his mistakes in the run, such as doors he missed, and even more telling, that Def and Morton. All of these comments match up perfectly to the point that it is not a coincidence, and no matter what, this is 100% the same run. While I'm very positive that certain people in the community have already realized that this run is actually from 2006, this run for ages now has been labeled as being set in 2007. And what's funny is that the date of this run on speedrun.com wasn't even listed as the archive.org upload date, but the date of a random comment someone made under it. With me being the first person to take more than 5 seconds to piece together when this run was truly set, I can confidently say that it was set in July of 2006, and as a moderator, let me just fix that real quick. Alright, I may have gotten a bit too passionate about a date about one specific run, but hey, someone has to solve the questions not being answered sometimes. Anyways, for the first time, we get to properly in real time see someone do the strategies that previously were only done in emulator movie files. It's crazy to think that about a year prior, these things were not fully thought to be possible, at least by a human on real hardware. Besides seeing the Donut Plains 1 and Star World 4 tricks already mentioned, we also finally get an insight into what Jim was doing in other levels throughout the run. With him being able to access Donut Secret 1, he uses the drive room to skip having to swim through part of the level, and in Donut Ghost House does a quick mid-air left-right to immediately spin jump on a boo while preserving P-speed. Things continue to be really impressive in Donut Plains 3. At the beginning, he immediately goes left and then right to gain P-speed, and not too long after grabs a blue shell. He uses this shell to perform a jump off of it, which is done by throwing it against an on-off switch. This is immediately followed up with another left-right movement to bounce off a Koopa. The level after this, Donut Plains 4, grabs onto a yellow shell, which is used to swiftly run into a Hammer Bro at the end. While Jim did die to a Flimp and Morton, his second attempt is mostly solid and shows that he grabs a springboard and bounces off a dry bones to keep it. This is used to jump off in order to reach the Morton boss door. We can now finally see what he was doing for Vanilla Dome 1, except he actually messed it up. He accidentally broke both shells by putting them into one another, and had to grab a red shell to get up to the vine he spawned. Vanilla Secret 1 goes way smoother, and does a mid-air spring bounce to clear the pipe. Star World 2 isn't anything that special, just simply keep swimming, but the next 2 levels have a bit more. Star World 3 needs you to hop onto the Lakitu cloud to float up to the key. Jim achieves this by immediately grabbing a throw block to kill Lakitu. The final Star World level, Star World 4, is where we finally get to witness what was being discussed for a really long time previously. He is able to closely follow what the emulator movie had previously done, and this was debatably the craziest strategy ever performed in a real-time Super Mario World run at that time. With the previously mentioned 11 and 96 exit runs set by the time Jim uploaded this, in my opinion, had nothing this intense. Clearing this meant that all that was left was Bowser's front door. For front door, he firstly picked door 2, where he quickly jumps and cage grabs to traverse, and secondly does door 5, where he waits for the crushers to go back up, and then time a run under them. While his darkroom was kinda sloppy, his bouncer fight was pretty decent at the time, which resulted in the first ever small-only record with video proof. A really impressive feat. It's crazy to think that Jim was not just initially deterred from trying to run this to begin with, but also held off on posting this run for a while. It's pretty easy to piece together that this stemmed from how strict Speed Demo's archive was at the time. Instead of it simply being a leaderboard site like we know today, SCA instead preferred to showcase quote-unquote high-level runs. For example, here's the Super Mario World page at the time. Very selective. Jim, thanks to this, thought about doing a more traditional any % completion instead, but it's great to see that over time, cared less and less about this, and simply wanted to work on and then share his amazing feat to the world. Jim's run was beyond impressive at the time, and there wasn't anyone that could rival him in such a run. He was the leading force of beating the game with 0 power-ups. In fact, thanks to this 2006 run would sit uncontested for the longest time. Entering the 2010s, this run was still sitting on its own completely different throne. While this record was looking to turn 6 years old while still being on top, a new leading force would completely change that. The early 2010s saw a new wave of Japanese runners that were completely destroying every world record set by Americans, and one of those names was Menbu. By the end of 2010, Menbu had improved the records in both 11 and 96 exit multiple times, being able to keep up with fierce competition. With Small Only having none of that going on, it was a ripe opportunity for someone in a position like Menbu to try and learn this run. On July 12, 2012, not too long before Jim's record turned 6 years old, Menbu uploaded a video on the Japanese platform Nigo Video that would finally begin the competition of lowering Small Only. Menbu's run has a mixture of tricks and minor optimizations versus Jim to start as early as World 1. The first is in Yoshi's Island 4, where he performs a mid-air shell jump. This is done by doing a left-right maneuver while dropping the shell, and in this level prevents you from touching the water. With this saving only around a quarter of a second, some of the runs I'll be talking about later don't feature this trick, but this is still a notable addition for the time. The biggest improvement in World 1 by far is in Iggy's Castle, which overall was way cleaner than Jim. While he did initially miss a door, the rest of this level is a textbook standard run-through of Iggy that you'll see in any average level run today. Scooting over to World 2, Menbu in Donut Secret 1 notably avoids the pipe to enter the dry room, and just swims forward. Every run going forward does the same, with the room providing no benefit due to pipe transitions wasting time. Donut Plains 3 here is a complete revamp, with this approach immediately running right to gather P-speed, and then scrolls the screen to manipulate moving level elements. The most notable of these is this brown platform rotating around an on-off switch. Using the platform, he is able to squeeze in a jump to the second switch, and the rest of the level is pretty self-explanatory. Donut Plains 4 is mostly the same, but loses the yellow shell to a slightly earlier hammer bro, and also scrolls towards the end of the level to manipulate the final bro position. Menbu in Morton's Castle notably doesn't die here like Jim, and at the end does a quicker jump off the spring by flicking it towards the left wall. Pushing into World 3, a single Buzzy Shell strategy is used in Vanilla Dome 1 versus Jim's previous 2 shell, which he had to back up. Menbu instead grabs a beetle above the ending yellow blocks here and immediately hits this vine with it. He then briefly waits, and is then able to directly jump off the Buzzy Beetle. This is done by timing a jump when the Buzzy Beetle starts to shake, which if done right, allows Mario to immediately jump off the beetle once it awakes and leaves Mario's grasp. This jump is cleared by continuing to hold down a jump input for maximum height. Entering Vanilla Secret 1, this features Menbu's first really notable mistake. Going for the springboard jump to clear the pipe, he missed the spring and got it second try. These minor mistakes continue into Star World, specifically Star World 3. Failing multiple times to kill Lakitu in order to access his cloud, he finally achieves this with a baby Yoshi in hand, which he uses to open the key block. Star World 4 is yet another level with an overhaul. One immediate difference is choosing to jump off Koopas at the beginning. Most notably is this one blue Koopa, with this causing multiple red Koopas to despawn here. While this does not save or lose time, it does make this one jump easier, which is something different runners from this point forward would adopt. The more notable difference here is the actual trick performed to reach the keyhole. Menbu first hits and flicks this red Koopa in order to activate the key block, which we can then confirm happens through an audio cue. Secondly, he goes far enough left so that when he goes back right, the Koopa will respawn. He does the same thing once again, but this time he performs a jump and screen scroll that when timed properly will allow you to jump off the shell mid-air to reach the keyhole. The reason for the scroll is so the shell doesn't despawn, which allows it to shoot back to the right right to jump on. With front door being pretty much the same, the final difference here is in the Bowser fight. You'll notice in phase 1, Menbu intentionally only hits Bowser once, and then waits for a second Koopa to drop before hitting it for a second time. This is because he is setting up for a trick called ball skip. By hitting Bowser after he stops to throw a ball out, but doing it before he actually gets to throw it, you can completely skip having Bowser throw one of these. This skip can vary in how much it saves depending on how much you want to optimize the fight itself, but this fact doesn't matter too much here, considering at the end of phase 2, he burns through a Koopa, which leads to a slower fight than Jim. Either way, he ended with a nearly 20-second improvement, a 15:37. Not only was this a very notable improvement to the record, but was now finally the second person to brag about such a feat. By the end of the year, there is documentation of at least 2 other people that were able to successfully tackle this category, but neither could compete with the 2 that I've already spoken about. I suppose that's not too shocking with how hard the category goal was to begin with, but either way, eventually, someone else would step up. The third name I'd like to talk about is Lemongrass, yet another Japanese runner from the early 2010s that can't be ignored. While this player may have not been as much of a leading force as Menbu, by 2013, it was hard to ignore. Towards the end of 2012, he showed off one video of a comparison in Vanilla Dome 1, but entering February of the next year, Lemongrass also put up their own run on the 4th. This takes many leads from Menbu, but perfects it a bit more. For example, in Donut Plains 3, where he does more consistent movement, which allows him to finish 1 in-game second faster. The run was far from perfect though, with him briefly struggling in Donut Ghost House, but also more notably took 3 separate tries to land the spring jump in Vanilla Secret 1. At least he did this cool shell jump towards the beginning. Unlike Menbu, Lemongrass at least was able to get through Star World 3 a lot quicker, with him using a throw block to activate the key. From here, the only main difference in strategies is opting to go below the tricky Koopas in Star World 4, but then also going for the same shell jump strategy to the keyhole. In Bowser, Lemongrass also rectifies Menbu's previous mistake in regards to Bowser throws. This run achieves ball skip and misses 0 throws, ultimately achieving a 15:29, an 8-second record. With Menbu losing his record at small only, that wasn't the only record in recent times he had lost. If we look over at 96 Exit, he had first achieved the record in 2010, but towards the end of 2012, there was a very rapid shift. Meet Tram55, someone who would have a complete grasp over Super Mario World in the early 2010s. By this point in time, he had not only just conquered 96 Exit, but also briefly had an 11 Exit record too. Pushing into 2013, he would pursue 96 further, ultimately pushing himself ahead of Menbu by well over a minute. On his YouTube channel, he would periodically not just post personal best times, but also individual level strategies, but those were all with power-ups. Further into the year, he would pivot into trying small only himself, with him being able to put up a 15:49 run in August. What's crazy is that in World 2 of this run, he had a death that cost him close to 30 seconds, which means that he was more than capable to compete with Menbu and Lemongrass. In the following month of September, he would highlight yet another major piece of progress in the category, and this was a huge time cut, ending in a 15:30. Not only did this beat the time of his rival in 96, but was also only 1 second away from the record. What is especially shocking is that while he was only 1 second away from Lemongrass, he had yet another death in World 2 in this run. All Dram really had to do at this point was have a deathless run, and the throne was his. Following this run, he was pretty busy chipping away at things over the following week. A couple of days later, he would post a brief tutorial for people interested in running the category, and then, if we fast forward another 2 days, a 15:10, yet another world record for Dram to brag about, with it being a huge 19-second time cut. This run was far from perfect, but he finally did what he needed to, simply not die. That doesn't mean he didn't bring anything new to the table though, because in Donut Plains 1, instead of using the Koopa as a shell jump, Dram instead did a mid-air shell jump in a similar vein to Yoshi's Island 4. On top of this, in Donut Plains 4, he notably did a simple left-right movement at the end of the level to avoid the hammer bro, instead of the scroll used by the competition. His most notable mistake by far was accidentally throwing the Buzzy Beetle away in Vanilla Dome 1, which required grabbing a second one as a quick backup. Overall though, this run was really clean. For example, in the following level, he got the springboard jump right away, no issue. With Dram setting a major improvement to the record, but still having visible room for for improvement, he continued to grind things out even further. In fact, we really don't even need to go that far to reach the next step of the story, because within a week of the new record, another promising run was already brewing. He was going for a cleaner version of the run he had just set, with him most notably correcting what he did in Vanilla Dome 1. He was also going for a different approach in Bowser's front door, this time going for door 7 instead of door 5. Door 7 is technically faster, but the time save that you can get out of this is so minimal and is generally not worth the risk considering all the enemies that can end the run. With how unoptimized this run still was, it's a surprise to see him go for this, but either way he made it into Bowser and by the end was able to brag about yet another new achievement, a 1504. While this was a new impressive feat on top of what he already did, there was still a greater goal that was tempting him.
Iguana, is sub 15 possible? If you go balls out, like as fast as possible, maybe. That's the best I could say.
He was really close to breaking a major milestone, a time under 15 minutes. Over the following months, he would mix around a variety of related Mario World runs, such as trying the category No Cape No Star World, and tackling the infamous Kaizo Mario World, but Small Only was still calling his name. This takes us into 2014, February specifically. In between his quest to conquer Kaizo, he was still practicing to see if he could crack the 15-minute barrier, and needless to say, he was more than ready to do this.
I don't have much going on. But,
A 1458. No matter what, this run is not just remarkable on its own, but is also on an entirely different level considering the time it was set. Doing all the research for this video, I seriously think this is one of the most monumental records in all of Super Mario World speedrunning. The most notable addition to this run is in Vanilla Dome 1, where you'll see him keep the Buzzy Beetle from the very beginning and use it to immediately reach the key, a strategy that you'll see stay for runs going forward. Want to know an even crazier thing about this entire run? Dram himself beat this only 2 months later. He still wasn't done, and in April returned once more. Straight away, you could tell how serious he was about pushing this, with him in the first room of Iggy's castle being able to squeeze out an extra in-game second thanks to fast cage grabs and releases. He follows this with a clean World 2 split, and from here on, there's nothing that out of the ordinary. Sure, he did have a couple really tiny hiccups such as missing door 2 in Bowser, but overall, he really kept himself together here, and thanks to this, popped out a 1456, a 2-second improvement over an already monumental run. With Dram completely annihilating every other previous small-only player, it's not a shock to see him comfortably set at the top, even if his other records would steadily get taken away. In fact, both 2014 and 2015 went by, and while at this point there was now at least 8 people with a 15-minute time or better, the sub 15-minute time still sat at number 1, and it wasn't even close. Over the next couple months entering 2016, the small-only board may have slightly shifted, but to really piece together what would happen next, we would need to look at a different leaderboard. I specifically want to look at No Cape No Star World, a run with a pretty self-explanatory goal. At the end of February, this board saw a new first-time record holder in the game, Calco. Calco very quickly would rapidly improve his skills in the game further and further, and pretty soon would become a no cape master in the game. While he notably would go on to dominate other categories, including one I've previously already covered, he also started attacking small only too. He had already been putting a ton of work in, and on March 20th, highlighted his first properly documented personal best, a 1459. Over the following week, he would easily squash this, with him one day later getting a major time cut of 1506. With him improving by another 4 seconds only 3 days later, it was pretty apparent what Calco was trying to achieve here. To make it fully clear, he slapped Dram's record right on his stream layout, which completely spelled out that he wanted the record for himself. Watching his runs, Calco was going for the same arsenal of strats as Dram, so besides cleaning up minor hiccups, what else did he have up his sleeve? Well, let's skip over to Star World 4. In this level, he decides to immediately grab a red Yoshi, which he uses to clear the end of the level. He hits the red shell, tosses Yoshi up, and grabs the shell. He then flicks the shell forward, which bounces off the key block off screen. He does the same kind of scroll as before, and then boom, all he has to do now is throw baby Yoshi to get the key. Calco ultimately saves 2 in-game seconds here over Dram. The only other notable difference after this is him once again opting for door 5 versus Dram's door 7, but I've already discussed how insignificant this is. That didn't matter. With a clean run, this was enough to give him just enough of an edge to shine even further, dethroning Dram with a 1455, a 1 second improvement. With a new face to the top of the board comes a completely new chapter of this category, and now if I were to go forward with a story simply based on what's documented on the leaderboards, you may think, wow, Calco improved this on his own a lot. But that's far from the truth. He actually had back and forth competition the entire time, and his name was Poggio. So why is there nothing to be seen from this competition? Well, it's time for a story within a story. Typical speedrun naming schemes is one thing that over the years has less and less meshed well with specifically the Super Mario World community. You see, a lot of traditional speedrun categories are named with the goal of completing some percentage of the game, any percent, 100%, or for today's specific topic, low percent. These may work in games like Super Metroid, but when trying to translate to other games such as Super Mario World, these really don't mesh too well. Going down the list, any percent became more and more confusing as players found faster and faster ways to break the game, all the way to the point of being able to warp to the credits from the very first level. This caused there to be 2 different categories that were considered any percent, and pretty quickly the community came up with a pretty good solution to this, naming the categories after how many level exits you complete. Since the traditional any percent category took 11 exits to beat, after some debate it was renamed to 11 exit, and the fastest credits warp method simply got dubbed 0 exit. With Super Mario World's 100% completion for a long time now already being labeled 96 exit, this change made quite a lot of sense. Even the American box art brags about there being 96 levels. But then you get to low percent. What is this? Low percent stands for lowest percentage, which can easily apply to runs that include percent counters of some kind. But Super Mario World doesn't work that way. Sure, the run we know as low percent simply became beating the game as quickly as possible without any power-ups, but what really is the lowest percentage in Super Mario World? Does this also mean the lowest in-game score, coin count, or how many enemies you hit? By the mid-2010s, we can already easily observe that there was a variance in what people call the run at hand today. While yes, the leaderboards used in the early to mid-2010s did label this category as low percent, tons of other people were already labeling this as just small only, a more accurate description of the run. Some people even used a middle ground by saying low percent, small only, to make it clear what they were talking about. While this had most definitely been brought up previously, by 2016, over and over again, you can see documented discussions in the Super Mario World Discord that were rapidly going back and forth on arguing what this power-upless run should have been. This would continue periodically for months, and would drag into 2017. By this point, there were so many suggestions for new names for the category, both serious ones such as 15 exit small only, and more on the sillier end such as small percent. While back and forth debates repeatedly happened for quite a while, they really didn't get that heated, at least not until February. With this naming discussion reigniting once again, things got pretty ugly quickly in the Discord. I would dub this period of time as the SMW small category war, between and including the days of February 9th and February 15th, 2017. A lot, and I mean a lot, happened. To summarize this, let me run you through a watered down reenactment of what happened that day. Warning, due to the complexity and sensitivity of everything that went on during this time, this is very heavily generalized and summarized for the sake of time and respect for everyone involved. And also, if I seem to get progressively more frustrated from this point forward, you're correct, and you'll see why pretty soon. Alright, I'm sick of these reoccurring discussions. I quite honestly don't care what it's renamed to, but can we just change it already? Cause people keep clearly asking. I don't think it should, even though I've never ran the category in my life, and I never will. Which means my opinion doesn't matter in the slightest, even though I think it should, because I'm good at a completely different category in this game. I mean, I'm not one to fully talk either, but shouldn't we at least let modern runners decide what to call it? The name literally came from players in the early 2000s who took the term from games where it made more sense to use this term.
I don't think we should rename it. If you're an actual speedrunner, you should just understand what it implies. It's what it's called. Who cares if skilled players in the category, unlike me, want it changed?
Well, we clearly should at least look into changing it. Have a proper vote maybe. We already had to do some renaming with the split of 0 and 11 exit for any percent runs.
Why don't we just listen to the current world record holder, Pagya? He wants the name to stay. Who cares about anyone else? It's the name we've been using for years, and I don't know why so many people disagree with me. I'm gonna start repeatedly saying a word that I shouldn't be slinging around and won't be put in this video, cause I am upset that not everyone is just like me.
Oh, okay. With that logic, since I currently have the world record in another category, I declare a really outlandish new name for it. I have the record. I guess I matter the most.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. Y'all need to figure this out. Why are we slinging around percent signs for a game that doesn't use percentages? I don't have a proper say or care in this. I'm more just speaking up for those who do.
For the sake of time, let's speed this up. After much bickering, the category 3 days later was suddenly changed to small only. Also, why am I Australian? Good day mate or whatever I am supposed to say.
Who changed it?
I'm still angry, so I'm just gonna blame moderator 1 for zero reason.
Wasn't me. Real mature.
This was the worst possible way to handle this. Why? We should change this back and need to actually discuss things with one another.
The damage is already done, my friend. Let's talk this out before changing things a second time.
Screw this. I'm leaving, stepping down, and not playing this game ever again. I know my opinion is more popular. It's not. But ignore the fact that this threat is meaningless, and I am very easily replaceable by someone that is more relevant to the game.
I'm on your side of keeping this old name, but come on man, you're really acting immature. We need to talk about this. We can't change what individuals in the community do. People can call things whatever they want. We are simply only discussing how the leaderboard will be labeled as, and going over the pros and cons.
I talked to the record holder, and he is threatening to remove everything if you don't keep it as low percent.
Again, I'm trying my best to be on your side here, but who the hell cares? We are gonna bow down to one person, no matter how good at the game he is.
So much bickering ensues over the next 2 hours. I'm not diving into all of this. Let us fast forward to when things finally settled. Also, shrimp on the barbie.
Alright, I guess we found a compromise. Low percent, small only. Not the most perfect thing in the world, but it acknowledges both main sides of the argument. But what about Pogyo? He wiped all of his runs. Wait, what? Oh. Anonymous. This runner has been asked to not be named. A video of this record existed and was verified. Welp, yeah, not the most ideal outcome from this entire situation. Pogyo selfishly erased his entire history in the game, and most importantly here, all 6 of his records that he would achieve between 2016 and 2017. And the moderators, at least the ones that didn't leave and throw a hissy fit, scrambled to do what they could to address that. He completely shot the documented world record history of this run in the foot, just because, God forbid, the labeling of the category changed. Have I repeatedly in the last few minutes been throwing jabs at people in the community? Yes. Do I care? Not really. Why is that? Cause when you're either A, throwing around repeated text temper tantrums, or B, threaten to destroy the entire rich history of a speedrun goal over something you don't fully have a say over, then I frankly don't really give a Did I just give my unfiltered opinion for once? Whoops. Now that I got all that over, let's rewind back to March 2016. This is when Calgos hit the 1455 that I've already talked about, but where do we go from here? Well, we sure as heck can't scroll through the leaderboard. That makes my job a bit harder, but what if I told you that I still have a completely accurate pieced together history of the run still? I'm not gonna let one person get in the way. Thanks to the Super Mario World Discord once again, I scrolled and scrolled through tons of conversations, and fortunately every single time Pogyo got record, someone mentioned it, and most of the time time even screenshotted it. Thanks to this server, I was able to piece together the times and days Pogio set all of his now deleted records. Due to a lack of information, this section of the history will be a little more rapid fire compared to the rest, but anyways, the first I was able to locate was a 1454 set on May 1st, 2016. We can confirm that this time was specifically a 1454.8, thanks to Calco putting it on his stream layout while trying to beat it back. This takes us to Calco once again, going for door 7 this time. He has a slightly faster overall front door segment thanks to this, and was able to get the record back pretty quickly on May 11th with a 1452.7. Bouncing back to Pogio, he was able to get a 1452 on July 6. This beat Calco by around 700 milliseconds, being very close to a 1451. One different strategy we do know about this run thanks to messages is that in Donut Secret 1, he scrolled mid-level to manipulate waking up fish earlier, and also messed with new things in Star World 4, but of course we have no footage to back this up. We then know that on August 20th, 2016, he finally did get a 1451, just barely, with a 1451.92. Calco bit back with a 1450.5 on the 31st, with this run strategies having a decent overhaul. In Icky, we can see him go for a quicker strategy called Underball, where he is able to swiftly jump under the Podobo in Room 1. And then, in Donut Secret 1, we see him do what Pogio presumably did in his last couple of runs. Before heading to Star World, he takes a slightly different approach to maintaining the Buzzy Beetle in Vanilla Dome 1, and then finally we have Star World 4. He instead goes for the red shell under this orange pipe, and does the same Baby Yoshi setup but with the shell instead. He easily saved a second versus his previous year. In September, things quiet down quite a bit, but then in October we get 2 new records from Pogio, an ultra low 1450 time on October 7th, and a 1449.8 on October 27th. These lack any proper info, but we do know on the 27th that Calco that same day got a record at 95 exit no cape, which means he was still very active in the game. This led to him on November 3rd hitting back once more with a 1448.4. Cleaning things up in general, he notably had a slightly faster darkroom here. Besides Pogio's records, we do know that on the 16th he did beat his own time, but not the record, getting a 1448.7. The very final record to mention before things hit the fan was on December 24th, not too long before the year was over. Getting a 1446.1, it's hard to know the exact strategies used here, but multiple people at the same time consider this run really close to properly optimizing the category, with this run being a 2.5 second improvement over Calco. That alone should speak to how huge this run was at the time, even if it would get deleted. Once the dust settled from all the drama in early 2017, this 1446 anonymous record would sit up here for about 2 months. While people out of the loop kept repeatedly asking who Anonymous was and why Anonymous had the record, the solution to this was fortunately being worked on. Calco was still hard at work trying to keep his dominance in No Cape Super Mario World. He had quite a lot to improve on considering his now erased competition beat him by so much. While it's hard to know what strategies Pogio had gone for at this point, we at least know what Calco used to catch up to him, and it would only take 2 months to do so. Like others at this point, he was always going for the shell jump in Yoshi's Island 4, but it's pretty notable to see Calco finish a run with this included, considering this wasn't present in some of the previous records we've been able to view with footage. His biggest change by far was in Donut Plains 1, where instead of going right and then snaking back up left to grab the key, he simply is able to get to the top right away. He is able to just barely clear this with a left-right wiggle. While he may have had a scary moment in Donut Plains 4 by clipping the very ending ledge, the run was still held together. When getting to Star World 4, he was able to throw the shells more efficiently, which allowed him to squeeze out a 262 in-game time. With a minor block bump in Darkroom, all he had to do was just finish this out, and that he did, ending with a 1445.2. He not only put a proper face back up at number 1, but was able to defeat his redacted rival by nearly a full second. A crazy feat considering the previous was already considered very clean. This run was so good that this run sat for a very long time. In fact, this would officially end up being the longest held record since Jim's recording in 2006. Calco would hold on to this for the rest of the decade, and even during 2020, a year where people were very understandably grinding runs more than ever. 5 people during this time submitted their own personal bests of under 15 minutes, but nothing that could rival Calco. So who would even be capable of rivaling such a run? Well, to be quite honest, it's Pogio, but we aren't going to see more of, oh my god, a new run with footage that we can actually access? Yep, Poggio after multiple years finally had a change of heart. While he didn't revive what he already privated and deleted, 4 years later he was still grinding out runs, and came back on January 18th, 2021, with a publicly published personal best, and to add a cherry on top, it was a new record too. But just like Calco, Poggio by this point had some maneuvering and different strategies too. He notably doesn't do the scroll in Donut Secret 1 anymore, with that not really being optimal. He also amazingly went for an approach to Donut Plains 3 that completely avoids scrolling, which obviously helps avoid the game briefly pausing mid-scroll. If you thought you'd still see at least one screen scroll in this run, then you'd be completely wrong. In Star World 4, he grabs the first Koopa in the level, quickly regains P-speed, and is able to do a scrollless shell jump setup, the most impressive Star World 4 feat of them all. This resulted in a new second barrier broken with a 1444, and also added up to Poggio finally wanting to partake in the leaderboards once again. This run once again redefined what a world record run could look like. And sorry Poggio, in 2019 the category was quietly just changed to small only, finally dropping the low percent name, which people cared even less about by now. This run wasn't completely perfect. For example, there was a struggle in Iggy, but still, this run very understandably would sit for a while, just like Calco's. With Calco worrying more and more about other runs in the following years, such as Yoshi's Island, Poggio very happily sat here for the rest of the year, but in early 2022, we would finally get... Really? Another deleted record? What the f? Yep, you thought 6 deleted records were bad enough? What about 7? On February 7th, 2022, Akimaro achieved a 1442.4, dethroning Poggio by 2.5 seconds. How is that even possible? That is such a huge time cut, and it's non-existent now, thanks to Super Mario World Leaderboard. Who is Super Mario World Leaderboard? Well, this is a generic placeholder for a runner that went by the name Akimaro8318. He had gotten really good at this category. He had actually tied the record back in September of 2021, or did he? Well, after a long discussion between moderators and scrutinizing Poggio's and Akimaro's video frame rate and encoding methods, it was agreed that his record was actually a few frames behind, just barely missing Poggio. I'd love to watch that run too, but it's also privated. Great, awesome stuff. When getting the 1442, his entire run history was still public up to this point, but by September of 2022, he had seemingly erased his entire history without a single public reason. What confuses me more is that he is still around, and made a new speedrun.com account, with him posting some really impressive times in New Super Mario Bros. What baffles me more is that he has run Mario World since wiping all of his runs, but has not uploaded any time since. I know I didn't need to go down this rabbit hole, but I'm just so frustrated how broken this history is thanks to not one, but now 2 different people. The only thing that will calm me down now at this point is that at the very least, the rest of the history is still intact, for now at least. This now 7th anonymized record set up here for another year, and fortunately this time I can happily share with you proper footage of who would try and rival this. The same month Akimaro set this 1442, we can see that another Japanese runner by the name Nanahuse had already sneaked up to 4th place, getting a 1445. He would continue to steadily chip away at this. In March, he would bop Calco, and then by April would even bop Poggio not just once, but twice. If he wasn't already close enough, he would minorly improve again in July, and needless to say, this was a person you could not ignore at this point, and it was fairly obvious what their ultimate goal was. While balancing out some other Mario World runs, Nanahuse would continue to be very active in the game, and kept up this activity into 2023, still having small only in his general rotation, and putting in nearly 80,000 attempts at this point. By April, he was finally able to cook something up. While he had obviously already been adopting strategies from the likes of Poggio to get to this point already, Nanahuse was pushing to break this to yet another level. Doing all the crazy strategies mentioned so far, he on top of this just had really clean gameplay. I mean, look at this run through Morton. At the very end, he doesn't hesitate at all to go for a really risky spring jump that briefly clips Mario into the ending blocks. Keeping on a consistent pace between World 2 and exiting Star World, this run was very easily on a pace that would be just enough to get above Akimaro. Keeping his nerves together through Bowser, he ended with a 1442.3, a 5-frame improvement to the previous record. With Akimaru clearly away from the picture at this point, Nanohuse was now in a completely separate league of his own, with him being really the only person that could write the immediate future of this category's history. Following this, in May, he would repeatedly lower the record in the category No Star World Small Only, but eventually he swung around to Small Only once more, and he had some tricks up his sleeve. Fast forward to October 13th, he starts up a run and gets shell jump in Yoshi's Island 4, something he failed to do in his record. In Donut Plains 1, he interestingly enough went for the slower shell jump this time, and then also lost P-Speed in Donut Plains 4. So why would he continue an undesirable run? Well, this entire time, there's been a notable time save tucked away in Morton. Let's flash back to a message from October 1st, 2005, from our first friend in the story, Jim's friend. Would wall jumping even be allowed? I was thinking in the third room of Castle 2, I could wall jump off the right side wall and get up onto the first left moving platform, so I don't have to wait for it to go all the way across and then come all the way back. I haven't successfully done it yet, but I think it should be possible, and with practice, it should become easy. Jim was actually onto something here. Over the years, runners have been able to successfully pull off a wall jump at the beginning of this room in Morton, but how realistic was this in a run? Well, for the longest of times, it definitely wasn't worth trying to grind, because there was always easier time saves to pick and choose from. But getting into 2023, those options were becoming more and more limited. To come back from this run with multiple mistakes, Nanohuse was successfully able to get a wall jump at the beginning of this room. Doing this, he immediately jumps off the spring instead of bringing it, and when finishing the level allows him to go from 2.5 seconds behind to 4.5 seconds ahead. While he would have a minor mishap in Vanilla Dome 1, he would keep himself together for the rest of the run, and because of it, not only did he get a very sizable record improvement, but broke past a barrier that had been fantasized for a long time at this point, a run below 1440. Nanohuse successfully got a 1439.6, all thanks to a strategy that had been discussed as far back as 18 years earlier. Someone that was born on the day of this post would have been an adult by the time this strategy was seriously used in a run. That is mind-blowing. Oh, but this story somehow gets even better. What if I told you that not only did Nanohuse beat his own time, but did it within the exact same day of his first? He had some very obvious time save to clean up, which he was able to do. This time around, he was 2 seconds ahead, leaving Donut Plains 4, and 3, leaving Vanilla Dome 1. He did accidentally re-grab the spring mid-air in Vanilla Secret 1, but he had great reaction time, and went for a safe backup. While this did cost a couple seconds, he was able to keep his composure together like earlier in the day, and 23 attempts later was able to scoop up yet another record, this time with a 1438.6. As of making this video, this is where the record currently stands, but obviously, things can still amazingly be pushed further. There was the obvious hiccup in Vanilla Secret 1, and with Super Mario World being a game with hidden optimizations tucked in each level, even if only individual frames, it's safe to say that whether it takes a month or multiple years, this will eventually get lowered once more, going from Jim's friend to the frustrating era of Kelko and Pogyo, and then to the eventual reign of Nanohuse. This category is one of the most fascinating and underrated achievements in Mario speedrunning. With this having so much history packed over the span of 20 years, select players to this very day are still dedicated to chipping this time down second by second, and as it gets optimized, millisecond by millisecond. While this may have been the most frustrating Super Mario World story so far for me to piece together, I am beyond happy with how well I was able to salvage everything. Hopefully next time we can discuss a history that isn't damaged by petty arguments. But until then, thanks for watching. So, over the years, I've made a handful of videos surrounding the various histories of Super Mario World speedruns, and that's cool and all, but these are all the popular normie categories housed on the main leaderboard. What if you dig further down the iceberg? I present to you Super Mario World Extra Categories, a separate leaderboard dedicated to speedrun goals that are far from the traditional completions that you are probably used to. Many of these are pretty tame, such as beating every ghost house in the game. Others are beyond impressive, such as beating the game blindfolded, but then there's a completely different category, the completely disgusting. Today, I want to talk to you about the category Food Percent, a run that requires you to beat every single level with a food-related name, such as Donut Plains or Cookie Mountain. This may not sound that bad, but there's a twist. Every time you beat one of these levels, you must also eat a food item corresponding to the level name. So for example, a donut for beating a Donut Plains level. Even this may not sound that bad, but you also need to be aware of how many levels there are that fall under this, and what some of those names also entail. While I'm not ready yet to spoil every single thing you eat during this run, I have been interested in trying to do such a thing for quite a while now. And while I may be a bit crazy, I'm not that crazy. No way am I doing this alone. Fortunately for me, there's a co-op option listed here, which means all this food action can be divided between 2 people. This meant I had to find a person, to do this alongside me. After much planning and careful considerations, I eventually dragged fellow speedrun YouTuber Lunatic J into this. If I'm gonna do this for a video, I might as well get someone else who does the same thing to suffer with me. In fact, I'm glad I have a sidekick with me, cause so many people in the past have wanted to do this but couldn't even stomach finishing, or didn't even bother actually doing it. But you know what? I'm built different. Lunatic and I are going to conquer this together. Before starting the run though, let me spell out the rules of this run. The first obvious thing is that you must complete every single level that features a food-themed name. This is followed by eating the food after each level, but you must only do such while on the overworld and before you move into the next level. On top of this, if more than one exit is needed for a food-related level to get to another, you still have to eat the corresponding food each time, no exceptions. The last rule that debatably killed me the most during this was the fact that you cannot consume any outside foods or drinks during the run. You know what that means? No water to wash all the food down. You just have to endure everything back to back until you finish. With that, I think we are about ready for the run, but before doing that, we must decide who is player 1 and who is player 2. In Super Mario World, co-op speedruns are done by alternating back and forth between Mario and Luigi. So for example, Mario will do levels 1 and 3, while Luigi will tackle levels 2 and 4. While that alone isn't too much of a concern, there's also the food element here. In this run, we are aiming to do our own co-op route in order to finish things as smoothly as possible. What does this mean? Well, halfway through the run, we will be playing completely different levels. Let me in the past explain this.
Player 1 gets to have a where player 2 has to eat 2 bites out of.
Oops, actually, I once again don't want to ruin the surprise yet, but whoever gets Mario will get to play levels that reward you with food that is quite desirable, while Luigi has to suffer with something that ideally shouldn't be consumed on its own. Alright, enough blabbing. It's time for us to do a coin flip to decide our fate. Whoever wins the coin flip gets to play along the more desirable Mario route. Let's see who ends up being the winner and who's the loser before the run even starts.
Okay, so we got the coin here. What are you calling? I call heads.
Tails, sure.
Alright. Okay.
It's heads.
Alright, so I guess I'm starting things off.
Welp, Lunatic won with heads, so I guess sooner than later we'll get to see how unlucky I truly got here.
That means I have to eat.
Oh!
With that, the run commences in Yoshi's Island, which fortunately has nothing to eat. Don't think we are able to eat Yoshis, and even if we could, I'll pass. One thing you may very quickly notice in World 1 is that Lunatic is not exactly on the same level as me in this game. In fact, he has really only played it casually, with him mostly just grasping certain movement basics before the run. You want to know what this means? Well, I immediately knew this was going to be a chaotic and long run the second I realized I had to teach Lunatic how to jump out of the water in Yoshi's Island 4, only to die right after.
Oh my god, you're scaring me right now.
Oh, God.
Well, the route's already gonna be. We're just gonna have to improvise the route.
Besides starting to contemplate what I signed up for here, Lunatic dying means that the route has already gotten messed up as early as World 1, since this route relies on the switching back and forth between players on the overworld, which results in a specific level order. So because of that, we kinda had to improvise going forward. I wasn't gonna torture both Lunatic and myself and simply let him play Yoshi's Island 4 again, so I took over for that stage, and let him briefly struggle in the Iggy fight. Chugging through that, Donut Plains is where the fun begins. I grab my first cape of the run, and at first, I actually forgot about having to eat anything, so I made Lunatic quickly die to keep the run intact, even though, in retrospect, he could've just exited since I already beat that level, but whatever. Now that we are in the correct place, it's donut time, baby.
Alright, we have these mini donuts here. I'm gonna do this really quick. Oh god. We can drink water? Oh god. It's already sticking in my mouth.
Oh.
I immediately circle back to the fact that we are not allowed to drink water throughout this entire run, while this mini donut is very obviously sticking to my mouth. And I can't even touch the controller while I stomach it. But that's just the beginning. Since I made Lunatic intentionally die, I automatically had to play Donut Plains 1 yet again, in order to access the left side of the overworld.
Oh my god. I can't believe I'm doing this.
While I'm trying to get this second donut out of my teeth, I have to think on the fly of what to do, and I force Lunatic to re-enter to get a cape, and...
I died. I'm so bad at the video game. I'm sorry.
What am I supposed to do?
Not wanting to simply re-enter and exit an already beaten level, I take yet another one for the team, and tackle the Donut Plains 2 auto-scroller while we continue to figure out what the heck to do next. Completing that, it's donut time number 3, while Lunatic is still at 0.
Oh my god. I can't believe... I'm sorry, Fatty. I don't mean to be bad.
The fact that I can't drink anything right now is pissing me off. I hate this.
Lunatic once more goes and quickly snags a cape, and this time I refuse to be the next one to eat a donut, so I do some start selecting action myself, while Lunatic has to explore Donut Secret 1, which, based on my responses here...
Oh, that's not a good start. Yeah, I want to make sure you don't die here.
Oh, I'm so bad.
Enter the pipe here, please. Enter the pipe here. For my sanity. No, don't grab that.
Right.
Do not grab that.
Let's just say it didn't go too well. At this point, I've at least had enough time to digest my previous donut, so I take yet another one for the team while we contemplate things.
I'm starting to think this is a bad idea.
This was a really bad idea.
Why did I agree to do this without even playing the actual levels beforehand?
I don't know.
Thanks to this, a 4th donut is already required to hit my stomach. While Lunatic promises that this isn't some intentional scheme to fatten me up, he just frankly sucks at this game, for lack of a better word.
I swear I'm not doing this on purpose.
I need to think about this before I eat this. Alright. I'm having a lot of regrets right now.
Oh.
At this point, I am at a loss at what to do, and I'm supposed to be the expert here. I was even contemplating unlocking Top Secret Area, even if that did mean another donut eat. In the meantime, Lunatic decides to just dive headfirst into Donut Secret 1, yet again. And while he does what he is supposed to do this time, he still gives me yet another heart attack.
So you get past this.
Uh-oh.
Like, put it somewhere where you can hit it. Put it down.
Yeah, put it down.
Hit it. Go under there. Be aware of this fish, please. Please, for my sanity, wait a second. Alright, I just don't want you to die. I'm really scared. Alright.
Okay, finally I get to eat a donut.
Oh my god.
At this point, I kinda hope for the best, and pray that things have stabilized. I conquer an easy flyover stage, which means yet another
No. You're gonna have to die. I can't eat right now. I was supposed to eat a donut.
Oh wait.
Press the button.
Oh no, I
get the cutscene! You're gonna game over, but that's fine. I have lives.
Lunatic game overs in World 2, and surprisingly, it's not even because of a silly death. It's just because he was so eager to play the next stage. In fact, let's play a fun quiz game. How many times do you think Lunatic will game over during this run? Is the answer 1, 3, 5, or 8? Leave your answers now in the comments, and you'll find out by the end of the video. Being both stingy and too optimistic with Lunatic's gameplay, I donate him only 1 life, and remember to eat my donut.
Oh, I feel okay right now, but I feel like in 10 minutes from now I'm gonna feel horrible. Like when we get to the that's gonna be so bad.
Wait, I thought I was having the...
We're both gonna be having a bit of it.
Forcing Lunatic to finish his turn, he enters the ghost house once more, and...
Please just like wait a minute. Like... Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Oh.
Just start select.
No, you came over to No. Oh my god, because I gave you 1 life.
Fortunately, he did conquer his demon here, and was finally able to clear Donut's secret house.
I'm happy I get to take a break, finally. I get to see you suffer a little bit.
Suffering? Well, if this is suffering, it's quite delicious.
We continue to complain about how sticky the donuts are, as if we haven't mentioned that yet, and I have to shove another donut in my face right afterwards.
Oh. My hands are getting messy too, I don't like that. We have paper towels? No, we do, they're right there.
Alright.
Coming in clutch, thank you.
I wonder if people are going to think less of me after this.
Cleaning up our messy hands and faces because messy food and gaming don't mix too well, it's time for Lunatic to casual yet another World 2 level, Donut Secret 2. He thought he could get away with skipping a donut, but I informed him about what level he actually just played.
Alright, so now it's like, that was Valley Bowser, so that's not food.
No, that was a Donut Secret level. That was Donut Secret.
Oh, okay, so I still have to eat a donut even though it's in Valley of Bowser.
It's connected to Donut Secret. Yeah, it's connected through World 2. That's the one secret that's in Donut Secret. Or in Donut Plains, yeah.
I just ate a full serving.
While he may have not necessarily have wanted to eat a full serving of donuts, I had to eat twice as many, so I understandably had no pity here. But I did have some great news for the both of us.
Well, I have some great news. We don't have to eat anymore, because Morton is not a,
What?
Yeah.
Morton isn't a donut. He sure looks like he eats a ton of them.
Since our donut frenzy was over, and we still had some left over, we even gave some of the rest to our friend in the room mid-gameplay, Jeremy MKW.
Hey Jeremy, you want some donuts?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Lunatic Greg.
I feel like I'm already getting kind of full, and I hate...
I may have had a hiccup in Morton, but there's something even worse I had to announce as we were getting ready for World 3, Vanilla Dome.
Okay, World 3, which is the vanilla levels, we have to take a thing of vanilla extract, and we're going to be using a bottle cap to measure this, which is about 1/4 of a teaspoon, give or take. So after each exit here, we have to do that.
On top of this, we once again have to think out our plan here, since we are half improvising. Should we get capes? Should we even worry about the notable wings glitch in Vanilla Dome 1?
You're just gonna have to do the normal exit without wings.
Okay,
Just do it.
it's fine, it's fine.
The Super Mario World speedrunner in me hated to opt out of such a thing, but to be honest, I just wanted to make sure a more casual player like Lunatic could finish the levels, rather than being fancy in each one.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe I was a bit too generous in assuming he would finish this level, and while I fix weird audio stuff with the capture card, I tell Lunatic to sip his vanilla extract, but then realize he can't, cause, yeah, he died. I was able to grab a Yoshi previously, so I did a very pathetic attempt at no cape wings, and then had to push forward in shame. It's not as shameful as having to drink vanilla extract for fun though.
Alright, so I have this right here, and I'm gonna... Okay. Oh, that's horrible!
Oh, well, I have something to look forward to now.
Oh, I hated that. I think someone just violated me. Oh, that's like burning my throat. I don't like that. Oh.
Vanilla Dome 2 proved once again that the stress was not over, and I still had to babysit Lunatic through this game.
Can't just fly over.
Yeah, see, this is the issue. You're... Oop. Just go, run right, keep running, don't jump, run.
I'm gonna cry! I didn't listen, I'm sorry, I didn't listen.
I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream.
I am pushing you to the limit and not due to my own stupidity.
I'm gonna, like, die today.
Nothing that a little vanilla extract won't fix though.
Oh, do I really have to? I don't like this.
Every single time I die and see you have to make like an extra vanilla extract, I feel
It's like slightly more poor than last time. I'm not gonna like this.
This makes me feel so damn guilty. And you're like, ugh.
While I try and get whatever demon entered my throat during that, let's see if Lunatic can actually complete this.
No, what? Because you can't, you gotta, it's already in there when it's in the block, so you can't, oh, I can't talk right now. I don't like that. Oh, I can't give you advice right this second. You're gonna die again. I hate to say that, but see, Oh my god, don't make me keep doing this. You know, I'm start selecting.
Yeah,
I'm
start
not.
selected. Make me just.
Third try's a charm, right?
Okay, so
When the
what-
cape's in there, press. No, this. Gotta get out of the way! Oh my god, this run's not gonna end. It's like 10 years long. It's already half an hour in, and we're not out of World 3. I'm gonna cry and scream and pee and cry. We're almost out of. You're draining all my. After this, I just have to say f you. I can't give you more lives.
Lunatic randomly starts playing as me for some reason, in a level that I've already played. But at least he got my turn out of the way. I just want him to beat this.
Please make this. I swear to God. Oh, you're fucked. Oh, I forgot that was in there. Oh, scroll the screen right. I feel like that's better with the bats.
My advice was a crucial play here, and I wish I said it earlier, cause it finally let Lunatic clear the stage he should have minutes earlier. And now it's his turn to feel the taste of vanilla.
Oh, you got egg. Wait, hold on.
I quickly get reminded of how clumsy I am, and that I should never pour anything for anyone else. But once that gets cleaned up, the liquid at hand here still must be consumed.
Yeah, have fun. Drink up. Yeah, you having fun?
Alright, that wasn't. You know, I was expecting something a lot worse.
While Lunatic may have flexed that he has a better vanilla extract tolerance, I flexed my impromptu Yoshi skills in Vanilla Secret 1 and finally got my cape back before opening the hatch once more.
Am I ready for this? I'm not ready for this.
It almost tastes like drinking whiskey.
I'd rather drink whiskey right now. Oh, I hate that after. Like, it gets worse. For a second, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. And then immediately after, I'm like, no, I'm not okay.
At this point, nothing surprised me based on our huge gap in skill levels, and my partner in crime here died in a level that I intentionally thought would pose zero challenge for either of us.
Why'd I do that? Oh my god, I am.
You realize we only have one life now between both of us just because of you.
Yeah, I know.
I haven't died a single
Why did I die then? That is so dumb of
Because you
me.
didn't press B.
Lunatic game overed for a fourth time, and he had sucked so many lives out of me to the point that I straight up had none to give. Because of this, I had to take a detour back to World 2, and I decided to grab the 3-up moon there. Continuing the start select action to make sure our routes stay even enough, Lunatic continued to scare me in new ways somehow.
I'm scared.
You're gonna. Oh. Holy.
Nonetheless, that's finally over with, and while that's happening, we get Jeremy on tech support to plug in our dying laptop. On top of that, I slowly pieced together that I was consuming way more vanilla extract than I needed to, and I'm pretty sure that's why my throat was dying every time I did it.
Oh god, we're almost out of vanilla extract.
We are? No, we're not. I think that was more than a quarter of a teaspoon. One of them, I think I may have accidentally did it like twice.
Okay, we're gonna have to start rationing it a bit more.
It's hard to tell how much I overdid it in retrospect, but I'm pretty sure I was closer to doing a third of a teaspoon each time instead of a fourth.
God, I hate that. I hate that so much. Oh my god, I hate that.
Maybe I'm just weak, cause even the smaller adjusted amount still shook me the wrong way. At least I got a bit of a nice break here, considering that Lunatic had successfully tackled Vanilla Dome 3 thanks to how safe he took it, and as a reward, he gets some more vanilla.
Unfortunately, we only have to do it 2 more times after this. Or 3 more, actually. 3 more. You alive?
I really could use some water.
Alright, maybe I'm not the only weak one here. Or maybe this no water rule is a bit excessive. No matter how reasonable the rules for this run are, I sure wish I had water by this point.
Alright, that's it. Oh.
On the other hand, Lunatic starts to majorly question how competent he is for such a speedrun.
Do you regret calling me competent?
No comment.
With him scarfing down his last required sip of vanilla, all there is left is my turn, and we are on to bigger and better things.
Oh, I want to reach for water, but I can't.
And by better things, I mean Lunatic finding his next choke point, Lemmy's Castle.
I'm gonna have to be very, very careful here. I'm gonna have to be very, very careful here.
I thought
You
that
were so careful.
I
It
thought-
runs right into the one that isn't even the boss.
With him finding yet another level to drain all of his lives in, I'm kind of forced to go hunt for more lives myself, cause I know for a fact he is not finishing the rest of this run on just one.
And yeah.
No! That was a bad call.
You're going back and getting 2 capes. I don't care.
Immediately after this, I also guide Lunatic to the nearest cape spot, cause I know for a fact that he is not surviving Lemmy with 0 power-ups. Once more, I made the correct call, as he was able to finally conquer the boss with a cape intact. With World 3 being over, this leads to pushing forward into the top bridge of World 4, while Lunatic stands in front of the bottom bridge. Now, you may notice that the next level I have to play is Butter Bridge 1, and by my spoken words during the playing of this stage, you can tell that no matter what I have to eat here, it's not going to be good.
Gonna relax here before I have to contemplate my my gaming career.
No, well, it's not your gaming career. It should be like questioning whether I was the right like partner for this.
Well, it's more like, what did I do in my career to make this my job?
So, what must I eat for Butter Bridge, you may ask? Well, I'll let Lunatic say it in the most basic way possible.
Butter.
Yep, that's right. For the 2 Butter Bridge stages, I have to eat butter. I specifically have to take a sizable bite out of a full stick of butter. And let's just say it's not the first thing I had on my menu while I was on vacation.
Oh, you're about to eat butter.
I don't want to do this. We have this whole thing of butter here, this Kerrygold butter. Oh my god, I can't believe I have to... It's okay, in the rules it says you have to take a sizable bite off of this.
We did a coin toss for this.
Oh, I shouldn't have sniffed it. Oh, that just doesn't help me.
Okay, show the camera the chunk.
There is a chunk missing.
Butter without bread.
I hate this.
Okay, is this...
You gotta wait a minute.
Oh. You good?
I'm alive. Okay.
Out of all the things I had to eat during the run, this was by far the worst. Sure, I've had butter on things such as toast a million times before, but to just eat it straight from the stick? Yuck. Lunatic, on the other hand, has to play Cheese Bridge area, which you may be able to guess. This awards you with something cheese-related, but what type of cheese?
Okay, do I have to eat butter, or what do I have to eat?
You have to have a cheese stick because you did Cheese Bridge. So here's an entire cheese stick.
Alright, I always found these things particularly gross, so...
I think the funniest thing about eating such is we had a greater challenge trying to open the stick versus actually having to eat it.
Okay, it says easy open, peel apart.
We're trying to speedrun how to open a cheese stick. Do you want me to try it?
I don't know where to open. I don't eat cheese sticks often. Where is an easy open? It's
Easy
not
open
easy.
mine.
Maybe we are both just weak and pathetic, or maybe it's just because I didn't want to ruin my nails. But it's a cheese stick, for goodness sake. The quote-unquote easy open promise on the plastic felt like a complete lie, and we had to get help from a fork to even make this challenge progress.
This shouldn't take 2 human adults. No, this is not.
Do we poke it open with a fork?
Oh, we're making this a tool-assisted speedrun with a fork? Alright. You're stabbing a fork into this. This is now a tool-assisted speedrun. This has been like the most intense part of the run so far, and it's a cheese.
I don't know, Lemmy really gave me a run for my money.
I'm having more fun trying to watch you open the cheese stick up.
With us finally being able to open up what is supposed to be very weak plastic, we have a bit of a debate about which is better, the butter or the cheese stick.
Is it weird to say that I'd rather do the butter than the cheese sticks?
Honestly, I would have rather done the butter myself.
So I'm not the crazy one here.
You're not the crazy one. Butter actually is delicious.
Let us know how right or wrong we are about this opinion, but either way, this was definitely not the type of gaming experience I thought I would ever have to endure.
Do you ever think one day that this would be your line of work, eating a cheese stick while playing Mario?
While it took a bit for Lunatic to munch through the cheese stick, I was more than fine with him taking his time, cause I still had one more bite of butter to conquer.
I don't want to eat more butter. I really don't.
It's just one more.
This is what my life has come to.
You alright?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it must have felt like really greasy.
Oh, there's the bite.
Hold on, let's see. Yeah, you can see it through there.
There's 2 bites on there. I
Alright.
think I accidentally took a bigger bite that time than the last time.
I 100% did take a bigger bite on the second try. Why did I do that? No matter how big my bite was, the run still had to continue, and Lunatic entered Cheeseburger area once more because there's one more hidden level here to get, Soda Lake. Yep, there may not be access to water, but once Lunatic can conquer this specific level, we get access to a can of soda for the rest of the run. Thank God. I think I summed this up best while Lunatic was munching on the cheese stick.
We can purify our bodies with something that isn't pure in the slightest.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves though. The secret of Cheeseburger area still needs to be cleared. Once again, I realized it may not be ideal to teach someone how to speedrun Super Mario World for the first time in the middle of a run. And also, I may just suck as a communicator.
You'll see a saw at the top of the screen here, and you should get ready to start rolling down.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, like right here.
Yeah.
You should have done it that early though. No, I didn't. That's not what I thought you meant, like when to know when you're like your cape height's a little lower.
Regardless of both Lunatic's skill and mine, we powered through this together.
Seems scary. Whoa! Like that.
Maybe sluggishly trudged through is a better description. To make the secret easier, I forced Lunatic to go all the way back to World 1 to grab the most accessible Yoshi in the game, which he was then able to use to get under the normal gold tape towards the secret.
No!
Okay, maybe not first try. All it took was one more attempt, and our torture here was finally over. Once Lunatic learned how to stop flying to get the 3-up moon. Thank God he successfully got this. I would really like to prevent another game over, if we can help it. Before we can attempt unlocking the holy grail of this run, the fork came out once more for cheese stick number 2. While chewing through that, we had a brief Soda Lake discussion.
Soda Lake's the one with the torpedoes, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the only time it's used in the entire game. I don't think it's used anywhere else for some reason. There's a couple levels that are like that only have like a specific enemy in that level and like no other level. I feel like there's one more. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it's just that. I can't think right now.
Good news for me in the past. There are a lot more levels that have unique enemies. There is Urchins in Force of Illusion 2, Fishing Lakutus in Force of Illusion 4, Fishing Boo and Boo Buddy blocks in Chocolate Ghost House, Ninjas in Bowser's Dark Room, and Mecha Koopas in the Bowser Fight. I think that's all of them, but maybe I'm wrong. With Lunatic nearly done with the bottom bridge, I quickly decided to clear Ludwig. And needless to say, I took things a bit safe. I really just wanted this run to end as smoothly as possible. Oh yeah, remember the torpedoes Lunatic mentioned? Yeah, they proved to be a bit of a problem here. On his first attempt, he got JFK'd by one on the first run around, but fortunately with enough patience, he made up for it in round 2.
Home free. Perfect.
And you know what this means?
So once overworld movement is done, we can open up both our cans of soda and drink as much as we like, as long as we're sitting on the overworld, not holding a controller. Alright, we can open these now. We have unlocked this. I am drinking a Baja Blast.
And I'm drinking zero sugar mugs.
Cheers, my friend. Oh.
While we are only allowed to drink such on the overworld, I'll take any kind of drink to wash down all the garbage entering my body throughout the run. After finally being able to drink after not doing so for a while, I felt like someone trapped in a desert that finally found a working water well. I now guide Lunatic on where he's supposed to go.
You're gonna really want a bunch of height here, because there's a huge pipe here. I mean, yeah, okay.
And once completed, he unlocks yet another desirable item.
Oh yeah, you know what you get for doing that? You get a reward.
Oh boy, a reward! What do I get? What do I get? What do I get?
Get a cookie.
Yay!
Alright, here you go, my friend. We got these little sugar cookies.
While the cookie is being scarfed down, I take full advantage of our now available soda. Fortunately for us, this next world will be a bit of a break from everything. There's not really anything that could be eaten for Force of Illusion, unless you want to munch on leaves or something, but that's a bit of a stretch. I am also nice enough to give Lunatic yet another break. I grab Yoshi in Force of Illusion 1, and I make him start select after arriving. This allows me to go for a Yoshi clip in the following level, and while I struggle to get it...
Okay, well, I'd still rather do that than have to play the actual level. I haven't played this actual level in such a long time.
All Lunatic had to do was breeze over a flyover and enter the ending pipe.
Perfect.
And then I just had to tackle Roy's castle.
Do this because Mario. That was a bit
That
scary.
was so weird. What? I like kissed the edge of the sprite and then I like bounced back on it. That was so weird.
You know, I'd want to kiss Roy Koopa too. Roy was always my favorite Koopaling.
I think I'm more of a Ludwig fan, to be honest.
Once we got past our Koopaling crushes and which one Lunatic would pick, he once again was set up pretty well with yet another flyover in Chocolate Island. This is the last world of the run, and you very quickly should be able to piece together what we eat here.
Okay, oh wait.
Okay, you have to eat chocolate. Each time we beat an exit, we have to eat a square.
Eat a square of chocolate.
Yes.
You know what? This actually makes me look forward to Chocolate Island once in my life.
No tool assisting.
You have a tool. you know what was
You
like...
wanna open this?
I got this.
My nails.
Okay, yeah, the cheese stick issue definitely stemmed from me just wanting to keep my beauty. With it being my turn with the chocolate, thanks to clearing the ghost house, I quickly learned that neither of us can break off an even square piece of chocolate to save our lives.
Oh, this one broke off weirdly. This is definitely a square size piece, though.
Yeah, even a bit bigger.
It's a little bigger than a square size piece, so...
Quick, using the Pythagorean theorem, how long is the hypotenuse of that chocolate piece?
But either way, we made things work even though our bodies hated us by now.
Excuse me.
For some reason, I'm having a hard time swallowing all this in the butter somehow. It's just because I've had too many things in my mouth. Don't take that out of context.
We were so close to finishing though. At this point, we divided and conquered. Lunatic took the secret in Chocolate Island 2, while I once again took the trickier stage, Chocolate Secret. The more chocolate we got through, the more unique of a shape we were morphing our chocolate bar into.
Hey,
Chocolate.
Yep, take a bite. You've earned it.
Very interesting shape we've carved out here at the top.
It's Chocolate Mountain.
I mean, that is like a whole piece equivalent. It's just like a... Yeah.
To be honest, this world felt like a victory lap as we kept exploring the area level by level.
Uh-oh.
That was so lucky.
But that still doesn't mean I'm done teaching Lunatic how this game works.
So instead of entering the pipe immediately at the end of this room, like, okay, fly over there as normally, but I don't want you to enter the pipe until that timer says 2:49. You're gonna have to wait at the end here.
Oh, right, because there's the...
Yeah.
Is it like the charging chuck?
No.
Whoa, whoops.
Oh. You gotta start select. You gotta start select. You cannot get the exit anymore.
Yeah, we really should have practiced the run before this. Or maybe it's more entertaining that we didn't. Either way, it's time for some more chocolate and some more soda.
Alright, so we've got another piece. Climbing right now.
After another round of chocolate, there's really only one more tricky stage in this run, Chocolate Fort. Lunatic took his time, but still unfortunately died at the very end. Being the nice friend I am, I just decided to finish the rest for him.
I kind of just want this to be over, to be honest,
yeah.
so I will be merciful for today.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe my motives were more just based on ending this cursed speedrun. Thanks to that, I rack up another chocolate piece, and Lunatic gets one more cape to guarantee he can finish this. I even decided to throw one more bone into the nice pile, and endured another turn up at bat just so Lunatic could do the easier stage after this. He also reminds me of the soda we still have, which is required to be finished by the time the run ends. It is a part of this run after all.
Yeah, quickly eat that piece of chocolate. You finish your soda?
Ooh, I will do that while I'm here.
Okay.
I will do that.
Okay. I'm all done with mine.
Let's go. I'm so glad this one's almost over. I have to pee.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my only concern.
Yeah.
I may have had a wish to relieve myself of all I have just consumed, and fortunately with us finishing our sodas, that wish would be granted very soon. All we had to do left is Chocolate Island 5, which is Lunatic's job to do. I already took over for him so many times during the run, the least he could do was finish things out for me. While he was taking a very casual route through this, I stayed happy as long as he didn't die. With the last level completed, I think you know by now what is left.
Once you have to wait until the overworld.
Yeah, I'm just getting it ready.
The second you're done swallowing, we're gonna end the timer.
Yeah.
So that's his piece of chocolate right there.
All Lunatic had to do was swallow his last piece of chocolate, and we would finally be freed from this Mario-themed food prison.
It's been a journey.
Time.
Let's go.
Yeah! Could have been a lot better, but I think we did as good as we could have with me, going into this semi-blind.
Yeah, I can promise you right now that I do not ever want to do a round 2 of this. So yeah, that's it for today. Lunatic and I conquered every single food-related level in Super Mario World while consuming an item that was related to said level. Did I have fun during this? Well, it gave me an excuse to play Mario World for 2 hours with a great friend of mine, so yeah, I actually did have a lot of fun. Did I also endure a lot of pain during this? Oh, of course. I'm not gonna lie, the food-related part wasn't even the worst part of this run for me. I think Lunatic's casual gameplay strangled me harder, but of course, that mostly stems from a lack of speedrun experience, so I can't take that out on him. What's really cool is that no matter what, this could technically be considered a world record since we are the first to do this in a co-op fashion. I'm worried this may not get verified between a couple of quirks we had with our impromptu hotel setup and such, but either way, I had a Baja blast, and speaking of that, I had a handful of leftover food from this that I got to enjoy after, so that's something. Let me know if you enjoyed this video versus my usual stuff, and of course check out Lunatic if you somehow haven't already. I know our audience has a huge overlap. If you did enjoy this, maybe I'll do more challenge related things. Perhaps Lunatic and I can scrape together another absurd speedrun next time we are at the same speedrun event. Until then though, that's all I have to really say, so thanks for watching. Video games. There's so much you can get out of them that'll keep you glued to your seat for hours and hours. For many, this goes as far as wanting to complete every single thing you can in an individual title, the coveted 100% completion. Whether it's to enjoy a game as much as you can, or to simply brag about to others, it's a pretty natural thing to want to milk as much as you can out of anything you heavily enjoy. And I can tell you, after spending thousands of hours speedrunning Super Mario World over the last decade, I'm quite guilty of doing such. Sometimes though, a 100% completion of a game isn't as black and white as it may seem. There are some very clear-cut examples, like Donkey Kong Country, that make it pretty clear once you've completed every single thing and will display 101%. Huh. Maybe a weird example, but it's not always such a clear-cut thing you can be confident you've achieved. So what is a 100% completion in Super Mario World? This isn't a percentage. Well, that's actually a hard question to properly answer, and trust me, it's complicated. Let's talk about it. In Super Mario World, the traditionally sought-for completion of the game is spelled out right on the American box art. There are 96 levels, or more accurately, exits, both normal and secret, spread among 72 unique stages. This right here is what most would define as a proper 100% completion of the game. On paper, this is what I would agree on as well, but is this truly a 100% completion? I mean, on the American and European releases, it puts a star next to your exit counter when you reach 96. So I guess that could represent a full completion, but is there more to explore past the typical 96 exits? Well, yes. While from a casual standpoint, this is a fully reasonable point to end completing the game, let's hop over to the speedrun side of things. The Super Mario World speedrun leaderboards house a goal that could arguably be more in-depth than a 96 exit completion, and that goal is Lunar Dragon. Besides requiring every single exit to be completed, Lunar Dragon requires you to also collect 5 dragon coins in levels that at least contain that same amount, as well as collecting every moon hidden around different worlds. Why 5 dragon coins? This is because you gain a 1-up when obtaining this amount. But that's kinda arbitrary, isn't it? What about the levels that have a higher amount of coins? Take for example Donut Secret 1, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dragon coins. Why do some of these coins need to be grabbed, but not others? And why is it based on the amount required for a 1-up? You could pick a completely different coin route versus someone else. Not sure about you, but this requirement seems a little flimsy to be taken seriously for a 100% completion. Dragon coins are not even kept track of in this game. They interestingly though are tracked in the Game Boy Advance version, Super Mario World Advance 2, Super Mario World. In fact, let's quickly talk about this enhanced port. In this re-release, a 100% completion very clearly requires way more past a simple 96 exit run through. Here, just like Lunar Dragon's requirement, achievements, you need to collect at least 5 dragon coins in every level, with more levels featuring coins in this installment. Additionally, you can cause up to 5 stars to appear on the initial game screen. Scoring 1 million points in Super Mario World gives you a single star, with 5 being the limit. This, perhaps, is the most clear-cut 100% completion in Super Mario World if we are going with official game releases, but for simplicity's sake, let's keep this to the classic Super Mario World. You may think, how can this even go further? We talked about exits, dragon coins, and moons. What else is there? And well, let me circle back to that first thing I just mentioned, exits. Did you know that technically Super Mario World has way more than 96 exits? I suppose they aren't intended, but it's very easy to get your exit count to a point where it will start displaying hexadecimal, with A here meaning 10, with this indicating a triple-digit amount of exits being cleared. Here's why this is a gray area though. All of these require the abuse of unintended glitches. There are many that are pretty tame, with a couple being as easy as collecting a glitched item orb and then beating front door, as well as back door, for example, but this rabbit hole gets quite complicated quite fast. There's an official category extension on speedrun.com named A2 Exit, or basically 102 Exit, but this is far from maximum potential. Players over the years in real time have expanded this amount further and further, and precise tool-assisted playthroughs have displayed a greater amount of possible exits than ever imaginable. Needless to say, let's avoid going down this black hole. Alright, so let's set up a general guideline here to get rid of that complication. Let's make this glitchless. Throw all the glitch exit stuff I just shared out the window. Forget about it. What else can we do with this game to really maximize the gameplay here? Well, I have the perfect answer for you. A paste bin made by... You probably know him under one of these two aliases nowadays. In this document, IsoFreeze lays out what may be the most chaotic but thorough list of requirements for a potential 100% run. On top of 96 Exit, it requires collecting every prize block, every yellow and green switch block, every coin, every moon, every 1-up, midway point, power-ups, Yoshis, wings, goal tapes, as well as visiting every sub-level, hitting every message block, hitting all P-switches, walking over every single possible overworld path, and killing one of each enemy. Jeez, that was a mouthful. But hey, it's an extensive list for a good reason. There are a few reasonable limits set here, such as the impossible to reach switch blocks, and setting a limit to multi-coin blocks, but this is probably about as intense as it gets. You'll be relieved to know that this is only a hypothetical run, and no one has actually gotten close to seriously considering to attempt such a run. At least for now. Who knows how insane a person could get with enough time. This got me thinking, I should come up with my own 100% run in some way or another. Sure, no matter what I do, it'll be a bit controversial, but hey, let's see how easy it is to create such a run. And spoiler, it's a lot more intense than you'd think. Let me run you through how I developed my own take on a 100% speedrun category in Super Mario World. I ultimately came up with the goal of all rooms. The main objective is to clear every single unique room housed within Super Mario World. So besides the main level rooms you have to play anyways, this also includes every sub-level tucked away in each stage, such as bonus rooms or hidden dragon coins. My argument for this being a 100% run is, well, having to get through every single room forces you to explore the entire game. Even in a category like Lunar Dragon, there are still plenty of areas that are completely ignored. This may not sound that crazy on paper, but trust me, the more I dove into this idea, the more brainpower I really had to put into this. Off the bat, I will share that this idea is far from original, with a hypothetical all rooms type of run being discussed in different forms over the years, with the most notable being an established pace bin from top runner in the game, Louis. He planned out a route for all sub-levels, and while some some of what is featured here overlaps with what I would eventually come up with, I developed my own version of this category completely on my own. I didn't even know about this document until I made my own route. Of course, to start, we have to lay down some basic ground rules, especially if we are creating a completely new speedrun category. I think the most obvious rule here should be beating every single unique room in the game. Duh. But of course, there are some additional rules I need to tackle onto this to make it clearer. For example, you cannot enter a new room in a previously beaten level and then immediately start and select to exit. You must exit the room before doing this to consider it complete. One of the best examples here is Morton's Castle, which requires you to play it twice in this run. This is due to the hidden bonus room pipe and the normal second room, with both of these taking you to a third room that you can't backtrack from. Additionally, I've thrown another requirement here. If the end of a specific room can be cleared via gold tape, hit it and beat the level, even if you've already beaten the level previously. This mostly applies to Chocolate Island 1 and Chocolate Island 2, which both have multiple gold tape endings in different rooms. We will talk more about this once we get into the run. I also decided that if glitch Yoshi wings via block duplication was possible, this could be done in substitution of a gold tape. I mainly did this just to keep the category as entertaining as possible, and if you think that's arbitrary, Lunar Dragon, a main leaderboard category, has been known to be traditionally glitchless, which is quite weird compared to everything else on the board here. On top of this, eventually a glitch category got added, with the record here not even being faster until 2023. Yeah, if an official category can be that arbitrary, I can do whatever the hell I want with my own silly run. Oh yeah, I also made a separate note here that levels with intended Yoshi wings require beating the wing heaven and the level as intended. This doesn't change up the run too much, but you'll see how that works out eventually. I know I've already been rambling on a decent bit already, but there are two more important rules here. 1. You must complete the bonus game at least once. I'm not talking about bonus rooms, I'm talking about the actual bonus game, the one you face when you accumulate 100 total stars from gold tapes. Lastly, while the name doesn't imply this doubles as a 96 exit run. I want this to resemble some type of a 100% completion, so I think requiring every single exit here is a no-brainer, even if you can access every room while skipping some secrets. This takes us into actual attempts, which I streamed on twitch.tv/Storster. Go check me out there. Anyways, let's get into the actual run itself, which before it even starts already has something unique. So the first immediate thing that will majorly differ in this run versus a typical run is we need to actually enter Yoshi's house, because I mean, this is a place you can enter, so there you go. From here though, the rest of World 1 isn't anything too mind-blowing, just some sub-levels people may not generally explore. It is important to note that I intentionally clear the left side of the world right away, as the yellow switch blocks will become very useful in World 2. And hey, I got a yump. With a few tucked away rooms, here is why Yellow Switch is quite useful here. The yellow blocks here allow me to easily enter this bonus room pipe without grabbing a cape. And why would I want to avoid that? Well, it's because the next sub-level is right next door and provides me with a cape. Since this cape is right along my route, this makes a lot more sense than scooping one up from a flying Koopa. One thing I had forgotten about up to this point was getting bonus stars from gold tapes in order to secure the bonus room. You see, normally you want to completely avoid this because 1. Bonus stars can cause slight unnecessary game lag, and 2. You obviously don't want the bonus room. It's a major time waster in a typical run. Yet another detour from a typical run is the entering of Top Secret Area, a place that houses capes, fire flowers, and a Yoshi, with the player being able to leave just like Yoshi's house. While continuing to accumulate bonus stars, I ran into my first roadblock that I didn't consider in Morton's Castle.
Oh wait, I'm on the oh my god, I just
I think I have to restart this run. You found a flaw in my route. No! I initially routed out Morton as follows. Do the normal room 2 route the first swing around, and then when going past it a second time after Special World, enter it one more time for the bonus room. But there's an issue here. You can't re-enter castles on the fastest version of the game, the Super Famicom version. So because of this, I reset the run to quickly piece together what I needed to do for round 2. This is where I should have just followed Louis' instructions from his written out route. Using his advice, I did my first run through, grabbed a backup cape, and immediately died. This cape will allow me to enter the bonus room next, which rectifies my route's huge miscalculation. This time around, I also remembered about bonus stars earlier, and I got access to the bonus room after Donut Secret 2, so now that's out of the way. Entering World 3, I can't even spawn glitch Yoshi wings since I need to enter the second room in Vanilla Dome 1, but I do have a fun fact about the third room here. Also, fun fact that people may not realize, this room right here is the same exact room as room 1. They are indeed both the same room, which is very easily proven if you grab a blue shell with Yoshi and you can like fly under the level. It's a very easily proven thing. Very fun fact that a lot of casual players don't know about. At the very least, I can still go for Vanilla Dome 2 clip, which I nailed on the first try. Let's go. Scooping up some more rooms, Vanilla Dome 3 here has some minor backtracking for a pipe people may completely gloss over. In Vanilla Dome 4, I sadly have to ditch Yoshi due to keeping him in the sub-level here being near impossible. It can be achieved, but yeah, good luck with that in a run. Rounding off the world with Lemmy, this midway area is the fastest done route anyways, and with that, it's time to quickly tackle the bottom bridge here. I sadly had to ditch Yoshi previously, so I scooped one up on my journey through Cookie Mountain, and with the Yoshi Heaven rule I made up earlier, I had to first get this set of wings, and then I was allowed to clear the secret gold tape. Making our way into Star World, this is the one world where nothing changes at all. There are 0 sub-room shenanigans here, and instead, you just have me dealing with yellow blocks in Star World 1. Go, Mary, go! Mary, go! 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 What is happening? Hello? Good morning? Scooting into Special World, in Gnarly, I once more cannot do glitch Yoshi wings due to needing access to the final room, but in Tubular, I can execute this thanks to the rules I made up earlier. Way Cool has a similar dilemma to Cheesebridge area, albeit for a different reason. So, first I got the Yoshi wings, and then cleared the stage normally as well. With the rest of the world not having too much to write home about, it's time for a brief revisit in World 2, and then World 3. Butterbridge wasn't too bad either, it just involved a minor detour at the very end of Vanilla Secret 2, and then a secret that a lot of people probably don't know about, the hidden path in Ludwig that takes you to a bonus room. Yep, this has been here the entire time. While I discovered that apparently I forgot how to Yoshi clip, I started to chomp away at Forest of Illusion. What am I doing? What is happening? What, huh? What? I'm having a stroke right now. Maybe I forgot how to play the game as a whole, too. In Forest Secret House here, you'll see a room that is typically never accessed outside of Lunar Dragon, because instead of being able to skip over the gap in the ceiling, there's a room here that needs to be cleared. In Forest of Illusion 4, I intentionally enter the sub-room here first due to it sending me to the midway area where I can then pretty quickly get into the secret exit. Probably best to get that out of the way. With Forest having nothing else too crazy, it's time for Chocolate Island 1, a level that has a bit to unpack. In my route, I have to play this level 3 separate times, which you may at first be really confused about. But did you know that this main room featuring the gold tape has 3 different copies you can access? The first is the one you start in entering the stage. The second one is from a yellow pipe you can enter, and the third is connected via a blue pipe towards the end. So how do I know these are all different? Well, for starters, the first of these rooms is the only one to not house a moon. And if we go into the level editor that people use to make ROM hacks, Lunar Magic, we can see the 3 unique level IDs here, 22, F6, and F5. So yeah, kind of a weird technical thing here, but hey, these are all unique rooms. Chocolate Island 2 is yet another complicated stage, because there are so many ways to traverse this level. Firstly, the second room can change based on how many coins you get in the first room. If you collect under 9 coins, you get this. If you collect between and including 9 to 20 coins, you get this. But if you collect 21 or more coins, you get this one. Next up, the third room can change based on when you enter this pipe. You enter above 250, you get this. Below 250 but above 234, you get this. And below 235 presents you this. And oh, if you thought all these changing rooms were over, it's not. The very last possible room here will change depending on how many dragon coins you scooped up along the way. You got all 4? Here's one room. You got less than that? Here's another. A couple of these early rooms are scooped up while quickly grabbing the secret exit, but with so many rooms left, the normal exit has to be played twice. For the first run around, I decided to scoop up 9 coins in room 1, enter below 235, and grab less than 4 dragon coins. So then my second turn around, I did 21 coins, below 250, and 4 dragon coins. Phew, now that that's over, the rest of World 6 is a piece of cake in comparison. In Chocolate Island 3, I struggled a bit due to forgetting which pipe to enter, but after that, it was smooth sailing with a neat pipe fly strategy in Chocolate Island 4, and some quick backtracking for an additional room in Chocolate Island 5. Valley of Bowser starts off kind of annoying, with the bonus room pipe at the very end sending you back to the middle of the stage, but at least I still had Yoshi intact to grab my final pair of wings. Valley of Bowser 3 features the final bonus room in the run, but we are far from over in regards to having to go out of our way for additional rooms. Beating Larry, let's talk about Bowser's front door. Before being able to access the Bowser fight, the player has the choice between 8 different rooms, with you having to pick between doors 1 and 4 and 5 and 8. But in this case, we need to beat every single room. With all of these rooms, I have to enter front door 4 times. First up is doors 4 and 6. And once finishing this, I need to die in Dark Room in order to start all over again. I may have 0 capes now, but at least I can enter door 3 to grab another, which makes room 8 a piece of cake. Thanks to Green Switch being unlocked, I also scooped up another cape here before dying once more. This time around, I tackled doors 2 and 7, doors I'm very familiar with thanks to being present in more typical speedrun categories. With another death, it's simply time to breeze past doors 1 and 5, and before dying again, I need to clear Dark Room here. While yes, I will encounter Dark Room a second time in Back Door, be aware, these 2 rooms are very much different. One has a midway and one doesn't. And of course, once again, you can view the 2 unique level IDs to extra prove these rooms being unique. So thanks to this, I enter the Bowser fight and die in there as quickly as I can. This leads to the home stretch, Valley of Bowser 2, Valley Fortress, and then just like I mentioned, Back Door. Cleaning up Bowser here resulted in a time just under an hour and 50 minutes. Finally finishing it up, I was so happy to just simply finish this. I learned the hard way how difficult it can truly be to route such an extensive speedrun category such as this. While this run was far from optimal thanks to my poor performance, I'm not quite sure I will run this again. This run is quite arbitrary, but hey, I completed my own take on 100%ing Super Mario World, and that's where I wrap things up for today. 100% in Super Mario World is ultra complicated, and it's not as easy as saying beat all these levels or collect all these coins. The definition of 100% in this title can majorly vary from person to person. A lot of speedrunners, myself included to be honest, are pretty satisfied on saying 96 exit is a de facto 100% completion category, and some may defend the more extensive Lunar Dragon, but the waters get very murky when you consider so many other possible things you can do inside this game. Heck, this isn't even technically all the rooms you can access in this game. You could take it one step further by introducing glitched exits. Needless to say, Super Mario World in many ways is quite limitless, and that's honestly one of the many things that makes this game so enjoyable to come back to decades later. That's all I have for today. I hope you enjoy this journey down the rabbit hole of completing Super Mario World. Thanks for watching. In recent years, the overall sphere of Super Mario World speedrunning has seen quite a shift thanks to changing interest and additional attention in areas such as Kaizo, but nonetheless, vanilla Super Mario World has still in many ways held on in the speedrun sphere. In the 2020s decade, we've already seen both new and old players rise up with many impressive feats. But today, I want to talk about one specific player from recent years that I believe outbeats everyone else in many ways, and his name is Oil and Water. While his speedrun resume is definitely quite brief in comparison to many around him, Oil and Water heavily excels in anything he touches. In fact, he is the undisputed king of Super Mario World's traditional any percent completion 11 exit. He has the record in all 3 of its subcategories, and no one else is even close. While things eventually grow and change, I feel really confident in saying that he will continue to have this under his belt for a decent bit longer. As no offense, but his competition in many ways is light years behind him. In fact, everything I'm about to talk about today was achieved within the span of about 2 years, and by far his most impressive ones only within a single year. Strap in, cause let's talk about how no other speedrunner can currently touch what Oil and Water is best at. For today's story, it starts back in March of 2022. This is the earliest upload that can currently be found on Oil and Water's YouTube channel. His channel starts off with a few personal bests in the self-explanatory category extension All Fortresses, as well as some individual level runs, and also an impressive time in the very competitive Warpless category No Star World that if submitted would have been all the way up in the top 25. You may realize for a lot of this that his times aren't on the leaderboard until far later on, so be aware of that going forward when I show leaderboards. The Mario World category I will be talking about the most though is 11 exit, the fastest way to beat the game via Nintendo's intentional Star World route. We will first be talking about the glitchless variant. He shared his split of his first ever attempt in the category on April 2nd, and would have had a place around the 150s, which for as popular of a category as 11 exit, that's quite impressive. At this point, he had already had major skill in Super Mario World under his belt, and over the next 48 hours, he would keep chopping this time down, and he very quickly reached a time worthy of being in the top 40, and then, moving to the 10th, even getting it to the top 25 territory. Quite the rapid improvement. And if you're wondering, okay, but when can we start seeing the archived footage of the runs? And well, good news. Within the next day, we get to see the first ever 11 exit glitchless personal best to be published onto his YouTube, which was a 1043.9, breaking into a new second barrier and a few more placements up. His performance in this run was already very solid for such a new player in comparison to some of the older times floating towards the top, but at this point he seemed locked in to take it to a higher level. The same week as his first 1043, he not only got a lower 1043, easily getting into the top 20, but would very easily be able to get his next goal of a 1042, stating in this run that at the very least, he had a struggle entering door 5 in Bowser's Castle. Before May, his previous performance was improved by another second with a 1042.1, getting a time that would be top 15 on the boards at the time. He also stated in his YouTube video description that next time he was going to try some big tricks, and that would become very apparent over time. On May 1st, we can see him taking this another step further. He most notably was taking the boo rings faster in Donut Secret House, and all in all, got a lower 1041 time, with it teetering right under the top 10. But you see, this is only the beginning. He would continue to post individual level times, but later into May on the 20th, we would see videos treading into new territory, 11 exit orb. This variant of 11 exit entails grabbing a Yoshi in Yoshi's Island 2, and then taking it into Yoshi's Island 1, where you then perform an item swap with a Chuck at the end of the level, giving you an orb that can beat the level when activated and grabbed. Oil's orb runs started back at the end of April, with him sharing the splits of his first completed run. This would not too long later translate to the 1028 that was uploaded. He stated he preferred orb due to him not being the best at Iggy's Castle, which is the level that the orb is used in. With him increasingly getting more comfortable with 11 exit, this 1028 would easily put him in the top 10, with him stating, "I never thought this would be my first top 10 in a main category." While at this point, he also started to dabble with some runs on the category extension board. The first notable one was In the Six, a self-explanatory name with this footage, but let's not get carried away. We are primarily focusing on his goals on the main leaderboard. He still wasn't fully done with 11 exit glitchless, and would return with a run clocking in at 1040 on the first. While it had some undesirable moments like a wall clip in Star World 1, it also notably featured his first personal best with a mid-air shell jump in Yoshi's Island 4. You can easily tell that he had been gradually upgrading his strategies, with him now doing an under-the-level door fly in Donut's secret house, as well as going for a different approach to Star World 4. He starts the level by grabbing a Koopa mid-spin fly, and then eventually throws it into this cape block, grabbing the power-up mid-flight. The reason for doing this is because of Door 5. Previously, he had been switching to Fire Flower, deboosting against a Crusher, and then regaining his cape, but now he can simply skip switching power-ups, and only has to worry about grabbing the second cape here. With him having very obvious improvements still under his belt for the future, the following day had a run that may have had a still half-messy Star World, but he introduced yet another major time save into Donut's secret house, Stair Clip. This time save was enough to give him a 1039, making him the 7th person to break the 1040 barrier, and gave him his second top 10 placement. Oil wasn't sure how much further he wanted to push this run, but at this point, it was obvious he was a new major force that was hard to keep up with, and all he could do is get better and better. He pursued Orb further and had a 1027 on June 8th, but if we fast forward to the 16th, we would see an even greater improvement, a low 1025 time. While the run here is still far from perfect, things like a great Star World and a faster Orb strategy in Yoshi's Island 1 gave him his first top 3 position. With Orb and Glitchless being mostly the same in terms of the full runs, he was still juggling both of these at the same time. He continued his hot streak and would not too long later improve his 1039 a bit in Glitchless, which would inch him into a top 5 position here. This would lead into another cycle of him posting more and more individual level runs. And I think my favorite video posted from this time period is one of Donut's Secret 1, where he was practicing his consistency to get an optimal in-game time here, 258. This video shows him doing just that 10 times in a row. Things would end up slowing down a little bit in August, but during this time, he would still pump out a new run in something, but this time, it was a return to No Star World. He achieved a 32:46, a decent time cut for him, and put him not too far away from the top 10. This category over time would start more and more proving that he can be a top runner outside of 11 exit as well. October would prove to be quite the opposite though, and was an ultra-eventful month for Oil and Water. He had recently announced that he was taking a break from speedrunning to focus on his personal life, but he eventually realized he could squeeze in some 11 exit runs, since it was such a short speedrun category. Strap in, cause a lot happened here, so let's chug through some of these times, and then talk about where his runs stood afterwards. He would drill this down slightly further multiple times, with him getting a lower 1038 on the 5th, and then an even lower one on the 12th. While these time cuts may have not been that huge, they were all adding up. On the 14th, he would improve by another third of a second, and was just enough to get into the 1037 range. This was enough to share his second place position on the boards. If this wasn't good enough, he would untie his second place, but still stay behind the record, getting a mid 1036 on the 24th. By this rate, his runs were looking more polished than ever, with the description of this run stating, "Very satisfying run." During the month, he non-surprisingly was tackling the orb variant at the same time as well, and he had picked up a low 1024 on the 18th, and then a high 1023 on the 19th. With him still chilling below the top 2 times here, his personal orb best was still a bit less polished. On top of minor improvements, the most notable thing missing here is the lack of a stair clip in the ghost house. The rest of 2022 wouldn't be quite as busy, but there are still a few notable times to talk about here before moving into the next year. On November 18th, he would push his 1023 orb time not once, but twice. His first was a way lower 1023, but then his next would be a huge step beyond. We can see by this rate he had now been going for stair clip in this specific run, and all in all, he was able to wrap this day up with a 1021.7, not just skipping a 1022, but also now stepping into second place. Before the year was over, Oil and Water would additionally further prove that he was a top player in more than just 11 exit. On December 21st, he put up a 32-37. This became his first non-11 exit top 10 entry on the leaderboards. While we may have already talked about quite a lot over the last year, 2023 houses the achievements I am the most excited to talk about. Cause wow, from the perspective of a longtime Super Mario World speedrunner, it's kinda insane. Let's jump to February 8th. Oil was once more chopping down his 11 glitchless time, and would achieve an ultra low 1036 thanks to some new strategies. The first was in Iggy's Castle. Instead of the typical cage movements, or performing an underball movement, we would now get to see the usage of a P-switch jump. The P-switch before the lava gap is grabbed, and then is let go of mid-air in order to perform a 1-frame switch jump away from the lava. The second notable trick here is in Donut Plains 1, and is at the very beginning of the stage. He performs a 1-frame jump off the Koopa here to grab the cape quicker than you can traditionally. This trick is referred to as DP1 Guy. Before the month was even over, on the 24th, Oil would finally enter the same second barrier as the record at the time, getting a mid 1035. Unlike the previous, this run did not have DP1 Guy, with the trick being difficult enough that it's not present in every single personal best going forward. I would argue that this run specifically is when the Western community took huge notice of Oil and Water's runs versus before. He at this point was one step away from scooping up the 11 exit glitchless record, and seemingly there was nothing to stop him. In fact, it wouldn't take that long to see such hard work fully pay off. On March 2nd, he would post a run that would culminate the beginning of his reign in Super Mario World. He would post a 1034 in glitchless. This wasn't just a new second barrier broken for the category, but was now Oil and Water's first record here. He had now finally conquered the category that he had put so much time into over the previous year. This period in time would also include him quickly scooping up a couple record times in a Super Mario World ROM hack, but more importantly, he still wasn't done with 11 exit. He may have conquered glitchless, but what about the 2 other runs? We really wouldn't have to wait that long to see how much further he could take over the leaderboards, because only 2 weeks after his glitchless record, he posted a new orb time on the 17th, and did the same exact thing he did in the other category variant. With a mid 1020, he had tied the orb record set by Double in late 2022, with both now sharing a 1020.516. He had very quickly gone from having no records to 2. Glitchless and Orb had now been grasped, but what about the remaining category I haven't talked about yet? Cloud. With Oil and Water's position at this exact moment of time, Cloud served as the final boss of 11 exit. It was the only 11 exit variant he hadn't touched yet. Cloud is the hardest variation here by far, and this is because it not just involves performing a glitched item swap in Yoshi's Island 2, but also using this glitch Cloud item to precisely skip animations of the final Bowser fight. On March 23rd, he shared his first finished Cloud Run attempt, with it being a 953. With him now scoring both the orb and glitchless records, he already had a major grasp over 11xit as a whole, and you best bet he very quickly was able to shave this time even further. In fact, across multiple more personal bests, he was able to lower this another 10 seconds down to a 9:43 less than a week later on the 29th. What's crazy about this is how this time was already second place, and he had been able to progress in the hardest version of 11xit way faster than anyone had before. His only competition at this point was Suake, who had lowered the record the same week to a 9:42.7, half a second faster than what Oil had just set. Unfortunately, Suake's reign wouldn't last too much longer because entering April, Oil and Water wasn't stopping in the slightest. He had first uploaded a 9:42.9, still not a new record, but unbelievably close. And the only reason I will not be dissecting this run is because of the upload that would come next. Just watch. A 9:42.7 being only 5 frames faster than Suake's. He had not only taken over 11xit Cloud, undeniably the hardest 11xit run, but now had a complete leaderboard sweep over all 3 11xit leaderboard variants. This ushered in a completely new era for 11xit Cloud, and if you thought he was anywhere close to done, then you'd be quite foolish to assume so, because he was quite determined to destroy this run beyond anything previously imaginable. Both Suake and Oil and Water's 9:42 times included many strategies I've already mentioned, such as stair clip, yet missing future time save such as the P-switch jump in Iggy. But Oil would take this run to a new level. Before I explain to you what he did next, let me give you a quick insight into how quickly 11xit Cloud has developed in regards to new milestones. Back in September of 2019, Lost Core became the first ever person to throw stair clip into a Cloud run, which made him not just a new record holder, but the first to get a 9:43 here. It would take almost 3 years for Suake to top this with a 9:42 time thanks to further optimization. So you may wonder, how long would it take to get into the next second range, a 9:41? Well, quite the opposite of 3 years, that's for sure. On the 4th, he did share an attempt that died in the Bowser fight, but it wouldn't take that much longer to truly see some more progress. We would only have to fast forward another 2 days. This takes us to April 6th, where he had a run that may have failed the shell jump in Yoshi's Island 4, but he did finally take a strategy that he had already dabbled with in glitchless, P-switch jump. He was able to stay right on top of his recent 9:42 record, and with a nearly 1 second improvement to his Bowser fight, it very easily gave him a mid 9:41. He had not only just recently conquered every single 11xit category, but he was left and right breaking major milestones at the same time. So that's the end of the story, right? What else is there to even talk about? Well, this is Oil and Water that is being mentioned, and I made this video for a very great reason. He's built different. Scooting over to the 11th, he once again would share splits showcasing how much time he can still save versus his already monumental world record improvements. Before I start explaining why there's so much time save here, only half an hour later, he would carve out yet another piece of Mario World history. He posted splits of a 940, now being the second barrier. That's funny to say. Anyways, that he can brag about breaking. His time save in World 1 stemmed from the previously mentioned Yoshi's Island 4 shell jump, as well as in the very first stage, Yoshi's Island 2. I've glossed over this stage for the most part, but there's an immediate time save here that can be scooped up when grabbing Yoshi for the cloud glitch. If you hit the Yoshi block with Mario's head and a shell here on consecutive frames, you will hatch Yoshi twice as fast as you normally would. This is simply called Fast Yoshi. Thanks to these two tricks, he was already on a pace to break past the 941 range he had just recently entered. Once more, this was really a case of him just having to maintain his lead throughout the entire run, and after finally being able to do that, he put up a 940.9. In just the first 2 weeks of April, he not only just gathered 3 improvements to the 11 exit cloud record, but had improved it by around 1.8 seconds, which for such a short optimized run as this is seriously insane. Before Oil and Water did this, I don't think anyone could have predicted such a thing. To once more put this in further perspective, it previously took over 3.5 years to lower the record by the same amount of time Oil and Water did just in April of 2023. While the rest of April would finally be a bit quiet, he was far from being done in any of these runs. May saw him take 11 exit orb to another new height, and he may have not just lowered his own time, but took the run under 10 minutes and 20 seconds, getting a 10:19.8. He would also in July touch the glitchless record once more, but to truly wrap things up, I'm here to talk about the one category he somehow still wasn't done with, 11 exit cloud. We can see by the end of July, he had already been running this even more, with him posting a 941 he finished, and he additionally would post another run that was on record pace, but unfortunately died somewhere in Bowser. As you can probably figure out at this rate, he was eager for more. On August 5th, he posted a 940.4, another half a second improvement. The major time save here once more stemmed from Yoshi's Island 2, but for a completely different reason. Instead of just Fast Yoshi, he was also executing a faster item swap that allowed him to grab the glitch cloud power-up quicker than ever. For comparison, this is what he had been doing before. He would about a week later on the 11th put out an even lower 940. His hard work to squeeze out frames in crucial sections such as Donut Secret 1, Star World 1, and the Bowser fight had really paid off, but it wouldn't be until the 17th until we get what I would consider the magnum opus of Oil and Water's speedrun career. I think I should just first show before actually explaining. A 939.916, the first person to get below a 940, a time that for years was thought to be completely unrealistic. It reminds me of an old and outdated human theory task from Sevbling that was a 939, and everyone thought back then that a human couldn't match that. It was seemingly impossible back then. What a huge shift over time. I'd say the biggest flex of all is him not even getting Fast Yoshi, which is a half a second time save. Anyways, reminder that entering the year, the record was a solid 3 seconds slower, and Oil and Water hadn't even tackled running Cloud yet. This is where the record stands while making this video, and honestly, this record will probably stand here for quite a while. Oil and Water really doesn't have any competition that can 100% compete with him. In June of 2023, Suwake did get a lower 942, but that means Oil has a solid 2.5 second lead over second, which is huge for such a short run. What's even crazier is that before the year was over, in December he posted this. He didn't just simply mess up a possible new record, look at his splits. This had the possibility to be a 938, absolutely insane. Between this and the upload of this video, he also in early 2024 held the No Star World record for 2 weeks, and even further beat his 11x glitchless time into a new second barrier. But I believe this 939 cloud time is perhaps the most impressive achievement by far in modern Super Mario World speedrunning history, and I seriously think that unless Oil and Water wants to beat this run himself, this run is going to sit for a very long time. Unless Suwake wants to really put in the work to catch up, Oil's only competition is himself. Time will tell to see how long this time holds up for, but either way, Oil and Water 100% goes down as one of, if not the most legendary Super Mario World speedrunner in the last handful of years. While making this, he has more recently moved on to All Castles, where he already has a top 5 time, but who knows where the history of this game will go next. Cause Oil and Water's progress has not just been unbelievable, but completely unpredictable. That's all I have to share for now, and until there's more, thanks for watching.
Starting off 2025, I got to show off Super Mario World to thousands of people at Games Done Quick, and to be honest, I thought I would fully step away from 96 exit related things for quite a while afterwards. But then 4 days after I got back home, I was greeted with this message in the Mario World speedrunning Discord. I was practicing Forest of Illusion for my 96 exit run when I realized another cool strat that may be viable RTA. What is this? To give you some context, Noise here in recent times has made a human theory tool assisted speedrun that clocks in at a low 1 hour and 18 minute time, closer to 3 minutes faster than the world record at the same time. I have not sifted through this too much yet because my eyes are allergic to seeing retro Mario games in 16:9, but nonetheless, Noise in recent times has contributed a lot to the real-time Mario World speedrunning community, even if he has been more on the tool assisting side of things. Going back to the Discord post I showed you, this showcases a new way to beat the normal exit in Forest of Illusion 4. Instead of getting the normal goal tape, it's now been found that you can spawn Yoshi wings to end the level early. But what is even going on here? Because clearly it's more than just grabbing Yoshi wings. Well, let's take a look at some clearer footage here. The following day, Louie, an off and on 96 exit record contender, posted an individual run of this that isn't just simply faster, but is a more reliable setup. Starting off, this roulette block is hit, and you need to wait for the star. Since you have to wait here, Louie sets up the double tongue glitch. As you see, Yoshi's tongue sticks out twice here. Basically, Yoshi's tongue needs to be released on the same frame the game freezes from grabbing a power-up, which is why a backup fire flower is let out of the reserve box here. While this is typically a one-frame trick, if you add a jump input on the same frame as your X or Y input, this opens the double tongue window up to 6 frames. But like I just said, you do need to time your jump on the same frame as your Yoshi tongue input. It's still a bit tricky. In this case, Yoshi is double tonguing the Koopa that was grabbed towards the beginning of the stage. If you're not familiar, yes, this is still a Koopa. This just means Special World was enabled. In a typical 96 exit run, you would have conquered Special way before reaching Forest. Anyways, assuming you double tongued correctly, it's now time to move forward.
forward. Yoshi now has what is a null sprite in his mouth, and this can be used to do all sorts of things. In fact, this concept isn't even new in Super Mario World. 96 Exit already features 3 different boss kills that utilize the double tongue glitch in different ways. 2 of these spawn an invisible Koopa Kid, and 1 spawns a Reznor. Here though, we are about to take advantage of these moving pipes. Going back to this setup from Louie, the null sprite is spat out mid-jump while facing left, and Lakitu is killed with the star. Staying on the blue pipe, another jump is done to land back on Yoshi while killing the other Lakitu hiding in said pipe. Lining up here while scrolling left, Mario is in a perfect consistent position to run right into the pipe while riding the cloud. With the star, Mario is basically killing the pipe, but it keeps regrowing, and you can use this fact to overwrite the dragon coin here, which when grabbed and hit once more, turns into Yoshi wings. That last concept isn't anything new, and is the same idea that is used throughout the game to spawn glitched Yoshi wings. The new crazy thing here is this whole pipe situation. You'll see Louie here ends with a 269 in-game time, which beats the 263 you would normally get flying through. Based on this alone, that's only a few seconds saved, but you also have to factor the fanfare time you deal with when normally hitting the goal tape. Thanks to that, this trick can save between 10 to 15 seconds depending on how fast your execution is. This would easily be enough to reach the 1 hour, 20 minute time milestone that is really close, with Osui having a 1:21:04 as of the creation of this trick. Of course, with a trick as new as this, people have been having an absolute field day with it, and there isn't one right way to execute this. Limestoners even shared a no-cape version thanks to the player Zaplex that could be used. With this has also led to the discussion, what is the best route here? The typical 96 route that has been used in Forest for a while now does not bring Yoshi into Forest of Illusion 4, so that has to be changed around a bit. There isn't really one simple answer, because there is yet another trick in Forest of Illusion that could help make a 120 possible. Forest Ghost House Clip. Back in 2016, Amarati Kondo demonstrated that an upward corner clip in Forest Ghost House was possible, and takes advantage of upward speed via grabbing a cape. By early 2017, multiple real-time runners were able to reproduce this, but compared to this new Forest of Illusion trick, this Ghost House clip isn't nearly as viable. It's not even close. On top of needing to actually execute it, you'll need a spare power-up for each time you do it, which would require even more routing considerations. The main reason I still bring this up though, is the fact that humans have done this in real time, and if you do this for both the normal and sacred exit, executing these can save 20 seconds. That's a hefty chunk of time. Third Lava Dolphin, a notable individual level runner, actually did a while back make an extensive document going over routes for this clip, but now we have to factor for Forest 4, the trick that will definitely be gone for first. Switching to a new route that specifically accommodates these new set of wings definitely isn't that hard of a feat, because if we scroll down to 6th place on the 96 exit leaderboard, Hami is already doing a Forest route that brings Yoshi into Forest 4. Even though you are going to lose some time on the overworld routing, this new trick saves so much time that a new route is very much worth it. I guess if we do want to go even more insane, there are some other tricks that players have done in individual levels, but not proper runs. The immediate one I can think of is in Chocolate Island 2, where you can basically get a Switch Palace to activate, but I think we should leave that on the back burner for now. That is beyond what is necessary at the moment. Moving to something way more reasonable, one more trick I will mention that has already been done in some runs for a bit now is Valley of Bowser 1 Wings, which gives a similar time save to Forest of Illusion 4 Wings, but executing this is definitely a way larger task. I think this footage alone demonstrates why. These wings already exist in the mid-length categories No Star World and All Castles, but doing it in a category more than twice the length is quite demanding. I'm not surprised that Osui's All Castles record has this, yet he omits this in his 96. Nonetheless, you'll probably see this be added to 96 over the last two things I just mentioned. So, going from here, what is the future of 96 Exit? Well, it's pretty inevitable that sooner than later, we will see the first 120 time in the category. There is so much further potential. The most likely to get this for a while now have both been Osui and Maiba, who have been trading the record the last multiple years now. I also would not count out Louis if he really wanted to keep pushing further. Like I talked about earlier, he's already helped come up with a consistent Forest 4 setup, and he also in mid-2024 got a 3rd place time that is currently about 10 seconds behind Maiba. I definitely wouldn't count him out. Even if we are just mere seconds away from seeing a new milestone, it may not happen overnight, even if we do have a new trick in store. Looking at Osui's sum of best in his record, he played within 20 seconds of it. For an 80-minute run, that is absolutely insane. I'm not sure if you realize how much of a demand it is to stay within 20 seconds of your best times for that long. It's definitely not something that anyone could do. Anyways, I know this is a bit of a shorter one, but that about sums up where things currently are in Super Mario World 96 Exit. With the main trick talked about today being so new, I imagine this will continue to evolve further, and who knows, by the time you're watching this, maybe they found an even crazier, faster way to do it. I mean, if someone like me can even do it on a whim, I feel like there's a lot of room to mess around with this. Anyways, out of the 3 I just mentioned, who do you think will get the first 120? If I'm simply going off who has been playing the game the most recently, I'm probably hedging my bets with Osui, but who knows? That's all I really have to say for now. Super Mario World is a crazy game that keeps on giving. Thanks for watching.